those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome here to Orlando Kart Center for the opening weekend of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. My name is Xander Clements. Joining me here in the booth alongside me today is Caleb Smock. We'll also have, of course, Mateo Julian and Jenna Tommy on our broadcast team. Caleb, you got in late last night. We missed a burner of a day in qualifying, but we were just going over so many new names here, over 300 plus drivers in attendance. A massive turnout here for round one of the championship.
Absolutely. I tuned in yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't be down here yesterday, but I did watch the broadcast, trying to figure out people who are on track, trying to figure out who's quick. Obviously, it's a new track. Like you said, 310 entries. They haven't been here at Orlando Kart Center at a race at this size in a long time, so it's interesting to see how everyone's handling this track. Obviously, they've done some new upgrades, so everyone just trying to figure out how they're going to run here this afternoon. Oh, it looks like we got some breakfast.
Very nice.
Breakfast. That is
check this out.
What type of sandwich is that? Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Paul. Solid.
Sorry about that. We got some breakfast on the spot thanks to RPG.
What's up, Paul? I got some nice.
That's a pretty
Very nice. Even Kyle got some bread.
There we go. I have to kiss my diet goodbye.
Well, if you're just tuning in live with us here, we are finishing up the final couple rounds of warm-up. Initially, pre-finals were slated to start here at 9 a.m. with the tentative schedule when we put out and decided we were going to be going live on the broadcast. However, they added in, went from 3 to 4 classes with last chance qualifiers. But we started a little bit earlier, tightened up our practice times, and had a few extra groups. So we will actually not see that first pre-final A for the KA100 Jr division presented by Timmy Tech up until 9:30 a.m. if we're tuning in right now. So we've still got a couple of practice sessions to come. First up here will be the fast group from the Mini Swift division. You just saw the first half of the Mini Swift class head on in here following morning warm-up. Good look over here at the Orlando Kart Center to the skyline, of course. They've got the elevated mechanic stands all around the entire paddock and that live leaderboard right there where you can keep an eye on who just went quickest in the previous session. So for DNJ Intermodal Services, Gabriel Balog, quickest right now in group number 1. Group 2, of course, the top half of the group from, or actually no, I believe they should be split based off of, I think they're split based off of which pre-final they're in. I'll check the groups here. I should know, but the U.S. Pro Kart Series officials know, the drivers know obviously where they're going out in, Caleb. A lot of cool perks to this racetrack. The leaderboard's one of them. They've got the radar speed trap down at the end of the front straightaway, seeing speeds up just pushing 70 miles an hour with your X30 Pro Seniors. Beautiful day here too, man. Really nice morning here in Florida.
Oh my gosh, just a couple of clouds in the sky, probably about 75 degrees right now. Something else to talk about track updates I can't help but notice is the new barriers they got in the hairpins and also the curbing. And I think the curbing has been a huge part this week, and you can see drivers, different aspects of it. Some guys try to maybe get a wheel up on it. Some guys just absolutely mound it and go all 4 over it. So everyone's got different driving styles. It's working different for everyone. It's kind of like you open Pandora's box this weekend, and then everyone's got to figure it out, which is exciting because that's a new aspect of racing you have to bring into things.
It's cool because, you know, again, you can really tell that a track has what drivers like to call a technical section, a section that really relies on driver ability, talent, and technique. When you see drivers take different lines, this section right here is one of them. You'll see a lot of drivers clip the right-hand side curb. A few will also clip the left-hand side curb to set up for the corner because you've got a right-hander, a left-hander, and just out of the corner of this specific camera angle, they have through a 180-degree corner, lands them onto that long back straightaway. Then as well, the other section where they're really getting some airtime is right here. This infield chicane, you can see quick left and right section. A few drivers fully putting half the go-kart over it, or 4 wheels even in some of the full-size classes, and a lot of the mini Swifts and micro Swifts. They're going to avoid that, keep all 4 wheels on the ground.
Absolutely. In the senior classes, usually when they're a little bit wider karts, you can hit more of a curb. I can't help but notice some of the passing points here. As we were looking over, like we previously said, we're now coming down over into one of the hairpins. I believe that is turned at number 3. That is going to be a good passing point. However, you got to swing out a little bit wide in order to hit the apex late, so you may see some guys dive on the inside. That's going to be exciting to watch when we get into the pre-finals and the finals. Something else is that hairpin that we just looked at, which you go all the way down to 180-degree corner. It's kind of like a high-risk, high-reward. You can send it in late, but you're going to kill all your momentum coming out of it. So this is overall a really cool track. My personal favorite corner is right here in turn 6. It's a big old sweeper, but you got to hold that inside line because like you were talking about, you got to hit that inside curb before you set up for the chicane for 7 and 8.
Yeah, right here, just a quick right-left chicane again as they go through, and then onto that long back straightaway like you're talking about, Caleb, where they're going to run down the backstretch Here's a great view. It's the longest straightaway on the racetrack, and then the tightest corner, one of the tightest hairpins, I think, in the country, and for sure the tightest corner that we will see on the Pro National Circuit here in 2022. So very tight hairpin here. We'll sign in on Carson Weinberg. That's right there, your pole sitter for Sunday in the CRG. He starts second here today, or should be starting pole actually for Pre-Final B. So he was the fastest one, what should be here in this group. As they come across the line, the new driver to the top is the 104, and it's the Hot Wheels JC karting team Lando Norris kart of Oliver Weldon, who was on screen a little bit earlier here in this session. Gabriel Belog's time still holding on second, Keelan Harvick third, Carson Weinberg fourth, and Lillian Scarborough fifth. Again, this is just a morning warm-up session. All you're hoping here is to see Gage Korn down the inside on the 192 Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. You're just hoping that the kart stays together. You're feeling everything out, feeling what the track's like. The surface, the conditions might be a little bit different than where you ended off yesterday with Saturday qualifying, but you're not necessarily worried if you end up 5th or 20th. You just want to make sure you finish. Yeah, you kind of just making sure it's a rundown, making sure everything's okay. Not a whole, maybe some teams make a couple of changes before going on track. You're not going to throw the kitchen sink at it unless you got major problems, which you hope you don't have. Like you were saying before, it's kind of just a shakedown, make sure you got the track memorized. Kind of like a quick study session before you take an exam. Make sure you know everything before you go back out, because when they go on track next time for these kiddos, it's going to be the pre-final. Like you said, split in 2 groups. We have LCQs, which we haven't seen in a while. Obviously, with 310 karts, is a huge deal, so everyone's got to make sure they're on their A game. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of drivers, unfortunately, that will not make it through to the main event. Multiple classes touching that 60 driver mark. Only 40 get to start in the big dance here later on today. So, again, with 40 drivers starting the main event, that means 2/3 of the class are the only ones that get to start in the final session of the day. 20 drivers going to go home in some of these divisions. X30 Pro Senior is massive. KA100 Sr is massive. I think KA100 Jr is somewhere in the mid-50s, and Mini Swift, this class, around the same. In total right now, we've got 56 on the racetrack, so 16 kids, unfortunately, not going to transfer through to the final. The breakdown on the format, though, pretty simple. Just like Caleb said, they qualified yesterday for both days. So the first up, they qualified for Sunday, switched over sets of tires, qualified for Saturday, got their lineup for today. If you qualified first, you start pole for Pre-Final A. If you qualified second, you start pole for Pre-Final B. Then the top 18 drivers out of each Pre-Final will automatically transfer into the main event to make the first 36 positions. The final 4 spots on the grid, 37th to 40th, will be decided in a last chance qualifier race that will come right after the lunch break before the main events. All classes for the last chance qualifiers, again, only the top 4 will transfer. Those will be very exciting, but we'll also be trying to keep a good look here in the pre-finals, just as much for the overall win in the session as it will be that bubble spot in 18th, because that is where drivers will be sending it to try and make sure they auto-transfer and don't have to go to the LCQ. Something I'm going to be looking forward to seeing. And me personally, I love a good LCQ. It adds that excitement to it where you know you got to put on a good show. You have to have the best performance. Everything's got to be perfect, or else, like you said, there's possibly not going to race. But what I was about to say, something I'm looking forward to seeing is the mechanics on the mechanics stand, because you can usually figure out which team and which kart is on the transfer spot just by looking about how nervous the mechanics are, because they know you could get a bonus if you make it into the feature, but sometimes if they go home early, yeah, you're going to be on the early flight, but it's not really something you want to see for your drivers. No, definitely not something you want to see here. And again, you get such a good mix at these U.S. Pro Kart Series events. This place is packed out like a city. You could not find a new place to park a car, truck, or small little trailer here. You got a good mix of privateers. Obviously, every major North American race team here this weekend in Orlando Kart Center, and somehow packed into this paddock. And they've done a lot of work here to try and welcome this event. I mean, it takes 7 to 10 acres of space just for the parking alone now at a U.S. Pro Kart Series event. That limits the series to a lot of racetracks they can't go to that they would have been able to go to just a couple of years ago. Here at Orlando Kart Center, I mean, they went above and beyond. Andre Martins and his team, they purchased, got a lease for some extra land to be able to expand the paddock. Paved it, brand new pavement. You'll see down, this is right behind these containers you're looking at, the walls over in turn number 3, 4, and into 5, that right-hand hairpin. Behind there, that's all new paddock space they got specifically to be able to hold national level events here. Obviously the U.S. Pro Kart Series here this week, the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour next week as well. And then on top of that, worked out a deal with some of the neighbors. We've got excess overflow car parking across the street, shuttle services here with golf carts rented. I mean, above and beyond, it doesn't even go just to come close to describe how hard these guys have been working. I've been talking to him. He's like, we've been prepping this track for over a month now for the big guys to come into town.
And it surely does pay off. I mean, what an awesome track. The layout is going to be cool. Like we were talking about before, it's going to shake everything up because no one has a go-to setup that you see at some of these tracks that are repeats. Something else when I was looking during the warm-up, too, is the amount of marbles are getting laid down on track. I think that's going to be interesting, especially over here in turns, I think it's 6 or 7, the big sweeper. That outside line, which may be used for guys sitting on the inside who are going to sweep out and use extra space. If you dip a wheel off, especially in the outside parts of the cart, you're definitely going to get a little bit loose. So I think there's going to be all sorts of things we need to look for this afternoon. I know I'm personally excited to get this one underway. First one for USPKS of the year. We're down here in beautiful Miami. What an awesome track, and we're going to have some exciting racing with the LCQs.
Yeah, we are going to have a blast here today, Caleb and myself. And, of course, as the day goes on, we'll be sending Jenna Tommy and Matteo Giuliano down to give us a whole lot of information of everything that's going down on the racetrack. So as the field makes its way onto the circuit, Cameron Weinberg here in the first group for the X30 Pro Seniors. Again, 2 groups for them as well. 60 total drivers in the headline division competing for 5,000 big ones here this weekend. And Weinberg will take a group here into turn number 5. You got Jack Jeffers, Frankie Mossman there making a pass, and the Team Bennett. Couple rookies first out onto the circuit. All 3 right there behind them is veteran Nash Motorsports EOS Kart driver Dante Yu. I talked with Dante a little bit earlier on this weekend. He said, man, I really haven't been in a kart whatsoever outside of some really junk tires and an older, outdated engine model between the Las Vegas Super Nationals on the first week of December and this week here. He's qualified 27th for Sunday, turned that back up, qualified 15th for Saturday. Said he was happy with the improvement. Still needs to feel like he's got to drive a little bit better, but he's happy with the way the machine has been working. The Nash crew's got him a good piece, and he's lined up for a full pro season here this year, full U.S. Pro Kart Series, full SCUSA Pro Tour, and, of course, the SCUSA Super Nationals and Miami Grand Nationals later on in the fall.
Yeah, and I think that's something else that's going to be interesting is the amount of people that we've seen. Obviously, some guys come down. They were on the winter tour for SCUSA, we're on the winter tour for Rock. Now that we got the USPKS on schedule, a lot of guys are coming out who maybe haven't been on track since either Supernats or the last round of USPKS or maybe some one-off event that they ran. You got to break the rust off. They had all day Thursday and a little bit Friday to do so before qualifying. But now everyone's starting to get into their groove, figure out, oh, this is how you turn a go-kart. This is how you transfer weight. So it's going to be something that you got to keep an eye on, especially for these guys. Maybe took a little bit of a rest. They might come back refreshed or a little bit rusty, and they got to break the rust off before they can get underway. As we were talking about before, top 4 now making the way over in that hairpin. I just can't get over how tight that is. It kind of reminds me, there's a track out in Ohio, kind of a small hole-in-the-wall track next to an airport with the hairpin just as tight, and I know that makes great passing points. I have a feeling it's going to be the exact same way here. You can see them snaking the way around. And as we were talking about before with the curbing, you can see the difference between the micros and then the seniors. Obviously, this is X30 out on track. Micros were on before about how much curb they take going into the corners. These X30s are a little bit wider, got a little bit more weight to them, obviously a lot more power, so they're able to just hit these curbs a little bit harder. Maybe some are just setting sail going right over them, and it sets them up just a little bit differently when you're going into the apex and exit of a corner. Get an eye out here, a little bit of nose-to-nose action. Obviously, it's still warm-up. We haven't gotten into the pre-finals yet, but they're still going bumper to bumper, maybe trying to figure out how much push you can use until you get a pushback violation. Get a little bit warm-up here for this afternoon. Everyone else still making their way out on track. We're going on look again. You can see the CRG out in front, and then it's a pack of 4, I believe.
Cameron Weinberg, Frankie Mossman, Jack Jeffers, Dante Yu. A little back of your screen there. We'll cycle through some more drivers here through morning warm-up. Here's Tyler McIntyre coming into view. Actually, no, that's Noah Rosser, sorry. One of the other Motaz Sport drivers, the 370. Another rookie running on his own. And a little further back from Noah, we'll find another pack. That is going to be Ian Quinn. He leads a train with a couple of drivers behind him right there. And then some more. Let's see who we've got coming into the hairpin here. I believe that's Jacob Hoover in the PSL karting. Alex Keys racing Burrell Art just ahead of the 326 of Josh Campbell. In this group, there's Luis Colamodio and one more. Here's another pack of drivers headed through the infield sweeper. Adrian Cruz in the middle. Ryan Raffa right there coming through in the bright silver Stilo helmet. And
something else we were talking about, too, the amount of drivers qualifying, which I'm kind of sad I missed, is probably one of the most intense days that we had here. Like we said, we have so many drivers. All these drivers are incredibly talented. There's really no packs that break up, because usually when you go to like your local races, maybe some regional races, you got the fast pack, you got the guys who are the slowest of the fast, and they got the back markers. Now here, everyone's fast, and it comes down to tenths of a second, separates the difference between a pole sitter and maybe even 20th spot. Didn't get a chance to look at the times yesterday, but I'm sure there was probably half a second separated the entire field here for your KAs and X30s and even your micros. So you have to be perfect every single lap, and if you make one mistake, especially when it comes time for the pre-finals and the finals, when you're in that tight pack, you're not just going to lose one spot with the guy behind you. You're probably going to lose about 5 or 6, so you're just going to get freight trained into the corners. So everyone's got to be perfect. It's always exciting. Pressure is on these drivers. It makes for some great entertainment, so make sure you stay tuned all this afternoon for all the racing that's yet to come as we're going back on to the CRG out in front. You can see, like I was talking about before, rolling that inside curb, maybe getting a wheel up on it. Now, the difference is that curbing is usually made out of concrete, and the pavement is obviously asphalt. Concrete tends to have just a little bit more grip, but when it's painted, it can be just a little bit slicker. So sometimes the car might over-rotate on you, and you got to be able to counter-steer. So it's a fine art, almost like a ballerina dance. And you're just tiptoeing your way around it to make sure you can hit it perfectly. Or you may be that guy who just mauls the curb, gets the car up in the air, comes back down. You got to resell it before the corner. So this is probably going to be one of my favorite tracks to announce out this year.
Dante Yu and Frankie Mossman continue to run together here as we'll take a look back in on the logs and find where we are at here with live timing. Again, this is just the first of 2 groups overall for morning warm-up. So group number 1 right now has Ryan Raffa in the Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing entry. The 353 was running on his lonesome when we saw him just kind of middle way through, and now I think he's about midway through a pack. We'll catch him when he comes on by here. Again, a great view overhead of this final sector of the racetrack. There's Raffa right there, bright silver stilo. He's currently your quickest driver, the 353, although just got nipped by Cameron Weinberg in the CRG. Raffa should have a good lap coming this time, was fighting through a little bit of traffic. Now he'll get bumped back. But Weinberg and Jack Jeffers, 2 rookies, again, topping the boards here in this group, and that's where it'll end, it looks like. Weinberg at a 54.162. Jeffers, Ryan Raffa, Jacob Hoover, and Guillermo Quintero, your top 5 over Dante Yu, Frankie Mossman, Julia Booz, Sutter Gable, and Noah Rosser for group number 1 of 2 in the X30 Pro Seniors. Again, I believe this group, by the looks of it, is going to be your bottom half from qualifying. Rather than splitting off the pre-finals, they did a top half and bottom half split for the sessions. And I don't know if this was from qualifying or from the final happy hour. But in either case, we know we've got the fast guys coming up. The benchmark set, 54.162. And Caleb, I think that one will probably get beat just by a couple tenths here when these guys get out there.
Fairly quickly. And also, too, it's just now starting to warm up. We're about to hit that apex point of when it gets really grippy and the track is hot. And then when it gets just a little too hot, the oil starts to secrete up from the track. It's a little bit slick. Track is greasy. That is when you have good racing. Everyone's going to be struggling for grip. That's when I like to be watching out on track. But as you were saying before, I have a feeling it's going to be overtaken fairly quickly when this next group comes out on track. Obviously got some big names coming back. I believe I was looking through Dalton Haynes, who had a good run at Miami Grands, ran out at Las Vegas for SCUSA Supernats. He is back out on track. I believe, I don't think they're running an X30, I believe it's KA, but I saw Race Liberante was out in the grid area, so that'll be someone interesting to watch too. A lot of big names out here. Obviously 310 entries, which I don't think we've seen these numbers in a long time when it comes to a national race. Maybe only been touched by Supernats way back in the heyday in the mid-2000s. So this is going to be an awesome event to be a part of. You can hear the engines just now fired up for your X30 group number 2. Once you get on track, we'll get some names and lap times for you. You can see them going out on track now, heading down towards the hairpin. There they are, going down into that tight hairpin. Everyone, again, this is just warm-up right now, but they're trying to figure out who they're running around with and who you're going to be running close with. Obviously, pushback bumpers still involved. You got to know how to be able to push someone, but not push too hard and get a violation. That is going to also probably be a talking point for this afternoon, is how much is going to be in action with the pushback bumpers. See a little bit of controversy with that previously, and now we come back, whole new different story. See drivers making their way out on track, a couple of RPGs. I believe Nornberg was going to be out in front of that group. A couple other guys just not making their way around. They're all snaking the way. You can see them weaving all over the place, trying to get some grip into the tires, maybe kick off whatever marbles they ran over coming out of the pit area. Waiting to get some times. Obviously, lap number 1 not even completed yet. All these guys are just snaking the way around out on track. And there's a good shot. You can see right now the marbles in the outside line. Obviously, there's plenty of room on the inside. You can see where the grip is. You can see where that big old curb is. And then you can see the marbles on the outside. The problem is that with these go-karts, obviously, they don't have suspension. If you just dip that back left wheel into that, it's really going to kick the back end out, get you all sorts of loose. I know personally I've lost a couple of races by dipping wheels into marbles back in my days when I was doing street racing. And I know it's just as a big of a factor, if not more, when you get to these permanent tracks. As we go looking now, I believe we're about to switch over to see a huge train of karts all running closely together. You can see all those RPGs Cosmics, nose to tail, snaking the way around the track, running in a big old group. I believe that was Dalton Haynes in the 317 running in the tail of it. Starting to fall back. Maybe he's trying to get a clean run to figure out just what he has.
There's Hayden Jones and Wes Duchek right there headed through turn number, no, that's Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg, the Sunday pole sitter. Norberg qualified just inside the top 5 for Saturday. Paul Bocuse, rookie, is going to start on the pole here today. There's Jeremy Fletcher coming through. There's Bocuse, the driver who stunned him on the final lap. You mentioned qualifying was intense of how close it was. It felt like a Formula One qualifying session as quickly as drivers were nipping by, or an IndyCar Fast 6. I mean, the pole position changed about 5 times as they crossed the line on the final circuit around here in the fast group for Saturday quali. Here's again Dalton Haynes, who had a good run on the second run through. Talked with him yesterday, made one little mistake in Sunday quali, dropped a tire, got dirt on the right or rear tire, or left rear tire coming out of the hairpin. When he went into turn number 1 on his flyer lap for that first qualifying session, he said it just went out from underneath him. Qualified down in the 30s. He's going to roll off way deep in the pack tomorrow. But then he turned that around, qualified inside the top 10 here for Saturday. Big turnaround. Aaron Benoit right there. We haven't seen a whole lot of him over the last 6 months, over the last year compared to the rest of these drivers. He ran a part-time schedule, mainly Florida-based, but ended up over in Las Vegas for the Supernats at the end of the year last year as well. Now he's run the SCUSA Winter Series all the way through, had a decent showing back at rounds 3 and 4, and he finds himself on what he would consider his home racetrack, his home team racetrack as well here for the U-Race guys. And not a guy picked a lot, another guy not picked too much. The 321 just went through your screen right there. Victor Franzoni, Indy Pro 2000 champion, former Indy Lights front runner, qualified inside the top 10 for Sunday, a little further back here for Saturday. Last time he was in a kart here, qualified on the front row for the U.S. Pro Kart Series event last year to open the season in Ocala. I think he'll be very competitive here this weekend as well.
Someone else you can see in the front of the screen, that is DeTulio out running in front. I believe that is of Fletcher right behind him. DeTulio obviously.
Santiago Fernandez.
Fernandez, my bad.
There.
But as we were talking about before with the qualifying, I know DeTulio was involved in that top 6 group. He had it for just a split second before Benoit came by and then just absolutely obliterated the field in the last lap. Last kart by as well. That was the ultimate gotcha moment for him. But it's going to be a very intense top 6. And the problem that comes with that racing, or I shouldn't say problem, the benefit to us as viewers is that when you're battling back and forth the top 6, it starts to bunch the back of the field back up, just like we've seen before here with some racing down in Florida during the winter tour. Top 6 may start to pull away. As soon as they start battling it back out, you may have a 10 to 15 kart field who are going to be going all out in that top 10. Everyone trying to make their moves all the way up to the front. You can see now we've got a beautiful view of this background. Look at that. Blue sky, not a cloud out. It's a gorgeous day here in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, amazing day to go racing here. It's definitely going to heat up as the day goes on. We've got temperatures probably set to go into the highs of the mid-80s as we see a Rollison Performance Group train headed through the corner right there. That was Wes Duchek in the group along with Nate Cicero. They've had some pretty good runs in qualifying. Here's a Kart Republic train led by Thomas Neveau. He's got the TB kart of Zach Collingshead, then Gavin Bailiff behind him. And I believe that's a CRG of Tyler Wettengale for Speed Concepts Racing. So everyone just kind of finding a few guys to run around. You mentioned you want to see and get close, not necessarily to be bump drafting, but it's tough to really gauge your gear ratio, which is I'm sure what a lot of guys are testing right now, seeing how well they can race, how well they could potentially pass, where they might gain or lose a little bit on a few other drivers. That's another part that you want to find out here in morning warm-up, because a qualifying gear may not be the exact gear you want to race on. You might be fast by yourself, but you might be fast in areas that you can't really take advantage in past drivers, and you may need to stack some more teeth on or take some more teeth off. Again, you've got a very slow hairpin right there they just came out of, but it's a long straightaway right beforehand. A lot of mid-range sections, which is what you could call this section right here, where they don't really get too slow, kind of stays in the middle of the power band. You want to be good there to be able to pass into turn number 1, pass into turn number 5 in that hairpin. So a lot of that you're seeing here in this warm-up session, as well as there's Paul Bocuse, fellow rookie Nolan Allison, and Jeremy Fletcher. Fletcher, of course, a highly touted rookie coming into this event. He's like, I don't really know why as many guys picked him for the KC Fantasy League as they did, but he's got a lot of hype behind him. Granted, he's an Orlando, Florida local, but the same, of course, for Bocuse. And Bocuse, I think, a little chip on his shoulder to kind of prove that wrong, that he should be not only the top finishing rookie, but top Orlando native, better than Norberg, at least today. He rolls off on the pole. Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of interesting and shakeups as we go on. Like you were talking about before, Fletcher, he has had a good Florida season so far for the winter times. He has put on a good show both in Rock and in SCUSA. Now he's going to maybe see if he can shake up the field a bit more here as we get in the USPKS. You can see the drivers just now coming off of the track. Again, beautiful backdrop here. You can see all the mechanics, family members up and down on the fence with the viewing area, which usually isn't something you get to see at the track, especially this hike. I went up there just a little bit of a time this morning. You can see the entire track. It's a perfect place to watch. Scoring board obviously looks cool as a backdrop. This is going to be a really cool event. And track has now gone silent as we await, I believe, out on track next is going to be the KA100 Jr Pre Final. And again, we're going to split them into 2 groups. LCQ is obviously what everyone's trying to get away from. You don't want to be in the LCQ. If you are in that transfer spot, you get a lot of pressure on you. It's better to just come off the track knowing you got a guaranteed starting spot and you don't have to race it out with anybody later in this afternoon. It just less wear in your cart, less stress on you and your families, especially the mechanics. I know personally as a mechanic, the last thing you want to know is that your driver's in the LCQ and they're battling it out for that transfer spot. Yeah, so that's what, of course, what they're going to try and avoid here. Beautiful shot again. The U.S. Pro Kart Series rolls on here live from Orlando Kart Center. When we come back after this commercial break, it's time to finally go pre-final racing and drop the green flag on the 2022 U.S. Pro Kart Series season. Stick with us live on Kart Chaser.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center. My name's Xander Clemens alongside Caleb Smock. We are so excited to bring you the action here live on Kart Chaser all weekend long. Caleb, you've got the starting lineup set for Pre-Final A for your Timmy Tech KA100 Juniors. Why don't you take us on through the field? Yeah, this will be interesting. We've got Caleb Gaffera out in front with Max Garcia starting in P2. Oliver Patake starting in P number 3 with Steve Miller-Band starting in the 4th spot. Mateo Navarro is going to start in P number 5 next to Diego Goyet. Graham Trammell is going to start in P7 next to Cooper Shipman. Henry Wheeler going to start in the 9th spot next to Lucas Zabano. P number 11 is going to go to Oscar Iliff, followed by John Antonino starting in P number 12. Carmen Reed starts in the 13th spot next to Mason Walters. Santiago Duran is going to start in 15 next to Anthony Riva. P number 17, Levincia Landon, followed by P number 18 of Quentin McPherson. 19 is going to be Walker Jenkins starting next to Gabriel DaCosta. Austin Roy is going to start P number 21 next to Zachary Hinchcock.
P number 23 is going to be Nathan DePoose, starting next to Maki Winfrey, starting the 24 spots. So 24 karts out on track. Obviously, Caleb Gaffera and Max Garcia have been involved, along with Stephen Miller. They've been front runners here for the junior category for most of the Winter Series, Rock and Scusa. They're now the top 4 out on track. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the odd group. So they didn't do quick and slow for this one. Like we were talking about before, Xander, they split it. If you were first fastest, start and pull for group number 1, second fast, start and pull for group number 2. So it's going to be a good mix of drivers all the way down. Should be some close racing as they are getting themselves lined up. You see them going to the hairpin. This is going to be interesting. The first time racing here at Orlando for USPKS in quite a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers can tackle the track in a pack. Max Garcia, you can see him on the inside in that Willpower kart. Caleb Gaffera starting the outside, or inside, going down the main straightaway, outside now with that green and blue helmet and the Cosmic. He's going to be leading the pack. You can see him trying to funnel the way down into that chicane coming out of turn, I believe that is number 11 and 12. They're getting themselves lined up 2 by 2, coming down to the line. You can see the starter trying to point. Tram lines are in effect. They got to get themselves sorted out. Looks like a pretty good start so far. No one is going to be out of line. Smacking the cone, saying this is acceleration point. Green flag is out. We're rolling down into turn number 1, and it looks like to the inside, I believe that's going to be Garcia in front of, Gaffera out in front of Garcia. They are going to go and do a 2-pack.
We got one around over here at the end of the track. One more sent a little bit wide, but a good start for Garcia to lock into second, just ahead of Miller. They're all cover off the inside. Oliver Piatek into 4th. And again, we'll keep an eye on not only the battle for the lead here, but that crucial battle for the 18th position, the bubble spot here, to see who is going to make it through to the main. Again, out of the turn number 9 and into turn number 10. Here comes that long run down the back straightaway. Gaffera, Garcia, Miller, 1, 2, 3 into the tight hairpin.
Miller was on the back bump of Garcia, and it looks like he pushed him back up to Gaffera. Gaffera starts to pull away. Oh, a little bit of hustle and tussling going into the chicane. Everyone's getting a little bit loose. Miller went really wide. Here goes Gaffera wide on exit, but he gets just a little bit better of a pull as it is now going to be the top 3. Miller looking on the inside of Garcia. Side by side to turn 1. He is going to sit up on the inside. Garcia falls back into second. Miller now up into second.
Yeah, Garcia back to P3, Miller up to second. They'll stay in line, but they haven't battled too much. They've been battling quite a bit behind the leaders, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Here they come all the way through. Cooper Shipman leads the next train. Big time gap already. Oliver Piatek looks like he's safe and well in the zone. The top 4 all kind of breaking away just a little bit here as they work their way through the infield. Then there's the gap. There's Graham Tremmel. Cooper Shipman is next. Mateo Naranjo, I believe, is right after them. And then it's a madhouse right now outside the top 10. So we'll keep an eye on the leaders as they go, but I think it's a good view from this wide shot right here coming out of the final corner. There go your top 4, top 5, top 6. Look at this battle all the way to the edge of the field here, and a massive fight outside the top 10 all the way back to the top 15. And the transfer spot, we'll try and find it. John Antonino there in view. Looks like one of the Lando Norris karts there as well. We'll give you an update of where everybody stands. That is Mason Walters. He was 15th across the line. So tight group battling up front. Not going to fight too hard. We'll see a little pass for second. Garcia back on Stephen Miller as Gaffera's gone away a little bit. They're going to fight, and that's going to allow Caleb Gaffera to pull that gap to about 6 or 7 car lengths here now, headed through the sweeper, Caleb.
Yeah, usually when you got a transfer spot farther back in the field, typically the top 10 usually stays settled down because they know that they're locked in the field, and if you mess up, you're going to go towards the back. Looking down to the ones on the bubble. Right now we got Mason Walters running in the 15th spot, Quentin McPherson running in P16, Zachary Hinchcock in 17 is right one in front of Nathan Dupas, who is on the bubble. Levincia Landon running in 19th is currently in the LCQ. She is going to be battling back and forth with that 18 as we were talking about before. They are all incredibly tight. I'm trying to see if I can spot the 18th spot. It looks like there's Levincia Landon. You can see with the red helmet,
Lavisa
white
right
nose.
There, just about 2 car lengths back. Now that's, again, like you said, from Nathan Dupoy in the 880. He was on an spree. I think they've changed up here this time by. Landon's now gotten into the transfer spot. Dupoy right behind her. So Lavisa Landon, this group we're watching right here, she's got the white front bumper, orange helmet, black suit. That group headed through turn number 4 is 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st. That's the battle for the transfer spot. 11 laps to go. Plenty of time for it to settle out. They don't need to fight too hard yet. But it looks like we are going to see a fight for that bubble spot here, Caleb.
Well, if you're running back in the carts, I believe, trying to see on the timesheet who's running back in like the 20th and 21st spot, those 4, that's when you got to get a little bit antsy here. I believe that is
Mackay Winfrey, Walter Jenkins, Diego Guillo, all in that train. Gabriel DaCosta and Austin Roy are a little further back. Roy, I believe, was the driver that got spun early, and we've got one kind of slowing there out of the hairpin. That was just at the edge of the frame. Let's pick the leader up, though. Caleb Gaffera headed into turn number 4 here. Nice early lead of about maybe 6 or 7 car lengths. That's opened up to almost a second. We take a look at the time chart. It's a second and a half. Just went up from a second and a quarter. He pulled 3/10 on Garcia that time by being able to not have to battle too much. Then we go back, Garcia and Miller. They've worked together. And then it's a group led by Graham Tremmel back in 5th that are trying to hunt down Oliver Piatek and have just gone by him. So Piatek now finds himself in the 6th position behind Tremmel and behind Cooper Shipman in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, while Caleb Gaffera continues to lead.
Look at the lead Gaffera has right now over both Miller and Garcia, running in the 2nd and 3rd spot respectively. And we got another break for you in the back 4. Here we go now. That's Garcia running in P number 2, and it's Stephen Miller right behind running in P number 3. They're going nose to tail. But right now it looks like they're trying to just keep up with your leader of Caleb Gaffera. Like we were talking about before, top 3 are currently locked in. There's really no need for them to battle back and forth. Kind of just settle in and save your equipment. You know you got about probably 10, 15 carts before you're out of the transfer spot, so there's really no need to take any major risks. I don't think we're going to see any. All these 3 are very experienced junior drivers. They're going to be sitting kind of easy right now as we're still going on. Look, Garcia and Miller currently running 2nd, 3rd. We got a couple of the carts right behind. Again, not a lot of aggressive racing. It's kind of just burning laps until you get done with this pre-final.
Yeah, they're just going to take their time a little bit here and try and feel each other out. Now, granted, they'll want to get as many positions as you can because with the split 3 finals, you're basically doubling the damage of whether you make up positions or fall backwards. You lose 3 spots, you really lost 6 for your starting position for the main event, and vice versa. You pick up 3 or 4, that's 3 or 4 entire rows, 6 or 8 positions in total. So they will battle when the time comes. As you mentioned, though, right now we're at the part of the race, at least with the pre-finals being as long as they are, 14 laps in length for the KA Juniors. They may trade positions like this, Miller going back into 2nd over Garcia. Other times they may just fall in line. I think Miller feels like he's a little bit quicker. They definitely were not gaining ground on Gaffera as of last time by. They were losing about a 10th a lap, so I can see why he'd want to trade. Maybe go back, think he's a little bit better out in front, or could pull away from Garcia and keep himself from a last lap battle, because we've still got plenty of time where he can build that gap before we get to the 2 to go signal. In fact, we'll see the cross flags this time. Let's take a look further back in the field, though. So that's your top 3 right now. Miller, Garcia, Cooper Shipman, and Graham Tremmel. They pulled away. Look at this gaggle right here. Oliver Piatek with a great start has faded backwards. Right in front of him now, that is going to be Mateo Naranjo. Henry Wheeler leads the group. Oscar Iliff is in the middle of the train. So it's Wheeler, Iliff, followed by Piatek, and then Naranjo. That is all the way back to 9th. Then it's Lucas Szabo as Naranjo goes in on Piatek. Can't get the job done in turns 1 and 2. Piatek hangs on, and we'll watch them headed into turn number 5. Piatek defends a little bit. That'll back up Naranjo to the fellow Kart Republic of Anthony Rivera. And Naranjo turns 6, trying to force it. Finally gets by. Nice move.
Got a little wide there, and it looks like there's going to be a battle back on the inside. Naranjo is going to try to hold off. Looks like he will do so as they're now pulling it back out. Whereas we're going to go down the timesheets here for the battle for the transfer spot. Cameron Reed currently running at 16th, Valencia Landon in 17th. Last transfer spot at P18 is going to be Diego Guido is going to be running in that last transfer spot. Zachary Hinchcock running in the 19th position. So he is currently in the LCQ. Nathan DePoy running in 20th, also up in that mix. If we're trying to look out on track, see where they're currently running, you can look at the timesheets. There looks like they're fairly close. There's Valencia Landon, I believe.
That's Quentin Macpherson we just picked up right here. So that was 14th, headed across the line. Behind Macpherson, Mason Walters, Cameron Reed right there. 14th, 15th, 16th. Little got back from Reed. There's Lavisa Landon. And there is Diego Guillo. They pulled about 3 seconds now from that group. So these drivers looking like they're safe. Any issues here in the pre-final, of course, and that opens the door up. But right now, that transfer spot looking to be very safe here for Diego Guillo and Lavisa Landon. They've got a 3-second cushion with 6 laps to go.
Yeah, that's obviously something you want to see if you're a driver in the bubble spot. I know it's not the best feeling in the world to have. You can take a quick glance back and see that it's going to be A-OK. As we're going to switch back up, I believe this is your leaders of Max Garcia running in P number 2 right now, or 3, followed by Stephen Miller, who is up into second. They've been going back and forth most of this race, staying nose to tail. Like you were saying before, Garcia running in P2. Didn't really take any chunk out of the lead. I don't think he has yet at all from your leader of Caleb Gaffera out in front, as Gaffera went purple last lap. He is the quickest car out on track. So those two are so safe in the LCQ. But like you were saying before, you make up one spot, that could be one row where you're starting farther ahead. Gaffera, though, has got it set on cruise control as we're now coming down the winding laps. 5 laps to go currently, 4 to go at the line. It looks to be a pretty straightforward race for your top 5.
Yeah, Caleb Gaffera, 2.3 second lead here. Stephen Miller, like you said, he hasn't really done any damage either since going by on Garcia. If anything, Garcia can just kind of save the tires and stay in the tow without having to push too hard. But 5 to go, as you mentioned here, coming to see 4 laps to go at the start-finish line as Gaffera comes across. There's the gap right there. Big-time gap from first back to second and third. Cooper Shipman, again, he's the driver next best here from second and third, and it's a big gap back to the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart as there comes a group at the edge of the top 10 across the line. Oh, just missed the pass for second. Didn't think we'd see it. Now we do. 4 to go. Garcia goes back in front of Miller. Again, they were losing time. They were 2/10 off the pace with Miller in front, 1/10 off of Gaffera's pace with Garcia in front. So Garcia definitely a little bit quicker with him leading the duo. But he may be thinking it's already time to fight just a little bit as we pick them back up down the back straightaway and headed into turn number 10. 3 laps to go this time by. Caleb Gaffera continues to lead. Again, we mentioned the fight for the bubble spot. Nothing too crazy right there. Looks like they've still got the nice cushion from 18th back from Lavisa Landon. Maybe make it 4 seconds to Gabriel DaCosta. Then Zach Hitchcock, Nathan DuPoy, Walter Jenkins, Mackay Winfrey, and Austin Roy. Roy at least has caught up to the end of the field. The driver got spun earlier, but unfortunately it looks like he is going to be destined to have to drive to the field in the last chance qualifier. 3 to go. Garcia already on the defensive. That's the battle we're watching here. This is the battle for P2, and we'll keep a close eye on it as they come out there. Cooper Shipman was just going by. Here's a good look at another fight. Henry Wheeler under fire from Mateo Naranjo. And right behind that is the 801, Lucas Zaba, who's made up a spot after a not-so-great start here, back up into the mix.
As we're going back on board, we can see the battle out for the second spot. Garcia out in front. Miller looks like he's been trying to set up for some crossover moves on Garcia. As we see him now on the inside, look for Garcia to get him back. Goes to the inside line. You can see him hopping in the seat. Looks like he is going to lose that spot. Miller now up to second. But like we said, we've seen this before. Those two have been going back and forth. Looks like they're pretty even. But now coming up into the fourth of Cooper Shipman is now slowly making his way up into view. It looks like checkered flag is going to be out now. Side by side across the line for second. Miller is going to take P number 2. Garcia is going to come across in third. Cooper Shipman's going to finish in fourth. And Graham Trammell is going to come across in that 5th position.
So apologies about that there with the timing mishap. Looks like we had 2 laps to go on our signal, and that's what we saw, but didn't pay close attention to our head flagman, Bobby Radavoy. Checkered flag ends the race. Checkered flag does it. Caleb Gaffera, your winner here in the first pre-final of the day. He'll get to start pole for the main event. And let's go through the 18 that have transferred through on to the final. Stephen Miller and Max Garcia, you saw that battle. That was actually for the last lap, and obviously they were driving like they knew it. Garcia blocking. Miller found a hole and then was able to keep Garcia from the crossover. Then it's Max Garcia who will start 5th in the main event by finishing 3rd here in the pre-final. Cooper Shipman will start to the inside of row 4. Graham Trammell, Oscar Iliff, Henry Wheeler, Lucas Zabo, Mateo Naranjo, and Santiago Duran, your top 10. And then the final 8 to transfer. Anthony Rivera, John Antonino, Oliver Piatek, who had a rough run, faded back 10 positions. Again, we talk about damage. 10 positions back, okay, that's not too bad when you look at the main event, but that's 10 rows. He realistically lost 20 spots from getting to start potentially 5th from his 3rd place starting spot in this pre-final to now he's going to be starting 25th, all the way back on the inside of row 13. Then it'll be Quentin Macpherson, Diego Guillo, Mason Walters, Cameron Reed, and Lavisa Landon, the final driver to transfer through to the main event. Gabriel DaCosta, Zachary Hitchcock, Austin Roy, Walter Jenkins, Nathan DuPoy, and Mackay Winfrey will be going to the last chance qualifier later today.
Yeah, congratulations. The top 18 got locked into position. I know, like you were saying before, that Oliver Pytek, who's going to be starting, lost 10 positions. I mean, I know that's probably not the best situation for you to be in, but the good thing is that you're locked into the field. I'm sure the mechanics are going to go to town. Maybe they messed up on a gear ratio. Maybe they decided to put a different stiffness of axle. Something that small can make that big of a difference when it comes to battling it out here. Like we were talking about with the transfer spot, Lavincia Landon in P number 18, hailing all the way from Ohio, making the trek down here. One of the series I race announced for in the Buckeye Karting Challenge. She's a regular, always runs up in front, so it's awesome to see some Midwesterns making their way down here. As we look out, you can see how many mechanics, family members, fans are out up on the watch area, followed by that awesome scoreboard. A little bit of wind here you can see from the flags. Both the MG Tire and USPKS flags are going hard in the wind. That may affect things because that's going to be a tailwind going down to the hairpin, headwind coming out of it. Obviously, this is an IndyCar, not doing 200 miles an hour, but little things like that do make a big factor.
It'll still make a couple tenths of a second difference overall here for sure. And again, a couple different views around the racetrack. The scoreboard right there, great viewing section. Obviously, a hot commodity to try and get an eyeball or two onto the racing action. It looks like the engines are getting ready to fire for the second KA100 Jr Pre Final. This one, the evens numbered group. So this will line the outside lane for the main event, the first 18 rows. So from 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th on back to 36th is what will be decided here in this one. Caleb, you've got the starting lineup. Take us through it.
On pole position is going to be Elio Mays to start next to Parker DeLong. Max Taylor starts at P number 3 next to Austin Olds. Ivinia Richardson is going to start in P5 next to Landon Skinner. Victor Del Alcar is going to start in P number 7 next to Ava Hennison. P number 9 is going to be Emma Kate Scarborough. P number 10 is going to be Shai Alrich. P number 11 is going to be George Fagal. P number 12, Luke Welcome. P number 13 is going to be Reagan Savell. P number 14, Ava Dobinson. P number 15 is going to be Joey Friend. 16th spot is going to go to Christian Quagiano. P number 17, Ryan Miller. 18 is going to be Cash Perkins. 19 is going to be Adam Brickley. P number 20 is going to be Ethan Ayers. P number 21 is going to be Michael Levitt. 21 is going to be Indy Anderson, and the 23rd spot is going to go to Jake James. So right now, starting on the bubble position is going to be Cash Perkins in that 18th position. So we're going to keep an eye on him along with the leaders. I mean, I know this is the even group. Again, not broken up into fast and slow. So every position here is probably going to be very tense when it comes down to the final 5 laps.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out for the field. Of course, the big point all day will be that bubble spot. Good view here of the MG Tires banner. The military Humvees lined up on the outside of turn number 1. It's not exactly what you think of when you think of Orlando, Florida, but nonetheless here, a few different areas to watch and a good view at one of our other camera stations as we'll switch over and let's look at the field forming up here coming out of the final hairpin. Out of turn number 10. Again, they are nicely gridded up with Elio Meza at the helm. Parker DeLong again to the outside. Couple OTK machines between the Iron Rock, Tony Kart. Meza, of course, has had a great run here, and they're going to make their way into the chicane and get set to go green. So here we go, coming out of the final corner. Parker DeLong, Elio Meza. They will line up. DeLong warms up the tires, gets into his lane. Little bit quick here into the tram lines. They'll need to slow it back down. They do. Looks good. Let's see it. Bobby Radavoy, do we have a green flag? We will. Green flag in the air, and we're underway down to turns 1 and 2. Good start for Meza. He'll take the lead. Another clean start for the KA Juniors. Nice to see. Can they all make it through 4? They will, and they'll go on the defensive into turn number 5. Good dive down the inside. That was Max Taylor. He'll pick up another, and we got a couple in the wall. Stacking them up. 3 there. Adam Brickley is going to be one of them. And they're going to quickly try and get back going. They've got to help themselves. The officials can't help them. If they do, that kart will be retired.
And looking back on the start, it looked like Austin Old starting in that WPK kart, starting the 4th position. I'm not seeing him in the top 5, so he may have gotten shuffled back into turn number 1. Obviously, turn number 3 we're looking on right now, very hectic. The 834 looking down onto our timing sheet.
That was Shea Aldrich starting 10th.
Starting in the 10th position.
And going to have to go to the LCQ. Tough run.
That is not something you want to see. I'm sure the stress is going to be on this afternoon. Meanwhile, looking back on your 2 leaders, Helio Meza currently running out in front as they're about to go over to where the yellow was. We're going to have to back it off just a little bit. And currently in P number 2 of Parker DeLong. Looks like those two are starting to pull away. Maybe see some battling. Maybe they're going to settle in. Austin Olds is running the 4th position. He got a new change of helmet, a new change of cart, new livery, I should say, so I'm not used to seeing it. But he is running in the 4th position.
No, I think he's actually a little bit further back. That was a good call, but that is the nitro cart there. Olds, you were right initially. I think something happened there to him off the start. Did not get the best one, so he's lost some ground. We're still waiting to see the update here. The timing's lagged on us for a moment. When the timing does update, we'll give you the update. In the moment, let's go side by side. I know that our race winner from the pre-final A, Caleb Gaffera, is down with our Jenna Tommy. So we'll cue that up. Keep an eye on this battle for third here with Max Taylor trying to keep a hungry group behind him, including the likes of Landon Skinner in 4th. Let's send it on down. Jenna, you've got our winner.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Caleb Gaffera, who is our winner in our X30 Jr Pre Final. Caleb, how are you feeling about that race?
Feeling pretty good. We got past once, and then we just went back to second, and then got right back to the lead, and then just kind of took off.
Yeah, how's your car so far this weekend?
Car's been pretty good. As long as I could just drive it a bit better, I think we'll be a bit better.
Yeah. How's the hardest, what's the hardest part of the track for you?
Hardest part of the track for me is probably the chicane in the last corner.
And the last corner. How are you getting through that?
I mean, you just got to go through the corner and then hit the curbs, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah, for sure it's a mental game. Are you running 2 classes this weekend or just X30?
Yes, both.
Both? All right. How are you getting through that? That must be a lot of work.
I mean, for me, it's not too much. With my rib problem, I didn't think it would be too bad, but it seemed to be all right.
Yeah, we're glad your ribs are feeling all right. Great luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies about the little mix-up there. That was KA Jr Pre-Final winner, Caleb Gaffera. But nonetheless, he does have the X30 Jr Pre-Final to come here later on today. As the field works its way around, we have got the timing updated. Elio Meza is your leader over Parker DeLong, Ivana Richards, Landon Skinner, Ava Hansen, Victor Day Allen, George Fagali, Emma Kate Scarborough, and Ava Dobson. So that's just a wide view of the field as they work their way through the infield. Not much changed up front. Again, it's a nice and healthy gap here for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver. 0.7 of a second back to Parker DeLong. Looking down the field, it looks like it's also a kind of a decent gap right now for the bubble spot, thanks to the wreck there on the first lap. If we pick it up, it's Indy Hansen in the 888 machine ahead of Jake James in the 869. So there goes first and second. Let's go on back here. Again, the 888 of Indy Anderson, about a 7 or 8 gap, I think, back to Jake James, who's trying to make it through the field. There goes the 824. That was Christian Quijano. And there is the 888. So that is the Trinity Karting Group driver over Jake James. James closing up a little bit. That'll be for the final spot to go through to the main event without having to touch the last chance qualifier. We'll keep a close eye on the battle here. We'll also, again, keep a close eye on all the rest of the racing we got. There goes James down the inside. Crossover move. Again, this is the bubble spot. 8 to go. James trying to work his way through to the main event. Crossover again. Side by side to the sweeper. And give it for now to Indy Anderson. Let's go back towards the front of the field because things are really heating up about midway through. Ava Hansen, Landon Skinner, and Victor Day Allen car are throwing some haymakers here for 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 7th, as at the end of that train is now George Fagali all the way in the 8th position.
Yeah, Fagali right now looks to be on the back bumper of Victor as they go down. Actually, now Victor has moved up just a little bit. He is going to be pushing going over into turn number 1. Ava Dobson, like we were talking about before, a quick 3-pack that is running in the 7th, 8th, and 9th position as they are now snaking the way all over track. I was looking down the timing sheet like I was trying to get to you guys before about Austin Old starting the 4th spot. He is now registered in the 21st, I believe 20 or 21st position, so not quite sure what happened to him on the start. He is going to be starting the LCQ. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. And we were talking about before, this whole field is tight right now. The LCQ battle is heating up. Battle right now in the mid-pack. Leaders out in front of Meza and DeLong currently running, but we are now on board with that battle for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. I believe there was a quick look on the inside from, I believe that was Ava Dobson. I could be wrong, but intense battle there.
Ava Hansen, yes.
Hansen.
So the Maryland leads the group. Then it's going to be Victor Day Allen car. That was the driver that got down the inside on Landon Skinner. Skinner in the bright white helmet and the Leat brace, just ahead of George Fagali. So again, 4th through 7th right there. Emma Kate Scarborough next, then Ava Dobson in the 9th spot Luke Welcome in 10th, while Elio Meza continues to lead. We watch this battle here. Here's Fagali trying on Skinner. Not going to get the job done there. That's back in turn number 5, 6th and 7th on the racetrack.
Skinner now on the back bumper of Victor De
Alencar right there.
That's
yep.
a mouthful to say.
It's a tough one. There's quite a few new names here, of course, to learn. And, of course, one day less than everybody else here on the broadcast, Caleb. So no expectations for you. Missing out on Friday where we got a whole lot of time to talk about everybody. Qualifying split these bigger classes up into 4 groups. So as many as few as 12 or 13 drivers on the racetrack at one time. If you had an LCQ, if you had 2 groups for practice, you ended up with 4 groups for quali. If you were a normal class of 40, you had 2 groups for qualifying. That's like the class we got coming up, the micro drivers. They do not have to worry about a last chance qualifier. They are currently on deck, but they are 40 deep for their pre-final. That'll be intense here when we get to it. 5 to go right now. Still focused on the midfield battle because your leader, Elio Meza, is long gone. 2 seconds up the road from Parker DeLong. Looking all the way back here to Luke Welcome at the edge of the top 10. And again, Ava Hansen leading this battle for 4th. In front of her, it's really spread out. Ivana Richards, couple seconds up the road in 3rd. Couple seconds further in front of her finds Parker DeLong. So again, those guys up in front of this battle here with De Alencar. Here comes Skinner looking inside of the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Red Speed gets through. Landon Skinner gets back by into the top 5.
And it looks like here comes Fagal running up in the 7th spot. Watch this battle happen out in front. He was trying to force the issue previous laps. Now he's kind of settled back as we look back too at Ava Dobson running in the 8th spot, followed by Emma Scarborough running in P number 9. Again, all these drivers are locked into the final. They don't have to worry about an LCQ. Coming up on 4 laps to go this time, 3 laps to go next time by. And it looks like now that battle for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot starting to spread back out. It could bunch back up. This track races differently than any I've ever seen. You'll see them spread out, and then they have that accordion effect, but sometimes some drivers are able to run away with it, like we've seen for your leader of Elio Meza, who's pulled away out in front. Last time, like you said before, now has a nearly 2.5 second lead over second placement of Parker DeLong.
Yeah, again, what you're seeing too is, the entire field is divided in half. So while Elio Meza might have something for Caleb Gaffera, which based off of qualifying, it looks like he will. He was within half a tenth at the end of qualifying and for most of the day. But you've got the top 2 drivers in 2 different heat races. So again, he's 2nd overall. 4th overall is Parker DeLong if you go just off of qualifying. So you're going to see him spread out probably more than not in some of these pre-finals where the top of the field may only have 4 drivers at race-winning pace. That means you're only going to have 2 of each in the pre-finals. You go further back, it obviously gives us the chance to give a little more airtime to the midfield that's having a good battle here. And again, inside the top 10, that's going to battle for right now, this battle, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. They're going to start somewhere around 10th to 20th in the main event if they finish where they do. Ava Hansen under fire from Landon Skinner. Good pass there, headed onto the back straightaway. Skinner takes over 4th. 2 to go this time by.
And it looks like Ava Hansen might not be done. Had to look to the inside, decide to stay right behind. So Hansen running now in the 5th spot. Skinner now up into 4th. Skinner leading the pack, and right behind Hansen now is going to be Victor De Alencar running in the 6th spot. And like we said before, George Fagali, I'm going to get that one. I promise I'll get that one. Right in the 7th spot, like we said before, he was up there with the close battle, and now he is starting to fall back away. So like we said before, mix up in the field, split in half. I think also part of it, too, is these drivers know that they have to save their equipment. If you're in the top 18, usually communication between yourself and your mechanic, obviously you don't have radio communication, but visual and hand communication with your mechanic to yourself is going to be crucial. They're higher up now, so if you look and they give you a signal that you're A-OK, back it off. You're locked in. Don't push the issue if you don't have to.
Yeah, here 2 laps to go, a lap and a half now here. Elio Mays is already working his way into the infield chicane as this battle for 4th rages on. There goes Mays up bottom corner of your screen. Parker DeLong goes through. Again, Ivana Richards, she was safe for a moment. Landon Skinner's group is only about a second and a half back, but I think she still should be through to the end. Skinner, Hansen, De Alencar, Fagali, back to Emma Kate Scarborough, Luke Welcome, and Ava Dobson. Looking back for the bubble spot transfer, there was an issue for Max Taylor early on and an issue for Ryan Miller just a few laps ago. So all 18 drivers on the racetrack that are still running will be able to transfer. Great news for Indy Anderson, as Jake James did end up getting by Indy and is a couple tenths up the road. But unfortunately, Ryan Miller, Max Taylor, Austin Olds, Shea Aldrich, Adam Brickley, the bottom three all there involved in that first lap incident, Olds, Aldrich, and Brickley, and then Taylor and Miller with issues here as the race went on. Half a lap to go, though. Final time through the chicane. Elio Meza's been perfect. You can't ask for anything more. He was great in St. Petersburg. He's even better here in Orlando. Elio Meza wins pre-final B for KA100 Jr. Parker DeLong second across the line. Ivana Richards will finish in third. Let's see the rest of that group coming now. Landon Skinner, Ava Hansen, Dayalen Carfagali, Luke Welcome, Emma Kate Scarborough, Ava Dobson on the final lap drops 2 spots back to 10th, I believe. Cash Perkins 11th, then Joey Friend, Reagan Seville across the line. Christian Quijano gets by Ethan Ayers on the final lap, takes 14th, Ayers 15th, Michael Levitt and 16th, Jake James 17th, Indy Anderson will be 18th. And again, the 18 here in this one a little bit luckier for those making to the main, especially near the bottom half of the bracket like Jake James and Indy Anderson, for the bad luck for some front runners in the likes of Austin Olds, Shea Aldrich, Adam Brickley, Max Taylor. He was inside the top 5 at one point, now finds himself going to the last chance race. The LCQ for KA Jr. going to be pretty heavy stacked, and only 4 drivers are going to transfer out of it. So best of luck to all of them that will have to go. Unfortunately, quite a few will here, Caleb, and yeah, not great, but that means it's even more pressure on for pre-final A for the guys that didn't make it on speed. These guys have the speed, so you're going to feel a lot, maybe a little more of a sweat if you didn't make it in that first pre-final.
Yeah, like you were talking about the LCQ, 4 carts are going to transfer out of it. Like we can see right now, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I think that's 5, if I'm not mistaken, plus the other 6 that are coming over. So if my math doesn't fail me, 11 carts are battling it out for 4 spots. It's not going to be the biggest field as far as the race goes, but I think that might be more intense than the actual feature this afternoon, because like we said, if you don't finish in that top 4, you're not racing this afternoon, and no one wants to show up here, make all the way the drive down just to come up a position or 2 short. So it's usually elbows up on that one. Personally, when I was in LCQ, it's the most fun I've ever had, but it's always a bad feeling if you're the driver who's in it. Like we said before, best of luck to everyone in there. It's coming up later on this afternoon after pre-finals. That will be a good show to watch as we have track crew out on track now, pulling up the couple of carts that were involved in the incident on lap 1 and turn 3.
Yeah, unfortunate again for the few that DNF'd, and we'll take that moment here. Beautiful sunny skies in Orlando, Florida. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the opening weekend of the U.S. Pro Kart Series Championship, and we'll be coming right back here with the Micro Swift division after this.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center, the Micro Swift division presented by Team Ferris Racing, headed onto the racetrack. And we've got a new name at the front of the field here, Trinity Karting Group's own Edward Kennedy, who stunned them here with a great start to the U.S. Pro Kart Series season by taking the pole last second, last lap. Wasn't necessarily up there on lap 1 or 2, but as we talked with Matteo Giuliano yesterday, it only takes 1 lap to make it count here, and that's that final one, especially the 3rd lap of the 3-lap qualifying seemed to be the money lap for most drivers. They're going to make their way through the warm-up lap here. We'll go back and forth row to row. Again, Edward Kennedy and Rocco Simone make up row number 1. Caleb, what do we got for row 2?
Row 2 is going to be William Kai, followed by Troy Ferguson, starting in P number 4.
Moving back to row number 3, the number 14 of Cameron Marsha under the Nitro Motorsports Nitro Kart tent. We'll be joined to the outside by Jackson Gibson in the number 11 Cosmic.
Mateus Ramajo going to start in P number 7, next to Marco Summit going to start in P number 8.
Moving to the edge of the top 10, Kai Mars joins us from Roswell, Georgia on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. To his outside, Julian Rivera in the KRT Kart, the Kart Republic from Miami, Florida.
Ashton Woon is going to start in the 11th spot next to Travis Petit, starting in P number 12.
Moving back, Jacob Majeski and Benja Fernandez will make up row number 7, along with Drew Waltz and Maxwell Macha in row 8.
Row number 9 is going to be Declan Deonorine, followed by Sam Martinez, starting in P number 18.
AJ Stoner, Nicholas Orbezo will round your top 20. Then it's Parker Ives, Forrest Adams, Royce Vega, Luke Gilio, Aston Wyatt, Nicholas LaRusso, Mikey Collins, Pasha Ali, Kevin Decay, Alex Chandler, your top 30 out of the 40. We've got more to come. They're in the lines pretty quick for the start, and it will not get the green flag there that time by, which gives us a little more time to go through the back 10 of your field. Starting 31st will be Andrew Sapenko, and then to his outside, Massimo LaRusso.
And it looks like in the 33rd spot is going to be Leon Nachawati starting at 33. 34th is going to be Enzo DeGriminato. P number 35 is going to be Stephanie Miller. 36 is going to be Anthony Macalaco. And then 37th is going to, I know I butchered the, yeah.
It's okay. Nolan Goulart rolls off 37th. Austin Taylor rolls off 38th. Jake Manolio and Nico Salazar round off your top 40. 12 laps on the board. We'll send them around here, and in classic micro fashion, the kids realize they should go slow. They think they should go slow for the entire lap. That's given us a minute, and luckily, we've caught up with our pre-final B winner for KA100 Jr, Elio Meza. He's down with Jenna. Jenna?
Meza, who's our provisional pre-final winner in KA100 Jr. How was that race for you? Tell us about it.
It was pretty good. We immediately took the lead, and then from there just grew the gap.
So you'll be starting second in the final, if I'm not wrong. What's your strategy for that?
My plan is to hopefully come out second on the start, maybe even first, but probably second and then just push first.
Yeah, obviously your kart's been great this weekend. Who's been helping you out with that?
My dad, who's my mechanic, the team, Charlie for all the help and data, and then all my teammates.
Great. Thank you so much, Elia. Good luck in the final. Yeah.
All right, big thanks here to Elio Meza. And again, a good part, I guess, this time of the Microswift drivers taking their sweet time to get around the racetrack, Caleb, as it gives us time to do those interviews.
Absolutely, and something else that's incredible to see, too, is just the amount of karts that are starting this field as they're going nice and slow, snaking their way around the track. You can see them coming out of the final quarter. Looked like your pole sitter of Edward Kennedy doing a little bit of a wave, trying to get everyone to slow down as they're just now coming into tram lines. See it. Looks like they may have to go around one more time. Nope, green flag is out. We're rolling down into turn number 1.
Nice start here. You can see a good shot there, the back half of the field catching up. I think that probably helped turn number 1. Looks like they're all going to make it through 1 and 2. Do they make it through 3 and 4? So far, good through 4. Here comes, we got 1, 2 around over there. 3 drivers around over in turn 4. How do we do through 5? 5 looks actually pretty good. Big swarm of go-karts all the way through the field. And it is Rocco Simone leading them into the sweeper for the very first time, followed by Edward Kennedy. Little gap back further on through, but a nice start, again, for the Canadian Rocco Simone for the outside lane, and Paralyn USA's number 95 leads by a good margin. Kennedy in the TKG Kart Republic runs second. Look at this battle there further back. This is just inside your top 10. Side by side into that tight hairpin. They'll work their way on out of it. Good exit for Troy Ferguson. He's the Bannock that leads that entire swarm as the top 4 have a little bit of separation. We look, we've got the Lando Norris kart. I believe that was Marco Simone. Great start for the 75. He's up to 4th, it appears, or 5th, behind Mateus Romalo. And just up the road from Romalo, we'll find Jackson Gibson. 3 spots up as well. He's working the back of Edward Kennedy. 2 around, 3 around over here in the final corner. That is the 68 of Luke Gilio, the 99 Bannock as well. A couple drivers collected in the final corner. Enzo DeGenero and Massimo LaRusso all around in that final turn.
You know, it's impressive that we went this far without another major incident. I think I counted on the start in turn 3 that they went 4, maybe even 5 wide for a split moment. And then when they down to the hairpin of turn number 10, again, they went 3 wide. As we're looking onto your leaders right now, if I'm not that's a battle for the second spot. Edward Kennedy now up into P number 2 is able to get around Jackson Gibson running in P number 4. So good battle at the top. 3 so far, but right now Rocco Simone starting to pull away from the field as we look now on the battle for the second position. Again, Edward Kennedy has now fallen back into the 3rd spot. Jackson Gibson now up into P number 2 as we go side by side for the 5th and 6th spot. Marco Samut running in P number 5 with Troy Ferguson into the 6th spot. Ferguson now has actually gone down 2 positions after originally starting up in P number 4. So it's been a very close battle all the way around, and they're still not done battling yet. They're side by side again for, I believe that was the 5th spot, Marcus Samut and cart number 057 into P number 5. So that top 5, 6 spot really close right now, or I should say 2 back all the way to the 7th spot, because your leader right now of Rocco Simone starting to pull away from the field.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson and Edward Kennedy, again, trading positions. We'll see how Gibson looks pace-wise this lap. Had to go by him. He's only got a 2.25 seconds really to make up, so still plenty of time, and the gap, again, not too big. He gets a good couple corners, couple good sectors for Jackson. He'll get right up to Simone. Again, we go back from the top 3. There's Marco Simone in line with Mateus Romalo and then Troy Ferguson. Little bit of shuffling and argy-bargy back behind him, but the top 6 are clean and green. 2 laps make it 3 complete now. Jackson Gibson, your fastest driver. He clicked off half a second faster than Rocco Simone. He'll get there in a heartbeat.
Like we were talking about before, there's no LCQ for these kiddos. This is going to determine starting spots for the feature this afternoon, and you can see that on track. They are battling back and forth extremely hard. They know whatever position they make up, they got nothing to lose besides starting in the back. They're guaranteed a position, so they're going hard right now. Rocco Simone, like we said, out in front, losing a little bit of time. It's almost at half a second. Jackson Gibson went purple last lap, which means he is now the fastest car on grid. You can see him right now in view. He's the middle cart going down to that turn 10 hairpin. Right behind him, Edward Kennedy is going to be close on the bumper, so you may see a 3-cart battle for the lead. We're going to fall back to the 3-cart battle for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot, and then there's just a beehive of carts from behind, a little bit of hustling, tussling, and I believe we got a car off. That is car number 24, WPK.
That's Austin Taylor off over there in the sweeper. He's able to get back going, though, at the tail end of the field. Long way forward. Now, as the leaders have come by. Whoa, yeah, luckily they thought better of it. Kind of got back down to 2 wide. Let's pick up the front group here because they're tightening up for the lead. It is a nice little battle back behind the leaders. Just made a pass back for 5th, but the top 3 closing together. Rocco Simone, Jackson Gibson, Edward Kennedy, 1, 2, 3. 2 car lengths apart here with 8 laps to go.
As they make their way out of turn number 7 over into the quick chicane before you get a tight hairpin before that long straightaway. As we said before, Rocco Simone out in front. He had a good lead for him, and now you can visually see it closing. Last lap, P number 2 of Jackson Gibson was a little bit farther back. Now he's breathing down the neck of your leader, but not too far behind. And P number 3, your pole sitter of Edward Kennedy up into that battle for the 3 carts for the lead. Making their way into the final couple of corners. This is getting closer and closer every lap. I think we might see a close battle for the lead, 2nd and 3rd, as we're now approaching 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson is digging forward. I think he might be close enough to show a nose down the inside into turn 5 this time. Will it happen? Through 3, over to turn 4. Turn number 5. Does he go down to the bottom? He does not. He'll stay behind. So Rocco Simone remains your leader. Jackson Gibson 2nd, Edward Kennedy just kind of following along for the ride there in 3rd. Little gap back again to the battle for 4th. We'll keep an eye on this group up front here as they continue to shuffle. Here's your update. Marco Samut, then Troy Ferguson. They've lost a little ground. Mateus Romalo runs behind him. And we'll pick the leaders back up as they come down the back straightaway. Jackson Gibson right in the middle of that group trying to close into Rocco Simone.
Yeah, as we get a good view of don't think that, yeah, that is the leaders.
That's your
the
second group. Here's your
there
leaders coming
There's
out.
your leaders coming out of view right now. You saw Jackson Gibson in P2. You can see him now on the back bumper of Rocco Simone. Now he's going to have to decide, do I pass or do I help? Because if I work with him, we can get a little bit of a gap from the pole sitter of Edward Kennedy. Kennedy has been kind of bouncing back and forth between his own little spot and the back bumper of Jackson Gibson. You can see right now he closes back up, coming out of turns number 2, heading down into the quick little kink of the left before turn number 3. On the back bumper of your leader, though, Jackson Gibson swings a little wide, and he is going to allow maybe an opportunity for Edward to pass. Not going to happen. Still 3 deep, nose to tail, as we're approaching 5 laps to go next time by.
Yeah, you won't see all too much there into turn number 6. That seems to be just too short of a braking zone.
Ooh.
Edward Kennedy, a little bobble there. He ended up wide. Kind of accidentally showed a nose to the inside, headed through turn number 9, but they'll come out of 9 over at 10 and down the long back straightaway. Rocco Simone again, just ahead of Jackson Gibson, who's been pushing away on him. Gibson has the fastest lap. He's slowed the pace down nearly half a second, now lining up behind Simone. So I do think he's quicker, but at the moment he seems content to run second. Knows he at least has the pace to pull away or at least be fast enough to win, so he's happy where he's at. And unlike the rest of the groups, here he comes, though. Good run. New leader, Jackson Gibson, pulls the trigger. He takes over the top spot. Simone drops back to second. Kennedy still third as they go for turn number 5. Simone back on the inside. Kennedy follows. And just like that, Jackson Gibson drops to P3.
This is going to be intense. 3-car battle, like we said before. Simone back into the 3rd spot. P1 still goes back to Rocco Simone. Now up into 2nd goes Edward Kennedy. So Kennedy now is going to be on the back bumper. Let's see if he can take a quick little try at your leader of Rocco Simone. Making their way down into the hairpin before this long straightaway, and it looks like he was able to, actually he held on to his position, making the run down the hairpin. Here he comes on the inside. Kennedy is going to make the move. Let's see if he can hold it, though. Look for a crossover from Rocco. Rocco is going to be on the back bumper, and now here comes
Jackson Gibson back to the bumpers.
Into the 3rd spot.
So they'll line it up. Now Simone back on the inside again. Rocco Simone going to fight tooth and nail here. Great battle in the Micro Swift pre-final. Side by side for second, 4 to go. Simone defends into 1. He'll keep Kennedy in second. Gibson was unable to get by. Big part of crossover moves are why they'll be really tough to work here, is the majority of these corners are switchbacks. So if you pass them and then they cross you over, as we see Kennedy back to the lead there into turn number 5. If Simone went to the outside of him or crossed him over, he'd be on the outside for the next corner because it switches back to turning left from right and back and forth. So you won't see as many, or if the drivers do, they end up losing time. Speaking of losing time, we've got more drivers joining the party here, Caleb. Marco Simut's on the way as Simone tried to move there on the inside of Kennedy and couldn't do it. Here comes Gibson to the bumper. He'll push him down the back straightaway into the hairpin. And again, Marco Simut in the Lando Norris Kart. Troy Ferguson in the Bennick. Mateus Romalo. Here comes as well Ashton Woon. Simone forces the issue and gets by there into the infield chicane.
This 3-cart battle for the lead is quickly becoming a 6-cart battle. 4th spot of Marco Simut is now up and within striking distance of 3rd placement of Jackson Gibson. As they go down into turn 1, you can see that field really bunched up in a span of 2 laps as we now look on to 3rd placement of Gibson on the back bumper. Kennedy is going to shoot it up on the inside of Simone. Will it hold? Yes, he will, but now it looks like Gibson's going to try to fall on the outside line. He's not going to have enough, but look at the 4th placement. He is now going to swing wide. Let's see if he can go for a 2 for 1. Tries on the outside line, side by side over to turn 6, almost 3 wide on exit.
And what a move by Rocco Simone. Takes the lead back again through the sweeper. Great battle here. 6-driver pack in the Micro Swift pre-final. 2 1/4 laps to go. Simone knows the pressure's coming. Here comes Kennedy back to the inside in the hairpin. Simone closes the door, slams shut. And meanwhile, Marco Simut got up there, then got pressure from Ferguson. Now he's back about 5 car lengths into the final corner. Kennedy not confident enough to throw the dive bomb there. He'll be close. Rocco Simone seems to be the most aggressive when it comes to the racecraft. How aggressive does he get with the blocking? Kennedy finds a hole into 1, goes by on the inside lane. Simone not able to cross him over, and Edward Kennedy leads through 4.
And here comes the 4th placement of Marco Simut. He is now going to try to get to the 4th car. He's now down to the inside. Goes Rocco Simone, takes the point back, and it looks like Wes is going to hold on to 3rd. He is now under a pressure from Marco Simut as they make their way out. He's going to now try for a crossover move going into turn number 6. He's got the inside line, almost gets his nose chopped off on exit going to the chicane.
Good job by Edward Kennedy. Hangs on to P3. Back up in front of him, Jackson Gibson. 3 or 4 car lengths on the outside, looking around on Rocco Simone out of turn number 10. Lap and a quarter to go here, folks, as they work their way out. Look at how big the train has gotten. It's nearly back to 9th or 10th. Troy Ferguson gets by Marco Simone. White flag this time, about to be a 2-driver duel, Caleb. Rocco Simone, Jackson Gibson.
Edward Kennedy has fallen off. He is now going to be under pressure from that second car pack battle. We're going to stick with the leaders, though, because right now, Rocco Simone is going to have his hands full. Jackson Gibson on the back bumper. Let's see if he's going to try to do a crossover move. He's going to try to sell him a dummy out wide. He's going to do the attempt to crossover, gets a little bit more momentum. Looking on the outside line once more, going into that fourth corner, making their way down into the sweeper of turn number 5 or 6. He's going to try to run that outside line. He can't pass on exit, but he is going to be right there on the back bumper coming out of the chicane, and he is going to have an excellent run going down that backstretch.
Good run down the back here again. Rocco Simone doing a master class defending. Jackson Gibson's going to need to get on the offensive here. Here he comes looking. Doesn't have the guts to throw it down the inside. Stays behind. Kennedy's group still a little ways back. Final time. Is Jackson Gibson going to be able to send it on the inside lane? Simone opens the door. Here comes Gibson.
Look for the crossover
move. Side by side, they bang wheels. Here they come across the line. Jackson Gibson wins the pre-final.
And they're side by side for third across the line. Let's see who's going to get it. It looks like Marco Simone is going to move up into P number 3 as they make their way across the line. So congratulations to our winner of Jackson Gibson. Rocco Simone is going to hold on to that second spot of where he started. Excellent battle out for your top 2. P number 3, like I said before, is going to go to Marco Simone. Kind of hang back there towards the end and then waited till the end to make his move. He moved up 5 positions in total after starting in the 8th position. Edward Kennedy is going to finish in 4th. Troy Ferguson in P number 5. Mateus Romalo is going to finish in 6th. Benja Fernandez in P number 7, Kai Mars in 8th, Cameron Marcia in 9th, and Travis Petit will round out our top 10.
Yeah, so again, that rounds it off here for the Team Ferris Racing Micro Swifts. They'll bring them on into the pit lane. Fantastic performance by Jackson Gibson. And now we go from a pre-final here for a class that doesn't have to worry about the LCQ all the way to the pre-finals where you will. KA100 Sr, presented by Mike Doty Racing, coming up next here live from Orlando Kart Center. Here, live on Kart Chaser.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we work on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center. Kart Chasers coverage of round 1 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series rolls on, and the engines are getting set to get fired for your KA100 Sr Pre Final A. Jeremy Fletcher and Chase Hand set to make up the front row here. Caleb, take us through the rest of the field.
Peyton Phillips is going to start in P number 3 next to Aiden Levy. Aiden Rudolph is going to start in P number 5 next to Jake French, making an appearance in a single speed opposed to a shifter. Colin Lloyd is going to start in P7 next to James Bird. Finnegan Bailiff going to start in P number 9 next to Nikki Ponneris. P number 10, Alex DeConcho going to start 11th next to Josh Holtz. Keegan Bosch is going to start in the 13th position next to Ian Quinn. Race Liberante going to start in the 15th spot next to Rocco Pascarella. Kingston Hims is going to start in the 17th next to Drew James. Will Robasto is going to start in the 19th position next to Andrew Wilson, rounding out the top 20. Cameron Case is going to start 21st, followed by Nick DeAndrea, Trevor Watson, Lyda Small, Larry Pigram, Kendall Hedge, Kart Chasers very own Kendall Hedge, Brooke Berry, Travis Varnier, and then Cameron Steller rounds out the 29 karts that are going to take the green flag here for our odds qualifying odd group. Again, top 18 transfer into the main. Everyone else is going to have to go to an LCQ that will be ran later on. So right now, starting the 18th position, Drew James is starting on the bubble. So we'll keep an eye on him along with our leaders. KA is usually an always intensely tight group of karts. Always some action that happens out on track. You can see them now making the way, approaching the final chicane before the final corner. They're going to get themselves bunched back up. Jeremy Fletcher and Chase Hand is going to start the front row. Right behind you can see the two PSL Burrell karts. Jake French is going to be starting the inside on that kart 909. Keep an eye on him. He is always a fast driver in shifters. Now he decided to take a run at the KA class here for USPKS. Making the way out of the final corners. You can see the flagman trying to point him into the tram lines. Let's see if we're going to get a green flag this time by.
Nice and good looking green flag here. We'll send it over to Bobby Radavoy, Jeremy Fletcher, Chase Hand. They have the field together. We're green. Good start for the field down to turn number 1. And they'll fan out as we've got a couple kind of knocked up in the air. I don't know if we'll get all of them going. It looks like Josh Holtz might be turned around there in the back, if I'm not mistaken. Great start off the bat for the Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips. He takes the lead. Fletcher's back down to 2nd off the green. Alex Stanfield is up to 3rd. Aiden Rudolph is 4th. They'll cycle through as they come into the sweeper for the first time.
You can see them all about 5 karts starting to pull away. Like we said before, Fletcher falling in P number 2. I believe that is Hand up on the lead, making the way onto the backstretch for the final time. That is not Chase Hand. That is
Peyton Phillips leading the way here. Jeremy Fletcher 2nd. The outside lane typically has a rough go at the starts here. We got problems for Rocco Pascarella. Unfortunately for Rocco here, started about midway through the pack. Fletcher trying to pass on Peyton Phillips here in the first lap. They make contact. Phillips around the outside hangs on, and Peyton Phillips is going to have him stacked up behind him 7 deep at the end of lap number 1.
Ease it down there, boys. You're all in the transfer spot. You don't want to get taken out and then have to go into the LCQ. Like we said before, they are all close to each other, making the way out. A couple karts getting some tires into the grass, making the way into the hairpin for the second time. Fletcher all over the back bumper of Peyton Phillips, who's your leader. Everyone else, it looks like Rudolph was getting into the back bumper. I believe that was Levy running in the 3rd spot. So very tight, top 6 or 7, making the way into the sweeper for the second time.
Yeah, my mistake there. Alex Stanfield, I think, is lined up for the second heat there. This is Aiden Levy, as you mentioned. They're running P3. Oh, what a lot of contact right there.
Parking lot coming out of that hairpin, and now they're going to go 2 by 2.
Oh, and we got
French
turned into the wall.
God, you can see him. Hopefully is okay. That was a heavy, heavy impact. He is knocking out of the cart. He's holding the back of his neck. Hopefully he's okay as we go back over. We got contact up in the air. This is the LCQ. Here comes Liberante up on the inside.
That's Finnegan Bailiff up there into 3rd. And Bailiff and Aiden Rudolph, you know, there's no love lost there between those two. Battle for 3rd. Bailiff wins the argument for now. What a shakeup here in the lead. We just lost about half the lead pack. Fletcher now the leader. Stanfield 2nd. Aiden Levy's dropped to 7th. Again, Jake French turned it into the wall. He's down to 26 as there's Bailiff working on Peyton Phillips. Can't get by in turn 6. He drops back to P3.
Right?
Wow.
Intense top 5, but now in the 6th position, as I said before, Liberante is now slowly starting to make his way in the lead group after starting in the 15th position. So he has already gone to work in the first 3 laps, side by side for second. As they go down, I believe they're getting themselves sorted back out. And Fletcher still holding on to point. Here comes Bailiff. Had a quick look down to the inside. Not enough to get it done. He is going to stay behind Levy.
Yeah, so that's right there, Peyton Phillips.
Phillips, my bad,
in the Tony
not
Kart. Then Bailiff. Levy fell back a little bit. And Bailiff, again, great dive bomb down the inside on Phillips. Phillips able to get back by him on the hairpin. And then Aiden Rudolph still in line in 4th. Back behind him there at the end of the train. That's the white helmet on the OTK machine of Alex Doncho. One of the better runs Doncho's had here in the Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris kart. As they head through turns 5 and 6, good battle. Bailiff finally getting by on Phillips. Jeremy Fletcher still your leader, about a half second up the road.
Yeah, I think Fletcher might be able to walk away with this one if that battle for second continues to heat up how it is. As you can see them all making their way over through the chicane. As we said before, that is now Bailiff, who has gotten up around Phillips for P number 2, making the way down the hairpin. It looks like everyone's going to stay in line. Looks like a look to the inside from Alex DeConcho, who is going to make a move on the outside of, I believe that is going to be Rudolph, not able to get it done. Rudolph now has a quick look to the inside of Phillips. Phillips is going to stay on the back bumper of Finnegan Bailiff. What a hectic first 3 laps. And this is not even the LCQ, this is the pre-final. A couple of drivers already going to be in the LCQ locked in, unfortunately. But you can't have that hectic start. But as we always talk about, this KA class is so tight and close. And here comes Rudolph, 3 wide down for second. I believe that was Alex DeConcho able to get around Phillips and Rudolph. He is now up in the 3rd spot, right behind Jeremy Fletcher.
Man, what a battle here in KA100 Sr. This first pre-final, if this is a test of how their racing is going to go, is Aiden Rudolph able to get by Doncho there in turn number 9. Doncho back down the inside. Rudolph side by side on the outside lane. Has to let it go. Doncho able to get clear for 3rd. Peyton Phillips not able to do much. Here comes Liberante. Liberante watching these young kids go at it. I mean, you've got a very big-time youth movement in the KA senior class. I love to call it the lights class. It's very similar to what we've got. Quick announcement here for everyone in the paddock. Rocco Simone to the tech area with your go-kart, please. Rocco Simone to the tech area with your kart, please. So here comes Stanfield, Doncho, Phillips, Liberante to turn 5. Liberante going to take over the 5th spot. He'll get by Phillips there in the hairpin.
And it looks like maybe a pass back from Phillips. He's going to try it on the inside of Liberante, able to do the crossover. Liberante sends it for another crossover. Says reverse back to you, hand up in the air. It looks like he is not too happy with that. Maybe trying to work together with him and says, hey, you know, if we want to try to make it up to the front, we got to do something together, not battle it back out. Although I'm sure he's got all sorts of thoughts going on in his head after seeing what happened the first couple of laps. We go now, here's Rudolph, and I believe that is going to be Alex DeConcho right behind. It looks like Phillips not too far back. Liberante on his back bumper. All this is music to the ears of Jeremy Fletcher, who has now opened up a 1.3-second lead over second placement of Finnegan Bailiff.
And we haven't even talked about the bubble spot, which the bubble spot is also really tight right now. We've got our wide camera here. Let's see if we can pan back through the field. That goes all the way back to Josh Holtz, who got turned on the first lap, has driven back through the field up to 14th so far. Kingston Himes, Drew James, Andrew Wilson, Nikita Panaris, their white helmet, Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic. He is 18th, currently on the bubble. We go back from Nikita, and you can see that's a big line of go-karts. The 915, Lydia Small is there. Brooke Berry is in that mix as well, and the Iron Rock Tony Kart just ahead of her, I believe, is either Cameron Steller or, Cameron Steller, I think. And then we go back to Trevor Watson. So that's a 5-car grouping on the bubble spot. We'll keep a close eye on it as the race progresses. 6 laps to go right now. Big battle back in the field. Your leader, Jeremy Fletcher, takes him into the infield chicane. Bailiff 2nd, Rudolph 3rd, Liberante not able to get by Phillips there, remains in 5th.
Liberante's been working on Phillips for the past couple of laps. You can see him trailing right behind. Meanwhile, the battle for the 3rd spot, that is between Rudolph, and I'm not mistaken, DeConcho. It continues on. Rudolph up into 3rd, DeConcho running in 4th. So DeConcho now, you can see him on the back bumper, but it looks like Phillips trying to give him a little bit of help there. making their way over into the tight little S's, coming into the sweeper. Liberante on the back bumper of Phillips. You can see him all up on the wheel. Let's see if DeConcha trying to set up Rudolph to make a move coming out of the chicane. He is on the back bumper. Phillips also trying to give a little bit of help to Phillips. See them making their way down the back stretch. You can see everyone's tucked up on the wheel. Let's see if anyone's going to pop out coming to the hairpin. No. They're all going to stay in line. You can see her. Oh, I say that too soon. Liberante was able to get around DeConcha, and he is now on the back bumper of Phillips.
Little bump and run to Alex Doncho there, and now he stuffs it on the inside of Peyton Phillips, uses the curbing, gets by to fourth. Doncho trying to get by. Alex Doncho not able to get through. Phillips still there in fifth. Doncho sixth. Another driver coming to the end of it. That's Colin Lloyd, rookie driver from Miami, Florida, on the bumper of Alex Doncho. He'll apply pressure, look, inside, turn 5, forces his way by. So move Colin Lloyd up a spot. Fastest driver on the racetracks all the way down in 10th. That's Chase Hand. He's a little ways back from this group as Liberante finds himself up 11 positions. Race Liberante from 15th on the grid here. He's climbed his way up to 4th. Looking really good here for the main event as we see a pass there. Lloyd gets by Peyton Phillips, so he moves up into the 5th position. Colin Lloyd 2 spots up this lap. Phillips going to fight back. He'll go back down the inside in turn number 10. That'll give a bigger gap, and Phillips now has Lloyd, Doncho, and this group here with James Bird, Aiden Levy, and Chase Hand all in company, while Jeremy Fletcher will come to the line to see 3 laps to go.
I mean, what a good job for Jeremy Fletcher, able to get around that hectic start. I mean, this looks mild compared to the start we had with guys going back and forth all over the place. We can see him now, your leader, Jeremy Fletcher, and then it gets very tight behind. Lloyd trying to see if he can get back around Phillips, a dive to the inside.
That's Doncho losing a spot there to James Bird. Bird gets by in the white helmet. Then Doncho looked like Aiden Levy tried to go. He's side by side with Chase Hand. That's edge of your top 10 for 9th right now. Let's go further back, too, here, while the leader is safe out in front. What's our update on the bubble spot? Nikita Panaris currently still in position. There's Josh Oates, his comeback drive on through. Here's Panaris, last driver right now on the verge of going in. 2 to go. The driver behind him now has become Trevor Watson. Watson started back in the 23rd spot. He's up 4 positions. Panaris back 8 from his start. Cameron Steller up 12. He's driven forward. Look at that little bumper here from Trevor Watson. This is going to be a tight one coming to the white flag. Final time, this time by. Can Trevor Watson get by Nikita Panaris? Can he get the final transfer spot to the big show?
Both these drivers up on the wheel. They know what their spot means. They don't want to go in the LCQ. They want that guaranteed spot. They'll see 2 to go this time by. And it looks like the
2 to go this time, yeah.
Nikita Panaris running in the 18th spot. He's going to have his hands full for the next 2 laps. And right behind, 2 spots behind him, I believe that is Brooke Berry, trying to see if they can maybe take a crack at the transfer spot.
Yeah, Brooke Berry's been right there in that pack as well, along with Larry Pegram. Again, the AMA Superbike rider racing out here, both a father-daughter duo in KA100 Sr. Pegram at the end of the group trying to make it through to the final. Then it's Kendall Hedge right behind in 22nd. She's up 4 spots. Panaris still holds. Well, your leaders up front. We'll give you one more update here for them. They're coming to the white flag. There's Fletcher, followed by Bailiff. Here's Aiden Rudolph in 3rd. Liberante 4th. Headed down to turn 1. White flag in the air.
Looks like we're going to go on board with our leader still. Jeremy Fletcher done a fantastic job out in front, starting to pull away. Bailiff not too far behind, and then the closest battle is between Rudolph and Liberante, just now into view as they make their way over into turn number 5. Rudolph is going to run a little wide, but not going to lose any momentum. Liberante up on the wheel. He is just trying to pick off as many spots as he can before the checkered. I don't think he's close enough to make a move on Rudolph as they make their way towards the final time down the backstretch.
So there they go down the backstretch. Final time for Jeremy Fletcher. We'll keep an eye on the bubble spot as well. Let's see if we can have our wide camera take a look at that. There's the battle for 3rd. Not too worried about it. Rudolph and Liberante, they should be able to sort it amongst themselves. They're side by side going to the final sector. Jeremy Fletcher coming out of the final corner. He'll come across the line and win the pre-final here. We go back to 2nd, then it's Bailiff. Cross the line for 3rd. It'll be Liberante and Rudolph. Where is the battle for the transfer spot? Nikita Panaris trying to pick him up. Here they go. Final time through. Panaris, Brooke Berry, not close enough. Just gets there into 19th. And Nikita Panaris is going to transfer into the show. Berry just comes across the line short at the line. Wow, that got close. 0.03 of a second. Nikita Panaris will go through to the main event. Brooke Berry will start pole for the KA Senior LCQ. That one got a little bit tighter, I'm sure, than the TKG family wanted it for Panaris at the line. And again, look at that there. We got some heavy hitters going to the LCQ. Jake French doubled over him. He took a rough hit here at the start of this one.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's okay. He went towards the end of the longest straightaway backwards first. You can see him holding his head. Obviously, that does a number on your back and everything as soon as you hit back first. You can see him stand next to his cart, helmet still on. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully we can see him in the LCQ. And guess what? If you like that, we got one more for you. That was just group number 1 of your KA Senior. Now group number 2 making the way out on track. I got the starting order right here. Alex Stanfield going to start up front next to Brandon Lemke.
Yeah, and that's all coming up here right after more action. We've got a little more time before they'll be able to get ready and go. You can see Jake French going to have to ride on the cruiser on back. Beautiful day here. The wind beginning to fly at Orlando Kart Center, and the action's just getting started. Stick with us live on Kart Chaser.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Live from Orlando Kart Center here for the United States Pro Kart Series opening weekend. It is all covered here on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Again, if you want to watch the pre-finals and LCQs, you're welcome to watch for free all weekend long. If you want to watch the main events, make sure that you're signed in on a computer or Android device. Doesn't work on the iOS devices. You can go to youtube.com/kartchaser, hit the join button, and become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month. You can catch all the main event action here for major races across the country. We've got 4 events lined up here for March. The U.S. Pro Kart Series event here this weekend, the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour next weekend, a gap week, the Texas Sprint Racing Series at NOLA Motorsports Park, and the SCUSA Pro Tour at NOLA Motorsports Park as well. So lots of racing action, at minimum 2 race weekends a month, if not more. $9.99 a month to watch the main events live, free to watch these pre-finals and LCQs. And again, the LCQs, those are going to come up later. First up, we divide the field in half. You just saw half of your KA100 Senior group go at it. Now let's see the other half. The Mike Doty Racing KA100 Sr B pre-final finds Alex Stanfield and Brandon Lemke on the front row. Aaron Benoit and Colin Hayes will make up row 2. Nicholas Terlecki and Jake Walker, row 3. Connor Ferris and Logan Mueller, row 4. Beckett Andrew, Adam Maxwell, row 5. Brooke Nochtman, Grayson Redzen, row 6. PJ Lyda, Matthew Maccabee, Alex Feldstein, Aiden Hatcher, Joey Botting, Nikolay Dukov, Gia Cicero, and John Burke, your top 20, 29 run, 18 transfer. We're green down to turn number 1. Let's see if they can get through turn 1 a little cleaner. Little more action here. Couple drivers sideways. One got way wide and nearly touched the wall, and one off in the dirt here, but a little better than the first pre-final. They probably watched that and puckered up here, Caleb, and got a little bit worried that they didn't want to junk their chances at the main.
Yeah, as we were talking about before, very intense field as we saw back before at the first group. Now we're in group number 2. Probably be the same type racing as we go now. Brandon Lemke is on the back bumper of Alex Stanfield, making the way down into the hairpin before they go down this long straightaway into one of the best passing points out on track. Lemke on the back bumper has a quick look to the outside, maybe try to do a crossover on exit. Gets a little wide, and it looks like Stanfield's going to hold him off. But then we got just a beehive of karts behind. I believe that is Terlecki now up into P number 3, closing on his teammate. As you see Lemke going wide, he's really trying to work that crossover on exit, but it looks like it may not work for him. Let's see if he can get a run now into turn number 1. On the back bumper, Stanfield looks low, decides not to do it. So 1 and 2. Got a little bit of a gap before a third placement of Terlecki as they are now making their way down into turn number 3.
So here's that pass for the lead. Nice run for Alex Stanfield to get back by on Terlecki. Terlecki tries to fight back, muscles his way by Stanfield. Stanfield going to lose nearly another spot as Brandon Lemke gets by. Terlecki to second. Benoit into third, and Stanfield all the way back to fourth. Very aggressive early on here from Nicholas Terlecki as Aaron Benoit gets by into 9. Stanfield trying to find his way by as well. Brandon Lemke begins to lead and begins to pull away a little bit here as they work their way out of turn number 10.
And it looks like Benoit up into second, Terlecki right behind. Terlecki's probably going to try to catch up to his teammate, although we may see here with your leader of Terlecki, that's the same thing we saw last time with Fletcher, where you get a little bit of a lead, they start battling behind you, they start pulling away, although Benoit looks like he's really starting to close that gap back up to first placement of Lemke. Terlecki into third, fourth of Alex Stanfield, lost a couple positions. He was your leader on lap 1. Now he is under attack from Connor Ferris making the way into turn number 3.
Good run in the works here for Logan Mueller as we see Ferris down the inside on Alex Stanfield. He'll take over fourth. They're in turn number 6. Nick Terlecki still P3 here. Stanfield back on the inside in the sweeper. He's trying to fight back, do a little damage control of his own, and gets back into P4. Ferris gives him a little love tap there in the middle. You can see it kind of knocks Stanfield sideways as they go down the back straightaway here. Alex Stanfield still holding on to P4. Out of turn number 10, though, nice and healthy lead for Brandon Lemke. At Aaron Benoit trying to get there. Nick Terlecki trying to get back there after leading early on. Well, further back from the top 6, Alex Feldstein currently runs 7th. He's up 8 spots. Great start from the edge of the bubble into the top 10. Colin Hayes is 8th. Beckett Andrew 9th. Grayson Redzen rounds the top 10. Actually move Redzen down. Problems for Grayson Redzen. He's going to drop all the way to the end of the order. So the, I believe, Technokart driver with an issue that lap drops down to 24th. Don't know what happened to Grayson. But now that changes up the weekend entirely. PJ Lido was on the bubble. He's now in a safe position. And Grace Hemmerd moves into the bubble spot over Nikolay Dukov.
Grace Hemmerd up 3 positions after starting back into the 20s. Now, like we said, into the transfer position. We'll keep an eye on that as we go back with your leaders. And that is Lemke out in front over Benoit. Looks like Benoit is starting to close that gap back up to him. He was down by about 5 or 6 kart lengths, now all the way up to his back bumper of your leader. Terlecki, obviously teammate to Brandon Lemke, running in third. He is down on the 2 leaders. He can't give any support as we're now closing up. I believe we are under 10 laps to go, probably about 7 laps to go this time by. Terlecki and Benoit, 1 and 2. Let's see if Benoit is going to try to get around for that front position. Coming down into turn 3 yet again. They both do the typical line. No one is not as nearly as intense as it was last time with your top 6. This is very, very more low-key compared to what we saw previously. Still intense, still tight, as we are now watching Benoit and Lemke nose to tail. Benoit looks like maybe trying to set up Lemke coming out of the hairpin. He's just right now trying to close the gap about a tenth or two. You just chip away at it, and then before you know it, you're on the back bumper. He's already farther ahead now than he was before. It's probably going to be about another 4 or 5 laps before he can actually make a move. If he keeps going at this pace, he really can't plateau or fall off, or else Lemke is going to have a sealed deal for a win for your pre-final. Again, top 18 transfer in automatically. Everyone else goes into a LCQ combined with the class that we saw before, which is this one, split into 2. That is going to be an intense battle for 4 karts transferring from the LCQ into the main. And we're going to go once more, and it looks like Benoit might be close enough to make a move on Lemke as they make their way around about a half a track.
Yeah, not close enough just yet here, but he's taking his time. Again, doesn't need to be overly aggressive. Again, both drivers played witness to that crazy first pre-final here for KA Sr. And usually when one's wild, the other one ends up being a little more tame. I say that tongue-in-cheek here, still only 5 in, 7 to go. And Alex Stanfield is your quickest driver back in the 4th spot, hunting down Nick Terlecki. Terlecki was quicker than Lemke and Benoit last time by. So even if Benoit works with Lemke, they may not be able to pull away. Here they come into the infield chicane. Again, Lemke, Benoit, Terlecki, Levy, Stanfield, not Levy, sorry, similar liveries. Connor Ferris in the 5th spot, Logan Mueller 6th. Feldstein, Hayes, Burke up 11 positions. Good improvement for John Burke to get to the top 10. Similar drive to that of Race Liberante. Matthew Mockery back in the 10th spot. He's up 4. Beckett Andrew, Gia Cicero, Adam Maxwell, Brooke Nachtman, Joey Botting, PJ Lyda, Aiden Hatcher, and looks like Jake Walker now has taken back the final transfer spot after kind of getting knocked around on the first lap.
Mason Surgeon are also right behind Jake Walker. That is going to be the battle for the transfer. As we look again, it looks like a battle for the 3rd position. There's Terlecki. Terlecki is up on the wheel. His teammate leading out in front, really not able to give any support as he is about to be under attack from 4th placeman of Alex Stanfield. Stanfield not quite close enough to make a move. Same with the top 2 that we've seen before of Benoit running in P number 2. But right after Terlecki and Stanfield is Connor Ferris. Right there, again, not close enough, but he is just inches away to just keep nicking away a little bit more, and before you know, you've chipped away enough, you're now battling for a position. But again, nothing like we saw last heat race in that absolute madhouse of entire.
Yeah, this one going to give us some time here. Benoit kind of riding, holding station there in 2nd. Terlecki again. That time by Terlecki, actually a little bit slower. Stanfield, once again, quickest driver on the racetrack, 57.168 for Alex Stanfield. All these drivers know how important these pre-finals are because, again, one position is one full row when they get merged back together for the main event. So they're battling to start 6th or 8th. They're in the battle for 3rd, battling for 2nd or 4th here with Lemke and Aaron Benoit. I want to take a look back, though. Let's zoom out a little ways here. While Stanfield and Terlecki come close together, we do have, again, that bubble spot that will be coming up very soon. We're going to try and lock in on Jake Walker and Mason Surgener. So Walker a little further back here on the Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris card. I believe that's Surgener right there behind him. And so that bubble spot looks to be relatively safe. Surgener's got about a 1.5 seconds back to Nikolay Dukov. So at the moment, 17th and 18th, currently well ahead of any kind of pack there and not really in jeopardy with 4 laps to go.
Like you said, 4 laps to go, 3 to go next time by. It's starting to dwindle down in time for your leaders. As we are now taking a look, there is Terlecki. Looks like he did lose a position. I believe that was to Connor Ferris, now able to get up into the 3rd spot. About to see P1 and 2. There it is, Lemke, followed by Benoit. Benoit not close enough to make any moves, but it looks like he is very comfortable with where he's at. As we switch back over again, here is Ferris and I believe that is Terlecki running in now the 4th position. As they're making their way down the front straightaway one more time. 3 laps to go at the line, 2 to go next time by. Top 4, or is it 2 packs of 2, both equally spread out. And here's your leader, Lemke, followed by Benoit. Benoit, I think, is content with running P2. Like Xander said before, 1 position equals 1 row. However, you don't want to try to make any unnecessary moves to the point where you get bumped all the way back, and then you got to battle it out in the LCQ, and that is going to be a whole different ballgame altogether. It's going to be very intense. All these carts that didn't transfer, pushed into 1 race, and 4 transfer out. It's kind of like Fortnite. You get put on an island, and only 1 guy comes out, but instead of 1, it's 4. Wouldn't you say, Xander?
I mean, it's similar, very similar to a battle royale for sure, Caleb. As we watch the leaders coming out here, 2 to go this time. Lemke's pulled the gap back out. Seemed for a while Benoit was going to be quicker. Lemke's found a little more pace. He had a 57 flat last time by. Kart seems to be coming in right at the end here of this session with 10 laps complete. 2 to go here in the 12-lap pre-final. It's a 1.5 second gap to Stanfield, who has gone by on Terlecki just out of frame. So Alex Stanfield now up to 3rd. Terlecki back to 4th. Back to Connor Ferris there in the 5th spot. John Burke up 14 positions. 6th place on the racetrack now for John Burke. What a drive through the field here for this cat. In the Super Tune USA Tony Kart, his teammate Peyton Phillips in the other pre-finals looking good for the main. Burke now finds himself, again, way up the order after a dismal qualifying run. That is massive here. He started outside the transfer window, way up for John Burke here to P6. That'll line him up P12 for the final, and you can win from there. Colin Hayes back in 7th, Logan Mueller 8th, Beckett Andrews 9th, Matthew Mockabee 10th. And as we pick up the leaders here, coming to see the white flag this time by. 1 to go, Brandon Lemke here, the Wisconsin Wonder Kid. Not too much of a kid anymore here as the 20-plus-year-old finds himself as a veteran now in the senior classes. Multiple championships, the USPKS X30 Pro Division champ from 2015, leading the way here in KA100 Sr.
And like we said before, here's your leader going around for the final time. Again, this is the white flag. Right behind is going to be Benoit, Aaron Benoit running in P2. It looks like he may be starting to lose a little bit of time. Connor Ferris Alex Stanfield running in the third spot. Seems to be closing the gap back up to Benoit, but I don't think he has nearly enough time to make a move. Followed by P number 4 of Nicholas Terlecki, again teammates to Brandon Lemke. Lemke coming off of the win from SCUSA Super Nationals in your KA Senior Division, going down the little short chute for the final time through the chicane, out of the final corner. A little bit of a dog leg of right-hand corner down towards the line. Your heat winner is going to go to Brandon Lemke, followed by Benoit and Alex Stanfield rounding out the top 3. Nicholas Terlecki coming across in 4th. Connor Ferris rounding out your top 5.
John Burke again up 14 spots, puts himself in a great position to fight for the main event later on today. We watched them work their way through the final time by the start-finish line. We'll go all the way down. Again, Jake Walker is safe, and Mason Surgener will be safe as well as the final transfer position to go to the main event. Grayson Redzen, after his spin early on, took him out of contention. He fights back to 19th. He'll start outside front row for the LCQ, but he will have to fight his way into the big show here. Again, the last chance qualifiers set up later on this afternoon. We are now in here for 3 classes deep so far. X30 X30 Pro Jr, they're lined up 40 drivers deep. 40 drivers at least were set on the list. We had 37 turn a lap in qualifying. All the drivers will be transferring through to the main event. And again, that's coming up here right next. Live from Orlando Kart Center. We'll take one more short commercial break. When we come back, X30 Pro Juniors Pre-Final here from Orlando.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center. It is the U.S. Pro Kart Series opening weekend for pre-finals and last chance qualifiers. Nice breeze going here. The temperature's starting to warm up. The racing has already been heating up here all day long. We've got our X30 Pro Jr Pre-Final on grid. 37 drivers set to go. I believe 38 here as we had one light in the scale line. So 38 should make up our grid as we get set to go green. It goes back to 44 on the timing chart. I'm not sure exactly where we'll line up, but the Rawlson Performance Group X30 Pro Juniors headed off by Max Garcia. Let's go through the lineup here, Caleb.
Yeah, Max Garcia out in front with Teddy Musella starting in P number 2. Caleb Gaffar, how we saw win the KA in his heat race for juniors starting in P number 3. Aiden Ingrana, the Iceman, starting in P number 4. Leonardo Escorpiani starting in P number 5. Sebastian Weldon in P number 6. Parker DeLong is going to start in 7th. Fernando Lacqui going to start in 8th. Michael Costello starting in P number 9. Beckham Jakar is going to start in 10th. Christian Miles starting in 11th. Diago Arnelas is going to start in 12th. Juliana DaCosta starting in 13th. Christian Cameron, 14th. Cooper Baselli is going to start in P number 15. Isaac Canto in the 16th position. Jorge Ortez starting in P number 17. Caleb Campbell in 18th. Alex Marsaldo starting in P number 19th. And Enzo Vamantien starting in P number 20. Cameron Berkman in 21st. And the rest of the order is going to be G3 Aragoni, Max Taylor, Hudson Schwartez, Jensen
Burnett, Aiden Lorenco, Chase Buscaglia, Cooper Auclair and Arthur Rivera, Jacob Kolar, Yash Rampal, Christian Meyer, Ethan Goulart, Tom Shoecraft, Gavin Witt, Alexander Chartier, Meyer Dion Ryan, and then there's the last bit of our field here. Oliver Piatek, Alfonso Lombardo, Frederick Lemieux, Ricardo Dominguez, Anthony Martella, Max Rayner, and again, Stephen Miller lighting the scale line. He has to start tail end Charlie P44.
Again, no LCQ for this group. However you finish is however you're going to start for the feature. See him making the way out on track. Beautiful shot here of all the karts. Clouds just now starting to roll in. It's going to make for some beautiful shots as it looks like going to try to get these guys slowed down as they make their way down towards that far side hairpin, one of the tightest ones that we will go to on the national level series. Teddy Musella and Caleb Gaffar. Sorry, that is Max Garcia going to start in pole position next to Teddy Musella, Caleb Gaffar. Aiden Ingrata is going to be your top two rows.
Yeah, they'll line on up here again. Leo Escorpioni and Sebastian Weldon should be set for row number 3. Weldon aboard the brand new Lando Norris kart. The team, it looks like a Go Win Races team Tony kart for Escorpioni. We go back row 4 again. DeLong, Fernando Luque, Michael Costello, Beckham Jasir rounds the top 10. Looking for the green flag, X30 Pro Jr. 44 drivers, the biggest grid all day. It's green to turn number 1. Oh, and we've got a big
car up and over,
couple,
2-3.
Multiple drivers up and over in turns 1 and 2. 4, 5 cars collected. They're going to check out the drivers there. Again, the drivers trying to get themselves cleared and back going. Looks like everybody is okay there. They're going to quickly try and flip that cart back over and get it cleared before the leaders do come by. Let's go back up to the leaders and pick them up here as they clear the racetrack. X30 Pro Jr. always is a little bit hairy getting through turn number 1. We'll pick them up here as they come out of turn number 10. Side by side for second and the lead. Gaffera gets through. Garcia, then Musella, then Escorpioni. Weldon side by side with Ingrata. He'll bring Parker DeLong, who slide jobs it through at the end of the frame there, and there they go across the line. Gaffera, Garcia, Musella, Escorpioni, Weldon, the top 5, headed for turn 1.
Thankfully, everyone got out of their cart and was walking away from the incident in turn 1. Always a good thing to see. We don't like to see crashes. We especially don't like to see drivers get injured. So thankfully, everyone was okay. They're able to get the wreck cleaned up, and we are now racing again for the top. Oh, here comes Ingrata. They're going to pass on the inside, able to hold on position. He has fallen down through the field. He is now down to 7th, losing 3 positions, but it looks like he's starting to get himself settled in as he is running right behind Parker DeLong and right in front of Parco Costello. Side by side going into the chicane. Not a good sight to see, but they are able to make it out. And you can see the battle for the lead going down into that far side hairpin. Sorry, battle for the 3rd spot.
Battle
Not
for
even
4th
3rd.
right there.
There's so many cars on track.
Side by side for second here. Teddy Musella gets back by on Max Garcia. He takes over P2. Max Garcia P3. Leo Escorpioni P4. Little gap back from that group of 3, and we'll find more drivers on through as we've got, again, Aiden Ingrata trying to hang on there at the edge of the top 5 over Weldon, Miles, DeLong, Costello, and Luque. Into turn number 5 here as Gaffera begins to pull away. It's an RPG 1-2 in the RPG-sponsored class. Change that back, though. Max Garcia wants to take back the 2nd spot. He'll overshoot it, though. Teddy Musella holds on to P2.
Musella up into P2. Aiden Ingrata now is who we're watching. I believe they are back up into the 5th spot, only down 1 position from where they started. As you can see, a great view going to that chicane. Here's the rest of the field. Still looking at Ingrata, and you can see how much of a time gap he's got to make up. Obviously, your leader of Caleb Gaffar starting to pull away. Musella up into P2. Max Garcia into 3rd. And then we got 4th spot of Leonardo Scorpione, followed by Ingrata. So Ingrata slowly starting to make his way back up to that group, starting to get spread back out. That midfield, though, really starting to heat up. Oh, we got a couple carts turning around coming out of that hairpin.
Yeah, we got a couple just off there to the left side over out of turn number 10. That was near the back. We'll stay up at this pack, though, because it's starting to get a little more dicey. Aiden Ingrata that time by. Fastest on the racetrack by 0.2 of a second. Faster than this group by nearly 0.7. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver having some ridiculous speed here early in this pre-final. 9 to go, only 3 down. He's on to Scorpione. Scorpione going to go by on Garcia. He'll bring Ingrata with him. And down the backstretch we go. Ingrata's up to P4.
Ingrata making up position, but here comes Garcia down on the inside. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold on to it. Possible crossover move.
Let's watch that battle as well behind them.
Mid-pack now heating up.
Jasir, Christian Miles, Michael Costello there as we were switching back and forth on the cameras trying to call you what we got on screen. Look at that dive down the inside by Fernando Luque. He gets through. Julian DaCosta, similar livery from last year. DaCosta in the 11th spot, not able to get by. Here's Ingrata taking 4th away from Garcia. As Garcia lost that 3rd spot, loses the 4th spot, battling back and forth with a Scorpione who got by him a lap ago, now having a 2-car length lead back to Ingrata.
Ingrata now trailing right behind. That is going to be Leonardo Scorpione running in the 3rd spot. Garcia up into 4th. As we are now looking, we see the same battle. I believe that is for, if I'm not mistaken, I got to count off the top of my head. That is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot. Garcia obviously trailing it. Not too far behind Garcia, though. Sebastian Weldon slowly starting to make his way up. And if you can see him in that Lando Norris green, black, and purple cart, slowly starting to close back up to your leaders. We got 1 more lap of the books, 7 more to go at the line.
Parker DeLong trails just a little bit as well. He's trying to make it a 7-car party up at the front. Meanwhile, Gaffera's lead holding at 1.6 seconds. We look further back here, half a second back to a Scorpione and Ingrata. Ingrata, just unbelievable pace. 0.3 clear of the field that time by. He's closing up very quickly here to a Leonardo Scorpione in the 7:55. Will definitely be able to challenge for 2nd and 3rd, but he's running low on time here to try and hunt down the race leader, Caleb Gaffera. It is, again, 6.5 laps to go. Here's a group further back down the order in the sweeper turn as they work on by.
We see that mid-pack now making the way down the backstretch once more, switching back over to your leader of Caleb Gaffera. You can see how much of a lead he's got over his teammate of Teddy Musella running in P number 2. Teddy now is going to have to see if he can't try to step it up a couple of notches because he's got some battle coming on from behind him. He's got Aiden Ingrata, Max Garcia, Sebastian Weldon also there in the party. And we go side by side into turn 1 once again, trying to see the cart numbers. A little bit of point to the side. I don't know if he's telling him to go down the inside or if he's saying we're going to work together, one of the two. That's some good sportsmanship either way. Switching back over into the mid-pack as they're making the way down into turn number 3.
We'll watch them on through here, coming through the sweeper. A Scorpione has gone by on Teddy Musella. Just missed that for the moment there. Aiden Ingrata back in the 3rd spot. As they go down the backstretch here, where does Ingrata go? He was able to get by Musella for 3rd. Now blocks as a Scorpione holds 2nd. Garcia still 5th. Latching on is Sebastian Weldon in the Lando cart. Up the road there, Caleb Gaffera. Great shot here coming into the infield chicane.
This time by 5 laps to go. Gaffera way out in front's got a huge lead. All this battling in the mid-pack is going to be music to his ears because he continues to slowly start to pull his lead away, although Sebastian Weldon running in the 6th spot went purple that last lap. He is now the fastest cart, and he is now breathing down the neck of Max Garcia. Garcia goes down on the inside, get around Teddy Musella. It looks like they're both going to do so. Sebastian Weldon followed. Musella down 2 positions. Both Garcia and Weldon up 1. So now those two move up 1 position each respectively. And they're going to be chasing down, I believe that is going to be Aiden Ingrata running in the 3rd spot as they continue to heat up, making the way down the backstretch towards the chicane, or hairpin once more.
Yeah, headed to turn number 10 here. Again, Max Garcia, Sebastian Weldon, Teddy Musella with the pass, lose some time to Ingrata and a Scorpione. They'll head to the infield chicane. On through. Parker DeLong still trails. And no change. 4 to go this time by. Here come your leaders across the start-finish line.
I don't think we're done seeing a battle. It looks like they're starting to spread back out. But running in the 6th spot, Telly Musella was up into 3rd. I think he wants to get back to that top 3 as we look now. Ingrata licks the stamp and sends up on the inside of Leonardo Scorpioni. He moves up into P2 as Scorpioni falls back into 3rd. But Ingrata, he may be one of the quicker karts on track, but he does not have enough time to catch back up to Caleb Gaffara out in front.
Yeah, so Aiden Ingrata, again, like you said, Gaffara should be safe out front. 2.5 seconds up the road from this battle in the midfield, or in the lead group, really just a little ways back from the leader. Scorpioni still is safe from Garcia's group as they come out of turn number 10, and watch them pop the curbs here into the infield chicane once again. 3 to go this time. Ingrata second now. Scorpioni third. Garcia fourth. Weldon fifth. Musella sixth. Parker DeLong at the end of the line in 7th. Then it's about 3 seconds back until you'll find Christian Miles in the 707 Lando kart.
See the mid-packer battle for that top positions. Obviously not the leaders we're going. Looking in, I believe that is Parker DeLong running in the 7th position. He is up there, but he is not close enough to make a move on your 6th placement of Teddy Musella. Again, there is no transfer spot in this junior class. This is all karts that are running here. However they finish, is how they're going to start the feature. That's why you see a little bit more of an effort from these drivers running back and forth with each other. Looking now, going down into turn number 10 again. That is Ingrata running up into P2. You can see Gaffara there for a split second go right by. Leonardo Scorpioni running in 3rd. Max Garcia right there in 4th. Weldon running in that Lando Norris kart not too far behind. I think we might see a pretty chill finish here as it looks like these guys are starting to spread back out as we're coming up on 2 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, we'll keep watching further back in the field. There you see Christian Miles just coming on by to the left side of your screen. Here we go. We'll switch back over to 2nd once again. Ingrata. Like you said, I think we will probably see a pretty tame and almost anticlimactic finish for what you typically see with X30 Pro Jr, especially with the way the start was. Unfortunate, of course, off the green. Isaac Canto, Alfonso Lombardo, and Ricardo Dominguez and Cooper Auclair and Julian DaCosta. DaCosta actually was running just up there in the top 10. Now his drop down here has lost a lap. He finds himself, unfortunately, with a DNF. After running 4 laps inside the top 10, DaCosta will have to start down in P40 for the main event later today. But nice wide view of that main group headed to the infield. White flag coming this time.
You can see 4th place, Max Garcia, followed by Sebastian Weldon running in P number 5, and then P number 6 not too far behind as well. White flag is out as we are now looking at another wide shot. You can see him coming out of turn number 10 and drivers also going down into turn number 1. Looking back to the midfield here as we switch back over to your leader, Caleb Gaffara, now less than 1 lap to go before he can claim starting on pole position for Saturday finals. Makes his way out of turn number 5, heading into turn number 6. Big old sweeper here. You can see him battling that steering wheel, almost like a dance now. Track's starting to heat up a little bit, although the clouds are coming in. Hopefully it's not going to be too slick. You can see just how windy it is with all the flags waving off in the distance. Caleb Gaffara making his way down into turn 10 for the final time as he is going to get around that quick right-hander, and he's got a handful of laps to go before he can take win here for the heat race.
Yep, it looks good. It is good. Through 11, 12, over the curb into 13 and 14. Caleb Gaffara out of the final corner will take a comfortable win. He'll sweep the pre-finals. He's in here for Junior. And across the line, it'll be Ingrata, Scorpioni, Garcia, and Weldon, your top 5. A couple other big movers through the field. Teddy Musella, Parker DeLong, Christian Miles, all kind of stayed about even. Beckham Jasir and Michael Costello. 28 positions gained for Stephen Miller. We mentioned he was light in qualifying. Make it 29. He got up to 15th. So great drive forward. Jacob Kolar, the kid from Key West, 16 spots up from 30th. Gets to 14th there. Chase Buscaglia up 11 spots to 16th. And then up 15 spots for Frederick Lemieux from 40th to 25th. But then there's, of course, a lot of drivers with some rough luck. Fernando Luque was inside the top 10, along with Christian Cameron, who was inside the top 15. They end up down to the edge of the top 30. And then you've got the likes of Julian DaCosta, Cooper Auclair, with some rough runs that unfortunately have them failing to finish and lining up outside the top 40 for the main event later today. That was a wild start for the X30 Pro Juniors presented by Rollison Performance Group. Hopefully this next one's a little more tame because these guys probably got to go to work on Monday. X30 Master coming your way next here from Orlando.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Back here from a sunny Orlando Kart Center, and as we get set for the X30 Masters and start getting closer and closer to that X30 Pro Division pre-final for both groups, 2 pre-finals, pre-final 1 and 2 for X30 Pro Senior. We've caught up with a number of our X30 Pro Seniors here over this week so far. We talked to Ryan Perry Motorsport driver Paulie Massimino back on Thursday. Here's what he had to say with Jenna Tommy.
I'm here with Paulie Massimino, who's running in our X30 Senior class. Paulie, tell us about your first day of practice. How's it going?
We're struggling a little bit. It seems like we have the pace, but there seems like there's a little bit of a difference in between the groups. Yeah. But I'm not sure what it is, but we're gonna figure it out and keep pushing.
Yeah, you've had a pretty successful year so far. What are you hoping to bring into this weekend?
My year's been kind of garbage, so I'm just kind of hoping we can get back to the front and not flip anymore and win.
Yeah, what's the track been like?
Track's been pretty fun. It's fun romping the curbs, and I feel like it's pretty difficult, but at the same time I don't. I feel like it's very difficult to get it slowed down in the hairpin and hit the curbs right, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Right, well thank you so much. We hope you have a really good weekend. You got a lot of people betting on you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center. Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters coming up next year. They've still got quite a bit of track cleanup going on the racetrack here as the wrecker has taken a few karts off to the side, Caleb, and I think it's just a good moment and a good chance for us to kind of digest what we've seen so far, because we have seen both some pre-finals with the LCQs that have been really antsy, guys getting after it, really putting all caution to the wind, paying for it, making up for it, and then in the other case, seeing some pre-finals, he's pretty tame, not really throwing too much away and being like, you know what, if I do end up in the LCQ or if I do end up really 1 or 2 rows back, it's not going to kill me.
Yeah, I think it's kind of that different mindset. Something we haven't really seen in a while here. Usually LCQs, they happen at the really big national races, maybe once or twice a year. It's awesome to see it back again. And people have different mindsets of it. Some guys are like, you know what, I'm in a transfer spot. I'm chill right here. I know I'm in. Some guys maybe like, you know, if I make up 2 more spots, that's 2 rows farther ahead that I'm actually going to be at. And obviously, like we saw with that first KA Senior group, that was one hectic run that we saw all the way through for the first 5 or 6 laps before they finally decided to settle back down. The thing about it is that there's always a lot of upset. Like we saw Jake French, who was running mid-pack up at the transfer spot when it came to that first KA Senior group, got turned around the backstretch. He is now going to start all the way back in the LCQ. So it's just a huge shakeup. Nothing like we've seen in a while here in the U.S. racing, but I think it's awesome to see. It's a big shakeup. You don't know what's going to happen. All bets are off usually when it comes to LCQ racing.
Yeah, all bets definitely will be off when it comes to the LCQ, so we'll wait to see how it turns out. For now, though, we've got still 2 more classes that will have to decide who goes into their LCQs. The Mini Swifts coming up next. They've got 2 pre-finals. They get half and half, and then we'll have about a 15 or 20 driver LCQ. And then, of course, X30 Pro Senior will have like a 25 driver LCQ, if not closer to 29, as they have 2 full 30 kart grids for the pre-finals with 18 transferring into the mains. For your Speed Concepts Racing X30 Masters, Danila Ramallo is getting set to roll off on the front row alongside Rob Mayer. We've seen and we've talked about it a little bit as well with Matteo Julian yesterday. A few new drivers moving up into X30 Master. Evan Batt, younger guy, just got over the age hump of 30 to be able to get into the class. And then you've got the wily veterans who have been around forever, running X30 Masters, guys who have been mainstays on the U.S. stage for the last decade or so. Scott Roberts, Miguel Meyer, Mario Barrios, Scott Kopp, of course, multi-time US PKS X30 Master champion, back again here and sporting the #1 plate. He rolls off 6th.
I don't know about you, Xander, but seeing some of these guys that I watched as a kid running in the Masters class, Evan Batt, Scotty Roberts, obviously it makes me feel like, I don't want to say older, but I feel like I'm getting up there in age, and it makes me feel like I don't have my life together yet.
Maybe just a little bit. I definitely don't think we can enter a micro mini race anytime soon.
Not at all.
We got a little bit of time to go, so They're still taking their time here, it looks like, as we get set. The track looks just to be about clear. Lots of movement you can see in the pit area, as we've got a great shot there coming out of the scale line where we've had Jenna do a few interviews already and talk to some drivers. And a good view also to the left. That's where those pylons are. They're dividing the line between the staging kind of pre-grid area before they move up onto the grid. And then, of course, the scale area. There's the one driver getting lined up. That kart will be a mini Swift kart, so that'll be coming up in a pre-final after our X30 Masters. The X30 Master class saw a sweep in the pull awards yesterday afternoon. Danilo Romalo easily snagged them both. 10th and a half to 10th and a quarter up on the entire field. The Racing Edge Motorsports driver from Brazil has been looking strong all weekend. And I joked earlier yesterday, it definitely makes it easier to tell his son Mateus, who's racing Micro Swift, what to do and what not to do around this racetrack when dad goes out there and is really getting it done.
Yeah, but that's something you can also hold over your dad's head, because remember when I was a kid and I would go out on track, my dad would tell me what to do, how to do it. And then when he went out there and tried it once or twice, he came back in out of breath. And it was kind of like, you know what? You can do what you want now. I'm not going to tell you how to do. Maybe we'll see that. Maybe we won't. Going down the rest of the starting order, like we already said, the top 6. 7th spot, Mario Barrios is going to start in P number 7. Miguel Meyer going to start in P number 8. Evan Batt, coming all the way down from Minneapolis, Indiana, is going to start in P number 9. Christian Vermeyer is going to round out your top 10. Paulie Montepallo is going to start in P number 11. John Robichaux is going to start in the 12th spot, and I'll let you take it from there.
Scott Carapolati rolls off in the 13th spot. Ruben Cherez in the 14th spot. Pete Vetter in the 15th. Gordon Cameron, Jeff Rice, Paul Mice, Greg Learley, Mark Pavon, and Kim Carapolati there. All make up the 21 driver grid for X30 Master. I think we're still in a bit of a holding pattern here, folks. We'll take the moment to run one more commercial break. When we do come back, 5 more pre-finals in total for 3 more classes before our short lunch break here live from Orlando Kart Center. You're watching opening weekend for the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
So taking us back here for X30 Masters, they're going to make their way around, and the long way around here with the way that they come out of the pit lane before they come to the green. No extra warm-up lap. These guys will form up here right on the end of this out lap. Caleb will have you call the start, of course. Danilo Romalo and Rob Mayer, best qualifying run in recent memory, I can tell, for Rob Mayer and the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. So awesome for him here out of Oakland, Florida. He'll line up to the outside of the Brazilian, and they've got him nice and slow down that back straightaway.
Yeah, you can see him starting to line up. Scotty Roberts starting in P at number 3. Obviously did the run in the Rock Cup Winter Tour. He had some good runs, especially down in Pompano. So keep an eye out for him. He's starting next to Lorenz Madron, starting in P number 4. You can see him starting to slow down now. Like we said before, a lot of these guys got to be on work on Monday. Typically, there's a lot more respect when it comes to this type of racing. Although, however, there are some times when these guys go all out. They battle it like it is with national drivers. A lot of these guys could probably hop in the senior class and hold their own. But now we can see him slowing down now out of the chicane. Danilo Romalo starting in P number 1 next to Robert Meyer. Starting in P number 2, Robert Meyer obviously running with Cosmic Kart all the way from Oakland, Florida, like Xander said earlier. See him coming out of that final corner before the quick little dog leg to the right. Going at a very slow pace here. Hopefully we can get him going the first time by. Making their way down into the tram lines. You can see Tram lines now in view. Flagman pointing at where they need to be going. Now he's pointing at the acceleration cone. Again, that is a point when they're allowed to take off, but you can't pass until you're outside of those tram lines. That is crucial. If you do, you get a tram line violation. I believe it is a penalty of some sort. It can't remember off the top of my head. See if we can get a green flag. It is rolling down into turn number 1. Let's see, and it looks like it is not going to be Romalo out in front. Looks like a run, or it is going to be Romalo. Outside line of Robert Meyer is going to fall back a couple positions. I believe that is now Scotty up into P number 2. That is Scotty Roberts up into the second spot. Let's see him go to work, see if he can catch back up to Donalo Romalo out in front with the Cosmic Kart, making the way down into turn number 6 for the first time. Big old sweeper, and they're already spread out. Romalo's got a 2-cart advantage. P number 2 of Scott Meyer, or sorry, not Scott Meyer. Scotty Roberts is going to be up into P2. Right behind him in the 3rd spot, I believe that is going to be Laurent Madrin, starting in the 4th spot all the way up into P number 3. Out of the hairpin, coming down now. Let's go see him go into the chicane. Little bobble from your leader of Donalo Romalo. Again, clean sweeps the qualifying run. Now going to be your leader. Lap number 1 in the books of 12. 11 laps to go at the line. Scotty running in P2. Romalo out in front. And a little bit of gap to the 3rd placeman of Laurent Madran running in P number 4. Huge amount of curb there taken from Donalo Romalo.
Yeah, Danilo Romalo, nice and easy run here. Scotty Roberts 2nd, Rob Mayer 3rd, as you mentioned there, and we'll watch them continue to work their way around out of turn number 5. Then it is Mario Barrios in the 4th spot, trying to hunt down his teammate. Mayer actually down to 5th, sorry. That's Danny Robertson in 3rd. Mayer P5, Evan Batt P6, Laurentiu Mardan P7, Scott Kopp 8th, Miguel Meyer 9th, Christian Vomier 10th. But a healthy gap here forming. I mentioned he had it kind of locked up through quali. It's looking to be much of the same here in the pre-final. Danilo Romalo's lead starting to open up a little bit. Massive jump over the curb in turn 11. He'll bring 2 laps complete this time, 10 to go.
Scotty Roberts in P2 may have his hands full because right behind him we got Danny Robertson running in the 3rd spot, followed by Mario Barrios. You can see him with the green helmet not too far behind, starting to make his way back up. Laurent Madrin running in P number 5. Here comes Madrin on the inside. Let's see if he's able to get around, and he will. Laurent Madrin able to get around Danny Robertson. He is now up in the 3rd position. Scotty Roberts not too far ahead, and now looming in the distance, starting to close back up. Mario Barrios is starting to work on his teammates as they make their way out of the chicane, heading down to that quick hairpin before going down that long backstretch into notorious turn number 10. There's your leader, Donalo Romalo, running out in front, down into the hairpin. Scotty Roberts looks like he's trying to close back up, but he may be under attack here shortly from Laurent Madrin running in P number 3.
No, so that's Mario Barrios there in P3 on the racetrack. Laurentiu Mardan's a little bit further back. Danilo Romalo leads the way. Then it's Scotty Roberts in 2nd. Barrios having gotten by Danny Robertson there, so now he finds himself up to P3. Danny Robertson back P4, Rob Mayer P5. Little gap to Laurentiu Mardan. He did go purple that time, but Laurentiu back in P6, 55.73. About a 3/10 advantage over the race leader, who is still a 1/10 of a second quicker right now than P2, Scotty Roberts.
Like I said, Scotty Roberts up into P2. Mario Barrios, that was my bad, up into the 3rd spot. Hard to tell with all these Cosmic Karts out on track. As we look now, Barrios and Robertson. Roberts now, like I said before, I don't think he's going to be close enough as he has now got the pressure put on. Here comes Barrios. Barrios right on the back bumper. You see Scotty turn around as we switch back over to the leader. And there he is, Scotty Roberts and Barrios running in P2 and 3 respectively. Huge gap for your leader, Romalo, coming down the line. 1 more lap in the books. It's been pretty straightforward in the top 5, not a whole lot of drama to speak of. Roberts running in P2, Barrios running in P number 3. Laurent Madrin is the one who is looming off in the 6th spot. It looks like he may have a quick look on the inside, not enough to get it done. Very straightforward here in the top 5. Beautiful view, a beautiful backdrop. Clouds starting to roll in, a little bit of shade coming on. Looks like I have some fantastic racing later on. Switching back over, P number 2, there he is, Scotty Roberts. Not too far behind is going to be Mario Barrios, and then it's just a little bit of a gap. Forgot the rest of the field. Meanwhile, your leader of Donalo Romalo starting to pull away. Looks like Barrios may have a taller or lower gear than Scotty Roberts, really closing up to him as it made it down into that turn 10 hairpin. It could be the win, or it could be just a difference in gearing. Roberts now is trying to go to work, see if he can hold off Mario Barrios running in P number 3. There's your leader, top 3 coming across the line, rest of the field following. One more lap in the books. Again, pretty straightforward, pretty easy drive for these folks running in the Masters class. Xander alluded to before, a lot of these guys got jobs they got to go to on Monday. So typically, you don't take as many risks as you used to when you're younger. That doesn't mean that they're slower. They could probably easily hold their own. Here comes Barrios, though, down on the inside of Scotty Roberts. Mario Barrios now up into second. Let's see if he can maybe close that gap back up to leader of Danilo Romalo. Running in P number 1, Scotty Roberts, though. He's not going to let Romalo run away too quickly as they now make their way out of the hairpin down that backstretch one more time. Looks like Mario Barrios is starting to pull away from Scotty Roberts. Down into turn 10 hairpin. Here we go. We may have a race for the lead. Here comes Mario Barrios on Danilo Romalo. Coming into the chicane, you can see him mauling over that curb. Hard onto the throttle, coming down towards the start-finish line one more time. Another lap in the books. Barrios starting to pull away from Roberts. Roberts going to see if he can maybe hold on to third spot. Starting to close in from behind. Here's your leader, Danilo Romalo. Gap starting to close back down to second placeman. That is
Mario Barrios closing in. He was a half-second quicker than Danilo Romalo that time by. Scott Roberts, P3. Rob Mayer, P4. Danny Robertson, P5. Laurentiu Mardan, again, he had purple sectors early on. He's kind of stabilized there in the 6th spot right at the end of that group. Actually just got by Danny Robertson there for 5th. A little further back, and now we've got a new leader. Barrios has gone by Danilo Romalo. So move Mario Barrios up to the lead here with 5.5 laps to go. Nice and wide line coming out. Roberts is closed up as well. And while it was a nice and dominating start, Danilo Romalo now has company, and it's a big train here. Barrios leads, Romalo second, Roberts, and then Rob Mayer up to 4th as Robertson falls back to 6th. And looming in the distance, the Franklin Motorsports Team FMS National number 1, Scott Kopp, your reigning series champion. P7 is starting to close up to this group as well.
We see here a fantastic 4-car battle. As we said before, that is Mario Barrios able to get around onto the front. But now, look at Scotty Roberts running in P3. It looked like he was starting to get gapped. But now, here comes Robert Meyer in P number 4. And maybe coming to his aid as he had a quick look to the inside. Now the outside coming out of turn number 9. Down towards turn 10. Laurent Madrin now running in the 5th. Nope, not involved.
Laurentiu Mardan, yeah, in the 5th spot there. You're right, sorry. Laurentiu Mardan able to close up here. P5. You're watching the top 2 get away now with all the battling. Barrios and Romalo have pulled a nice gap over Roberts, and then Rob Mayer, and then Laurentiu Mardan. So as they come through, then Danny Robertson. Scotty Kopp still has the fastest lap time overall, 55.661, by a couple thousandths over the leader Barrios. Here's a great shot, close up of the 511. Mario Barrios looking to set sail here in the Offset Sport RPG Cosmic. He leads them. Battle Bear for 6th. That was Scott Kopp just at the edge of your screen there, able to get by on Danny Robertson. So Scott Kopp in the Team FMS OTK moves up and gets 1 spot higher for the national number 1. And there's a pass as well for 3rd. It looks like Rob Mayer's gone back by on Scott Roberts. So Rob Mayer up to P3. Roberts back to P4. Laurentiu Mardan still looking there in P5.
See the top 2 now starting to get spaced out. Mario Barrios really starting to pull away from Danilo Romalo running up in P number 2. As they're now coming around the line, it's going to be 3 laps to go this time by. As we said before, it's going to be a leader change up in the 3rd spot. Roberts falls down. Rob Meyer is now going to go up into P number 3. Laurentiu Mardan up into the 5th spot, really started in 4th, is now joining that mid-pack battle for the 3rd position. Meanwhile, looking at your leader, Mario Barrios out in front has opened up about a 1.2 second advantage over second placement of Danilo Romalo. Running in P number 2, Robert Meyer is trying to hold off the battle from behind. That is from Roberts, Mardan, and I believe that is Knopp running Scott, Knopp running in P number 6. So an intense battle here for the mid-pack top 2 starting to set sail as we're going to come up on 2 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, 2 to go this time around here for X30 Masters presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Mario Barrios' lead 1.2 seconds back to this group right here. Danilo Romalo closely reeled in so far by Rob Mayer. Mayer that time by half a second faster, 0.6 faster to be exact, than the driver in P2. So Danilo Romalo, great start, fading quickly here. Mayer closing in. Roberts right there for 4th. Behind him, Scott Kopp still P5. And a little gap back from Kopp to Robertson, Laurentius Mardan, who's faded back to 7th. Miguel Meyer, Christian Vomir, and Evan Batt, your top 10.
Looking now, here's the battle for the second spot. That is Danilo Ramallo running up in P2, followed by Robert Meyer and Scotty Roberts, I should say, running in P number 4. There's too many Robs and Roberts keep up. Here's a pass on the inside.
That is Rob Mayer back and forth with Scott Roberts. Here comes, and Roberts, crossover, shuffles to the inside. Nicely done, pushes Mayer wide. Here comes Scott Kopp. He'll get by both of them as Mayer drops the tire in the dirt. Scotty Kopp up to P3.
White flag is out, this time by for your leader, Mario Barrios. Got less than 1 lap to go, and you can see just how much of a lead he has over Danilo Ramallo running up in P number 2. And like we said, that battle in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th spot, they're all up in the air right now, as it is 3 wide once more as we had a quick shot.
Look at Mardan. What a pass. Laurentius Mardan up the inside on the teammates of Rob Mayer and Danny Robertson.
Fantastic run. Switching back over to your leader, Mario Barrios, making his way into turn number 10 for the final time for your pre-final. Again, everyone here is going to transfer out into the final. No LCQ for your Masters. Now go to the chicane for the final time.
Through the final 2 corners, up and over the curbing around turn 13. Mario Barrios is going to cruise to the finish. He'll punch his ticket to the pole. He wins the pre-final at X30 Master. And oh, man, it got gnarly behind him. Laurentius Mardan able to get by, and it looks like Robertson into 5th or 6th. Miguel Meyer ends up taking 7th, and Christian Vomir 8th. So that was a big, Christian Vomir 9th. Rob Mayer drops all the way to 8th at the end. Vomir 9th. Evan Batt rounds the top 10. And Mario Barrios clear of all the chaos behind him, but it definitely got chaotic, especially at the end for X30 Masters, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. We will take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we also will show you when we talk to Trinity Karting Group's Thomas Nevo and his thoughts on it. First up, one more quick break here before your mini Swifts go on the racetrack.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
So while we're back here from Orlando Kart Center, waiting to go green here with the first of 2 pre-finals for the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Again, we caught up with also another X30 Pro Senior driver on Thursday. Here's Trinity Karting Group's Thomas Nevo.
I'm here with Thomas Nevo, who's racing in our X30 Senior class under Trinity Karting Group this weekend. Thomas, you had an unfortunate end to your car race last weekend. What happened, and are you happy to be back at the kart track?
Yeah, super stoked to be here. It was a decent weekend last week in the USF 2000 with the Road to Indy. I got pole for race 1 and led 90 laps out of 20, so I had a bad crash in the last lap of the race, which wasn't my fault, I think. So super happy to be back here, and hopefully we can get some good result with a pretty big field for the first round of the USPKS.
Yeah, it is a huge field, and we're glad you're back here. How's the track feeling?
Track's good. I mean, first time since 2019, and I had a win last time I was here in Junior, in Rock Junior, so super happy to be back here in Orlando.
What are you hoping for this weekend?
just grab some good points. Hopefully 2 top 5, a podium would be great.
Great. Thank you so much, Thomas. Good luck this weekend.
It's always cool to get drivers like Thomas Neveau here back behind the wheel for all the racing he does. I mean, he does everything he can to be in as many pro karting events as possible. He likes it, says it really keeps him in shape, keeps him, the competitive fire going, and it helps him be a very, well-rounded racing driver going back and forth from the open wheel career as he continues to work his way up the road to IndyCar, as well as competing here with Trinity Karting Group in the X30 Pro Senior class. He starts pretty good. He's had a couple decent qualifying runs, a couple top 5s, top 10s to start the season. Looking for that first big victory here in the X30 Senior class. He's come so close so many times. We'll look now to the starting lineup here for your D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Salvador De La Vecchia and Gian Matteo Russo are going to be making up your front row. Oliver Weldon and Sarah Bradley will make up row 2. Keelan Harvick, Alan Bonilla Espinoza, row 3. Gabriel Balog and Lucas Palacio, row 4. Ethan Tovo, Austin Dromalev, row 5. Devin Waltz and Cypress Andros make up row 6. Lillian Scarborough, Max Christie, and Kate Yeager will start 13th, 14th, and 15th. Then we go back. Race Beckman starts 16th. Row number 9 will be Bobby Klein and Gage Korn, and rounding the top 20, Braden Zerbs and Paulie Hart Jr. Rounding out the top 20 and moving to 21st, it'll be Brandon Saraki in the 117 alongside Beckham Tupakov. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. starts to the inside of Jackson Porter for row number 12. Row 13 finds Shane Stern and Nathan Holey. And row 14, Carter Barquise and Roman McCurdy. We've got one driver off in the infield here on the inside. Not sure who that is. We'll try and identify here in a moment. That, if we can zoom in, it's the Bennick, Jackson Porter, it looks like, who is slated to start 24th. Unfortunately, with an issue on the outlap, we'll have to go to the LCQ, the 102 Bennick, to the rear of the field. So that means there's one more spot in the field, only 27. They're still competing to be into the top 18. It comes down to the win and, of course, the bubble spot as well. We've seen some chaos. We've also seen some clean racing. For the first of 2 D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift Pre-Finals, what are we going to get? Salvador De La Vecchia, Gian Matteo Russo, they've got the field nice and together. It looks good. Will we get the green? We will. Green flag down at turn 1. We're underway, and it looks much cleaner than what we've seen earlier on today here. The Mini Swift drivers doing a good job getting through 1 and 2. Here they come through 3 and 4. It gets a little hairy, but they're going to stay through into turn number 5. 2 and 3 abreast all the way through the field. Little bit more contact in the mid-pack, but everybody makes it through out of 6, and Salvador De La Vecchia leads them into the infield sweeper.
Looks like Keelan Harvick able to pick up a couple spots. I believe they're in the 4th or 5th spot, followed by cart number 104. As they now make their way out of the chicane, heading down into that far side hairpin one more time. Like we said before, Salvador De La Vecchia is now going to be out in front, and it looks like he's going to have some company because here comes Russo down up on the inside.
Oliver Weldon closing up there in the Lando Norris cart.
Close back up, like we said before, Oliver Weldon cart. He is now all over the back bumper. Look at how much they have pulled away so far. Top 2 already started to pull away from the field as we're 1 lap in so far, this time across the line. I believe there's going to be 11 more laps to go at the line. Oliver Weldon had a quick look to the inside, but he is all over the back bumper. It looks like Sarah Bradley is able to hold on to P number 4. Keelan Harvick able to make up a couple of spots, running up into P number 5. Here comes Weldon. Weldon, your new leader. He is going to be now followed by De La Vecchia, who is running in P number 2, and it looks like they have already started to open up maybe a 15 to 16 cart gap over the rest of the field.
Yeah, nice pass there for Oliver Weldon to go down the inside. He gets by on Salvador De La Vecchia, and we've got him nice and tame here. We're going to get set to send it down as Jenna Tommy has caught Scott Kopp, our pre-final winner for pre-final runner inside the top 5. He was involved in a lot of chaos. Winner, sorry, I was used to sending it to a lot that have won. He is our reigning champion. Jenna, take it away.
I'm here with Scott Kopp, who had an entertaining race. Can you walk us through that?
Well, it's always interesting with the Masters guys. Reaction times are slow. Everybody just wants to battle each other, and sometimes you just get through it, sometimes you wreck.
Yeah, what's the biggest difference between any other class and Masters since you've worked your way up?
Masters is so heavy that the go-karts just don't handle properly.
How was your go-kart this weekend?
We've been working on it. It's getting pretty good. So I think it's good for the long run.
What are some of your strategies going into tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow I start dead last. So don't get a pushback bumper penalty.
Those pushbacks are killer. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Big thanks here to reigning champion and X30 Masters, Scott Kopp, for talking with Jenna Tommy. And she was right. He had a very entertaining race. He was all through that mix, got a front row view to all the craziness that went down between Laurentiu Mardan and Rob Mayer, and that all went all the way down to the finish there, Caleb, as now things are much more tame here in the mini Swift class to start. Keelan Harvick got a great start, went to third. Gian Matteo Russo runs behind him in fourth. They're 2.5 seconds back from Salvador de la Vecchia and Oliver Weldon, who again have pulled a nice and healthy gap here to start this pre-final.
Yeah, it's kind of like a two-pack. We're going to fall by another two-pack, except now, as we're looking at the battle between Keelan Harvick and Russo, battling out in the third and fourth spot, it looks like Lucas Palacio and Ethan Tovo are slowly starting to make their way up into frame. We may see a four-car battle for that third position. As we can see the rest of the field now snaking away around that chicane off into the distance on the backstretch. You saw the two leaders, Oliver Weldon, start to open up a gap over De La Vecchia. But now we're going to look, I believe that may be no, that is Keelan Harvick, followed by Russo, and then Lucas Palacio. About to make it a three-car battle for third. Through the chicane, and it looks like down on the inside, here comes Giamano Russo. Now up into the lead. Looks like Keelan Harvick going to stick to the back bumper. Again, three-car battle for the third spot. Maybe this isn't going to be as a chill of a race as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, they've got company not too far behind them. I mean, while they are just a little under 3 seconds back as of the timing loop here with Harvick going back down the inside on Rousseau and Palacio right behind. The next group is still pretty close as well, and they could close up, but they battle enough here for third, fourth, and fifth. So Harvick, Palacio, here comes Palacio looking. Harvick going to crowd him, has to give it way. And we go back to the group back. Next up, Gabriel Balog in the 118. Alan Bonilla, Sarah Bradley, Austin Dramalev's there. Beckham Tupakov and Max Christie all kind of in that group, even to Lillian Scarborough. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Gage Korn, who runs on the Race Factory number 133. He's in 14th. So this group led by Gabriel Balog. This is the outside edge of your top 10 coming through, with Ethan Tovo right in there, along with Alan Bonilla. So that's actually up to 6, sorry. They've gotten past Tovo here this lap, moved Gabriel Balog to P6. So the Canadian Magic Car driver up another spot. The bubble spot right now, that will still be a heavy battle. Last time by, I was separated by a couple thousandths of a second. Cade Yeager, Cypress Andrus, Race Beckman, and Bobby Klein all kind of in that group. And that's what we're just about to pick up here, headed into turn number 5, I believe. So as the leaders come out, we got one turned around. Was that Max Christie over in turn 4? I'm not sure. We'll identify in a moment. I don't think he's in this group anymore, and he was just at the end of it with Austin Dramalev. So we've lost Max Christie. He's going to fall somewhere near the bubble spot. That's a driver with pace to be inside the top 10. Lots of time now lost.
We're looking on to the mid-pack. Battle continues to heat up. Leader still is Oliver Weldon. Out in front over, I believe that is, let me double-check timing tower just to make sure I'm okay. That is De La Vecchia running in P number 2. Looks like down on the inside. That was a move for the 8th position. That was Asen Dramalov getting around Sarah Bradley. So Bradley's going to fall back into the 10th position. Looks like we are now halfway this time by. 7 more laps to go. Battle continues to heat up here as we switch back over. Here's Keelan Harvick. He is going to sit it down on the inside. I believe that is Palacio. Actually, yeah, that is Palacio up in the 3rd spot. And he is now going to fall back into 4th. Harvick now up into 3rd. Palacio running in 4th. And Russo is going to have to settle down in that P number 5 spot. 3-car battle for 3rd. Meanwhile, off in the distance, your 2 leaders taking off. Now we're going to see him coming down this hairpin, down the backstretch going into the hairpin. It looks like Harvick's got a 2-car advantage over both Russo and Palacio, running in 4th and 5th. Out of the hairpin at turn number 5, coming in the chicane. Harvick now maybe trying to settle in a little island of his own, trying to get into his own little space, pull away from the 2 guys behind you, finish out in the 3rd spot, maybe the name of his game. Meanwhile, the leaders still Weldon and De La Vecchia running in 1 and 2 across the line. 5 laps to go this time by as they make their way down into turn number 1.
Yeah, 5 laps to go here as they work their way towards turn number 5. We'll pick up the leaders as well, just ahead of them from this group for 3rd. So Oliver Weldon, Salvador de la Vecchia No change up there. No real change now for Keelan Harvick's group as Lucas Palacio runs behind. Here's Weldon. Leads them through the sweeper. De La Vecchia behind. Harvick's group going to come next up on through. There they go. I mean, that's how far back they are. 5 seconds back from the first and second place drivers as they head to the hairpin. And they'll come on out at turn number 10 here. Again, Oliver Weldon. Nice run so far. The Lando Norris Kart driver battled a little bit with De La Vecchia, won the argument for the moment, and they're going to have to battle again here if they want to fight for the pole position in the main event. Again, this is the odd pre-final for Mini Swift. We've got the entire other half of the class staged on the grid, getting set to go, kind of watching their fellow competitors, seeing what the vibe is like, what the competition is going to look like, what their race might look like here as De La Vecchia, speaking of competition, makes it competitive for the lead. He takes it in turn 5.
Oliver Weldon falls back into P number 2, but he is not going to lose a whole lot of time. He is now on the back bumper, although De La Vecchia got a better run out of turn number 5, making the way into turn 6. Weldon closes right back up as they make their way through the chicane. Down into the hairpin, down that long backstretch, heading into the notorious hairpin of turn number 10. Let's see if Weldon's going to pop out and try to make a move. I think he's going to stay content in P number 2. We're currently working lap number 4. It's going to be 3 laps to go this next time by. Weldon now close on the back bumper of De La Vecchia. De La Vecchia started on pole position, back up on front. Weldon up 2 positions after starting in 4th, now working up into P2. Here comes the second pack. That is Harvick running in P4. Russo running out in 3rd, and Palacio. I say that, but now they're going to get themselves mixed up, head across the line. 3 laps to go for these 3 drivers.
Good move by Lucas Palacio there to move up into 3rd. Keelan Harvick puts the bumper to him a little bit into turn number 1. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Harvick back by. Palacio into 4th. 5th on the racetrack still is Gianmatteo Russo. Harvick now starts to defend here with 3 to go. De La Vecchia and Weldon 6.7 seconds up the road. Palacio, nice move there into turn 6. He gets down the inside and takes over the spot. Now he'll defend into the sweeper. Harvick trying to stay right on his tail, and that's going to bring up the rest of the field. Here comes Gabriel Balog as Palacio closes off the inside in 9 and 10. What a crossover. Here comes Russo. He'll get to the inside of both of them. Palacio drives him down. Russo is there, and Gianmatteo Russo gets by. Harvick dives it in. They're side by side, and Harvick gets by. Look at this gaggle here for P3. Palacio into 4th. Russo back to 5th, and Sarah Bradley down the inside on Gabriel Balog. She'll take 6th away.
That is one hectic mid-pack battle. Now it looks like there may be a 2-car breakaway across the line. Keelan Harvick up into 3rd, Palacio into 4th. They are now trying to pull away, but here comes Palacio on the inside of Harvick, and it is just a flock of karts right behind down into turn number 4. Harvick tried up on the inside, got into the back bumper. Palacio, maybe a pushback to look out for. Now we're going to switch back over to leaders. De La Vecchia out in front, followed by Weldon, switching back over the battle for 3rd. And here comes all the karts down into turn number 6.
What a pack, man. Here they come through 6, 7, 8, and into 9. They'll head down the back hairpin. We'll pick up the leaders here out of turn number 10, waiting to see what their battle is going to look like, because they're coming to the white flag too. Are they going to fight hard for the pole position in the main event? Whoever loses doesn't have to start on the outside row. They both get to start on the inside lane, 1st and 3rd, no matter how they shake out. So white flag in the air, 1 to go here in this Mini Swift pre-final. There goes Weldon and De La Vecchia through 1 and 2. We'll pick them up with our other camera and let this wide shot take a look at the rest of the field. Here comes Weldon back with De La Vecchia. He'll put him on the outside, defends through 5 and 6.
Weldon out in front. De La Vecchia trying to take the outside line. You can see it's working for him. Closes up the gap. Has a look to the outside line. Oliver Weldon checking to see where he's at. Weldon now is going to send it a little bit wide. He is going to lose all sorts of momentum. Mauls a curb coming in through the chicane. Here comes De La Vecchia trying to do a crossover down the backstretch. He's in the toe. Let's see if he's going to do a Hail Mary move on the inside. He may be looking, tries to go out wide, look for a crossover coming out of turn 10. De La Vecchia now side by side with Weldon making the way in the chicane.
Good move there by Salvador De La Vecchia, but he's not able to get clear. Weldon gets back by, covers the bottom in the final corner, out of the final turn. Gonna be able to hold it. Oliver Weldon will win the pre-final. Let's take a look back here. De La Vecchia 2nd. Where's the bubble spot? Where's the rest of the field? Harvick comes through. He'll be safe in 3rd. There's Balog. Massive group there with Tovo. Our bubble spot was Cypress Andrus and Beckham Tupakov last time by. Here they come. Cade Yeager, 16th in that group. He's safe. 17th. Behind him looks to be safe as well. Where's Cypress Andrus? Here they come across the line. Battle for the final transfer spot. Race Beckman gets it on the final lap. No, just shy. Sorry, Beckman back in 19th. Cypress Andrus 18th. Beckman gets on Antonio Pizzonia Jr. So just safe there for 19th. That's going to be pole in the LCQ. My apologies there, Cypress Andrus. Couple seconds up the road. He's safe in 18th. Oliver Weldon wins, though. De La Vecchia, Harvick, Balog, Palacio. And we've got our pole sitter getting set for the X30 Pro Pre-Final A. Paul Bocuse down with Jenna Tommy. And as always, there's something going on with these two, and they got a little different look here today.
Here with Paul Bocuse, who's our pole sitter. Paul, how are you feeling going into this race?
I'm feeling really stoked as this is my home track, and I'm just really excited to go out there and try to win.
Yeah, you've watched a lot of these pre-finals so far. What can viewers hope to see from you?
I'm just hoping for a good result, you know, not to crash. Definitely trying not to go to the LCQ.
Yeah, for sure. Now, you and Norberg have been dicing back and forth. Do you think you'll come out on top?
You know, I'm just thinking I'm going to come out on top. Me and Norberg have a strategy, he's coaching me. We're best friends. We're under the same team. We hate each other. We love each other. But at the end of the day, we're just going to work together.
Very well put. We hope you guys can work together and come out on top. Thank you, Paul. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Man, there is something else with that kid right there. Paul Bocuse with the Pit Vipers on, and he's just ready. He's stoked to be here. We're stoked to be here. Kart Chasers live coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series rolls on. Mini Swift Pre-Final B here, presented by D&J Intermodal Services, coming up next. Stick with us, folks. More to come after the break.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back. You're live from Orlando Kart Center, the second heat for the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift division here with the other half of the class. Has CRG and Speed Concept Racing driver Carson Weinberg lining up on the pole. Tyler Roberts will line up to the outside in the parallel number 199. Asher Rockstein and Davin Roberts make up row number 2. Then it'll be Kai Johnson and Max Weiland, row 3. Michael McKay and Gage Bailey, row 4. Martin Ramirez and Tristan Murphy will round off your top 10. Then it's Landon Boer and Fionn Shee, row 6. Jackson Tovo and Jackson Woolney will make up row number 7. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Giuseppe Gadera will make up row 8. Ty Fisher, Reese Bowman, row 9. Benham Abernathy and Justin DeLucia, row 10. Gabby Gadara, Antoine Lemieux, row 11, Ethan Sky Menyanik, and Juan Jose Paramo, row number 12. Then it's Alexander Procuna, Mateo Calderon, Tyler Paget, and Asher Pavon, the 28 drivers set to compete here for this Mini Swift Pre-Final B. The outside lane, the top 18 transfer, the bottom 10 to the last chance qualifier. As they crawl out of the final corner here, we'll get set to go green. And throughout this race here, we've got more and more of our X30 Pro seniors making their way to the grid. We'll continue to chat with them as we get a moment. Let's get this first lap underway. First, though, here comes Weinberg and Roberts into the stram lines. Carson Weinberg, Tyler Roberts, nice and slow. A beautiful, picturesque shot here for the Mini Swift drivers. And as they get to the start box here, you can see the officials. They're waiting for that acceleration cone on the power, and green flag. We're racing to turn number 1. Weinberg with a nice jump here. They'll go side by side behind him. All clean, it looks like. The field makes it through to 3 and 4. Here we go to turn 5. They're going to fan out 2 and 3 abreast, Caleb.
Yeah, making their way down into turn number 4. Oh, a little bit of contact. Pile up there in the middle. Oh, Kart's up in the air. Trying to see if I can see any Kart numbers on those. It looks like they're all underway. Almost looks like, oh, never mind, we got turned. Oh, that's a nose cone, never mind. I thought a Kart turned around. Looks like a parking lot trying to get through that mid-corner there as we got battling side by side into turn 6. One heck of a start here for your micros as they're making their way around 6, heading into turn number 7. Carson Weinberg, though, is your leader going down the backstretch, and it looks like the top 4 are spaced out. So hectic in the mid-pack, pretty chill in the front pack.
Well, as they make their way back over towards turn number 10, here they come to the infield chicane. Carson Weinberg, your leader. Then behind him should be Asher Augstein into second on the Super Tune USA Tony Kart. They're spread out nicely, I believe. Tyler Roberts is into third. Kai Johnson with a great start from 5th up to 4th. Davin Roberts back in the 6th position ahead of Max Weiland in 7th. Or Roberts in 5th, sorry. Kai Johnson 4th. Max Weiland 6th. Gage Bailey P7. Single file, nice and easy spread. And then we'll take this moment here to send it down to Jenna Tommy, who has caught up with Marion Kremers, who's looking to go a little bit further forward because right now he's costing some guys in the KC Fantasy League some points. Jenna?
Thank you, Xander. So I'm here with Marion Kremers, who's had a pretty interesting weekend so far. How are you feeling going into this race starting mid-pack?
Yeah, so far it's been a bit of a struggle, but I think I am confident going into this race. I'm more of a racer than a qualifier anyway. So yeah, I'm excited to get started.
Yeah, you definitely show strength working through the field. How's the kart this weekend?
Like I said, it's been a bit of a struggle, but we're working very hard to get closer to the front. And every session we seem to get a little bit better. So yeah, I think we'll be a good.
What do you think the fans watching at home will see in this race?
It will probably be a lot of chaos.
Are you going to end up getting up to me or no?
I'm not in your pre-final, dickhead.
Tomorrow, or in the final.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Hopefully,
yeah, no, obviously.
Quite in the back, yeah. You've been struggling a bit.
Yeah, but you watch.
Now I'm tired.
You ran over here and now you're tired. How do you expect to get through this pre-final? Come here.
I'm expecting to hopefully pull away, and then I'm expecting Marin to come in the final and hopefully challenge a bit because I haven't seen him much this weekend. I passed him yesterday, pulled away in about 2 corners, so I think he's been quite slow, and I think he has to pick it up because, you know, he has to represent his brand and stuff, so hopefully we have a good race tomorrow. Today in the final.
What do you want to say about that?
You only dropped me because I was being told to stay away from you because the damage bills got a little bit too high, so yeah, I've been trying to stay away from you, but I'll catch up in the final, don't worry.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see each other in the final.
Back to Marin. Thank you, Ale. What are the viewers expecting to see?
Probably a lot of chaos, I think. We've seen the KA race, the X30 Jr race, lots of incidents, lots of passing opportunities, which means a lot of blocking. So yeah, I think it'll be more of that.
Yeah, well, good luck out there. Thank you.
Alexander DeTulio bombarding that one there with Marion Kremers, and you can tell the trash talking does not stop until the helmets go on. And we've got a few laps complete now, 3 in, working lap number 4. It's tightened up at the front of the field while we went side by side with that interview right there. Carson Weinberg, still your leader, but it's now got Kai Johnson in the mix. And Asher Augstein was up there, got shuffled back there this lap. He's going to come across the line. It looks to be P4 with about a half-second gap from Johnson up to Weinberg. Carson Weinberg, CRG, hooked up here around Orlando Kart Center, the home racetrack here for the Speed Concepts Racing Camp, and they are trying to do it justice and get some hardware. Weinberg that time, purple, 2/10 quicker than the field. He's pulled it up to 9/10 of a second here, Caleb.
Kai Johnson able to move up, and he is now into the second spot, moving up 3 positions as he is now far from being able to secure that spot. Tyler Roberts up into P3, not too far behind Kai Johnson, right at the back bumper. The second, third, and fourth spot of both Johnson, Roberts, and O'Costin have been going back and forth all race long. Meanwhile, Carson Weinberg able to pull away from the rest of the field. You can see it now. Hasn't pulled away by a large margin, but he is just slowly but surely taking a little bit off the 3 running behind him. You can see him up on the wheel making his way down into turn number 10 as he has now opened up almost a second lead over Kai Johnson in second. Looks like Johnson may be under attack, and I believe he is. Tyler Roberts able to get around for second, if I'm not mistaken, and it's going to be Johnson on the back bumper. I can confirm that when we come across the start-finish line. Maybe that's what they need to run down Carson Weinberg. As we said before, Carson Weinberg, this is his home track as he is trying to get a little bit of hardware this afternoon. Down across the line, 7 laps to go. Sorry, it is Kai Johnson still in second. Roberts running in third. Asher O'Costin running in fourth. And David Roberts rounds out your top 5, making their way into turn number 4, over down into turn number 5. And it looks like the top 5 might be starting to bunch back up here with about 6 laps to go this next time by. So keep an eye on that top 4. Here we go again. Kai Johnson for second, able to pull away from Roberts just a little bit. Really starting to close that gap back up to Weinberg. Weinberg now may have to go on the defensive. Last time by, he had a 9/10 of a lead. Now it's down to a 6/10 of a lead. So he lost 3/10 that last lap. He is going to have to pull something out of the top hat because right now this mid-pack, if they don't battle and continue to run how they're doing with Johnson in second, Robertson running in third, as you can see now, they're starting to really close that gap. We may have an intense 5-car battle here with 6 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, it could be a really close one here if they can get there. They need to get on the horse, though, and dig. At the line, that time, 200ths to the better, goes to Weinberg. He's keeping the gap at a 6/10 margin, doing everything he needs to do to keep it there. Let's take a look at the bubble here while we've got a moment. Right now, it looks like Juan Jose Paramo has about a 7/10 advantage over Reese Bowman. That is for the 18th spot, way back in the field. We've got our wide camera taking a look at it, headed into turn number 5 here. Big train of go-karts right now that it's trying to follow. We'll take them out of turn number 4, trying to pick up exactly where we need to be. Benham Abernathy's in that group. He's right behind Jackson Tovo, who was involved in that opening lap incident. Jackson's now on the outside looking in. He's in 20th, 2 seconds outside the bubble spot to get through to the main event. So we're watching them. They're coming out of turn number 9, headed down the backstretch towards turn 10. Tovo with the messed up nose cones just trying to dig, and then a little further up ahead of him, again, we'll find Reese Bowman there in the comp cart, who's just on the outside looking in, and Juan Jose Paramo on the Paralyn just ahead of him. So, again, that's your bubble update right now here. 18 drivers transfer, 5 laps to go. Carson Weinberg still the leader.
Switching back over, Weinberg out in front, Kai Johnson in P2. Not too far behind your leader, but it looks like he has got his rear bumper full of Tyler Roberts. Roberts being trailed by Asher O'Costin, and it looks like we're going to pan back over real quick to see if we can hear it is your leader going into the chicane, going into that final quick sweep before they go down that long backstretch into turn number 10. So intense stuff here in the mid-pack. As we switch back over, you can see the messed up bumper of cart number 131 of Jackson Tovo, who started up in the 13th spot. Like we said before, he was trailing by 2 seconds. I believe he was able to get around, if I'm not mistaken, that was Bowman to get, Bowman to get up into the 19th position, so he is 1 spot away. Unfortunately, he's got 5 laps to make up nearly 1.3 seconds. He has closed up 0.7 of a lap, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time here with 4 laps to go for your leaders across the line. And here we go, 4-cart battle. They have now closed up to Carson Weinberg, your leader. Johnson second, and here comes a Hail Mary move up into P number 2. I believe that was from David Roberts, or not Roberts,
Asher Hochstein.
Moving
He's
from
made
4th up to 2nd,
Wow.
and he's not done yet. He's looking on the inside of your leader of Weinberg.
Asher Hochstein, Mr. Excitement here today. He's been making some aggressive dives, and he's been known for getting after it. So good move there for Asher Hochstein. 1 and 2 car lengths back from Carson Weinberg right now as they head back to turn number 10.
Down into turn 10, here it is, Weinberg. He has had a smooth sail so far, but I believe there's going to be some rough seas ahead, as now we have Asher O'Costin up into P2, Kai Johnson in third, not too far behind. Out of that final big old sweeper, and here it is. Here comes O'Costin. He is on the back bumper, checking back to see if he has any help. He looked to the inside. 3 laps to go across the line, licks the stamp, sends it turn 1. Here comes a crossover from Weinberg. Weinberg back up to front. Kai Johnson now in P3 is going to be looking on the inside. Here it is one more time. O'Costin goes back up in front, and the crossover from Weinberg. Weinberg rolls the outside. Kai Johnson says, you know what, I want second now. Weinberg says, I don't know about that. He is now on the outside going into turn number 5. They are all bunched up, 4 carts, but it looks like it's going to be Asher O'Costin taking the best of the situation with Kai Johnson now up into P2.
Asher Ochstein leads the way down the back straightaway. Here 3 to 4 car lengths over Tyler Roberts, who's got a great run. Kai Johnson back now to third. Roberts defends a little bit. Ochstein still with the lead. All the battling for the lead now. You can see at the end of the frame there, 3-driver group coming. Davin Roberts, Gage Bailey in the Bennick and Tristan Murphy, actually, sorry. Yeah, Gage Bailey in the Bennick, Tristan Murphy in the Nitro, all trying to get there. 2 to go this time by. 4-driver group, could be 7 if they keep fighting like this here, Caleb. Asher Ochstein, your leader through 3.
2 laps to go. Ochstein out in front. Weinberg now has fallen back into P number 4. Kai Johnson into third. P number 2, though, is going to be Tyler Roberts. It looks like it's a little bit more chill than it was before. I say that. Here comes Weinberg on the inside of Kai Johnson. Johnson now is going to lose 1 position. Weinberg up into P3 as they make their way down into turn number 5. You can see the different driving lines through there. Your leader, Asher O'Costin, running out in front. Roberts in P2. You can see him now coming down the backstretch. Zooming in, there they are. There's 1 and 2. O'Costin goes down to defend. Roberts now makes his way around the outside line. Not going to be able to get it done. They're all single file, but here comes Weinberg. He misses being out in front. He's in P3. Looks to the outside of Johnson. Not enough to get it done. Oh, gets a little sideways coming in. Decides to roll it down on the inside of Roberts. Making the way down. The white flag is out. O'Costin's going to be your leader. I think this is far from over as we have 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Asher Ochstein, nice job defending here on the bottom. He'll take them through 1 and 2 as they go through 4-driver line here. Again, that group of 3's coming, about to play spoiler. Ochstein takes him to the inside. Kai Johnson, big open up here into 5, puts himself on the outside into 6. Ochstein does the same, opens up a little more, and now it's 7 all together, single file, headed into the infield sweeper. Johnson has to pull back in. Couldn't make the crossover work. Carson Weinberg beating away at the rear bumper of Tyler Roberts as Kai Johnson opens up to get himself a run on the backstretch. Here he comes on the inside of Weinberg. He'll get clear. Here comes Tyler Roberts to the inside for the lead. Ochstein tries to block. Roberts is there. He's through. They all get tangled up. Everybody's sideways. 3 wide for second. Tyler Roberts is through. Gage Bailey goes to P2. Ochstein back to the bottom and through to the lead. And they're all sideways. And Tyler Roberts is going to emerge. He will win the pre-final across the line.
Wow. Oh, my. And that was for to see who's going to go to the LCQ. That was even the pre-final. We need to go back down to the battle for the LCQ.
Where's the battle for the LCQ right now? Alex Procuna was trying to close in last time by over Juan Jose Paramo. He was not far back. I'm trying to see off our wide camera if we've got it across the line. Where did they end up on the final bubble spot? Here they come. That was side by side across the line. Procuna loses out by 19 thousandths of a second. And Juan Jose Paramo, 19 thousandths of a second, hangs on to the bubble spot and goes through to the main event. That race, action-packed top to bottom, Caleb.
Yeah, there was all over the place. The battle for the bubble spot, battle for the lead. Congratulations to our winner. I have to double-check because I forgot with all the...
Tyler Roberts.
Tyler Roberts. I mean, Ocasio able to run back up to P2. I mean, where did Murphy come from?
Tristan Murphy was 7th coming in there. Gage Bailey was P2 for about all of maybe 2 seconds headed into the infield chicane. Ochstein got underneath him. Then Murphy again slips through. Davin Roberts and Kai Johnson, the big losers, they end up 6th and 7th. Martin Ramirez almost gets there. Martin into 8th. Michael McCauley 9th. Max Weiland 10th. The X30 Pro Seniors are up next. And, we caught up with the X30 Pro Senior that everybody's been chasing all weekend long. Ryan Norberg earlier this week We'll see if we can pull that one up here. And, yeah, we'll go to commercial here first, and then we'll bring it on back here. X30 Pro Sr Pre Final A coming up next.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center as we get set to bring you the action for the first of two pre-finals for the X30 Pro Seniors presented by Franklin Motorsports. 12 laps on the board here, getting set to go green. And we'll let the warm-up lap continue here while they make their way to the backstretch. While they form up here, we'll take you through our starting lineup for X30 Pre-Final A. Again, the odd number drivers starting on the inside lane. Paul Bocuse, Nate Cicero will make up row number 1. Ryan Norberg to the inside of row 2 alongside privateer Dalton Haynes. Row 3, Jeremy Fletcher to the inside of Aiden Fox. Row 4, Aaron Benoit, Dante Yu. Row 5, Nolan Allison, Jacob Hoover. Row 6, Donovan Bonilla and Marian Kremers. Row 7, Cameron Weinberg and Wes Duchak. AJ Myers rounds the top 15. Paul Bocuse has never started on pole in an X30 Pro race before. He has now. We're green down to turn number 1.
See if we can get through cleanly. A little bit of sideways action there, I believe. Kart's up and over,
Aiden
off in the grass.
Fox got punted there, side by side with one driver there at the edge of the top 10. He ends up through the grass. Luckily, the rest of the field is clean and through, and it's a great start for the front of the field, especially the outside lane. Nate Cicero able to get to second. Dalton Haynes into third. Ryan Norberg, P4 here on the first lap. Haynes going to look for second. He'll take it away from Nate Cicero in turn 9. Cicero, little contact with his teammate Ryan Norberg. Norberg tucks in line, and now here comes more passing as Nolan Allison goes to the inside of the reigning champ. And so no love for the number 1. Meanwhile, more pressure behind. Aaron Benoit's got Cameron Weinberg in line. Aiden Fox there, and then Jeremy Fletcher. But at the end of the first lap, it's looking good for the rookie. Paul Bocuse leads down the front straightaway.
And it looks like the privateer, P number 2 of Dalton Haynes, is breaking up that RPG group right now. He is separating them from a 1 through 6 sweep. As they make their way down into turn number 4. Your leader still is Paul Bocuse. Haynes running in P2. Cicero, who had a great year last year in junior, made the step up to senior, running in P number 3. Nolan Allison. Oh, we got a cart stopped off on the side.
Dante Yu off to the side over in turn number 4 with a problem. Dante Yu in the 344 had his hand touching over to the engine. Don't know what went wrong for Dante. This was supposed to be the better day of the two for the Nash Motorsports EOS kart driver. And Dante Yu with a problem coming out of turn number 4.
Dalton Haynes looks like he is under attack from Nate Cicero as they make their way down into the chicane. You can see all the karts made out in that wide shot as they make their way down into the final couple of corners. Dalton Haynes trying to hold on again. Privateer running up in P number 2. He is under attack from Cicero. Meanwhile, Paul Bocuse is starting to pull away. Look for a pass possibly down in turn number 1. Not going to happen. Looks like Haynes is still going to hold on to the second spot. Cicero in third, not too far behind. Ryan Norberg.
Here he comes. Cicero to the inside in turn number 5. Nate Cicero gets by. Dalton Haynes back to P3. Ryan Norberg up to P4, as you mentioned, got back by on Nolan Allison. But good move there for Cicero. Haynes drops back into line to third.
As we're watching now, here's Dalton Haynes, followed by Norberg. Haynes, I don't think, is done with Cicero. Cicero may have gotten by, but Haynes is trying to do all he can to catch back up. Cicero, though, may crash the party on your leader of Paul Bocuse as, we got a cart off over in the chicane before the long back straightaway. They're underway. Meanwhile, switching back over.
The 328, I think, a Donovan Bonilla. That was the driver off over there in the chicane, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, 4-driver break up front here, as you mentioned. We'll keep an eye on the bubble right now. Driver on the bubble as of last time by was Adrian Cruz. Just ahead, Alex Noiz and Gavin Bailiff. That's going to change a little bit here. Into turn number 5 this time. Bocuse, Cicero, Haynes, Norberg, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nolan Allison, P5. Cameron Weinberg, P6. Jeremy Fletcher, P7. And a heavily weighted Rollison Performance Group heat. They are 1, 2, 4, 5. Here goes Norberg, inside on Dalton Haynes. He'll get by. Ryan Norberg, Haynes going to cross him over, pulls back in line. Norberg signals to work together, and Haynes going to let him have it. So Dalton Haynes tucks back in line to P4.
Here it is, your leader, Paul Bocuse, may be under attack here from Cicero. Coming into the chicane, Bocuse still out in front. Cicero P2. Norberg now has gotten up into P number 3. Haynes still holding on to that 4th spot. Down to complete one more lap. It's going to be 8 laps to go at the line. Down into turn 1. 4-cart battle for the lead. And like you said before, running in the 5th spot, Nolan Allison not too far behind. He could see these top 4 start battling it out. But now here comes Norberg on the inside of Cicero. Gets up, clean pass. He's going to go on the hunt now to try to run down Bocuse.
Yeah, so now Ryan Norberg, just a nicely done pass. Only loses about a car length or 2. Nate Cicero still 3rd. Dalton Haynes P4. We look further back. There goes Allison's group with Weinberg and Fletcher in tow. Here comes Norberg, a cart length back from Bocuse. He'll make his move probably here in about a half lap or so at the level of pace that he has. The national number 1 was pissed that he was unable to get away with the qualifying pole award, to say the least. Here he comes for the lead. Ryan Norberg gets by, and a change of the hometown guard from Orlando kid, Paul Bocuse, to Orlando, Florida veteran here in Ryan Norberg. Norberg leads them through 1 and 2. They'll stack up a little bit right now. 3 in, 7 to go, or 5 and 7 to go, as Cicero now will take Haynes as well, and they force Bocuse wide. He drops back to P4, quickly looks back, and that'll give him a little bit of time. So here comes your leaders through. Norberg, Cicero, Haynes, Bocuse, and Allison, your new top 5. No, Allison back to 6. That's Cameron Weinberg in the CRG. He's gone up. And Dalton Haynes back on Cicero. He wants 2nd, and he's taking it into turn 10. It'll hold. Dalton Haynes up to P2.
And it looks like Bocuse, when he got pushed wide, dropped 2 wheels, and he has now fallen back, although he's using that battle between Cicero and Haynes to catch back up. But now we got more karts join the party from behind. Right behind Bocuse is Nolan Allison's group, followed by Cameron Weinberg, followed by Nolan Allison. They may have passed each other back. Fletcher now up in the mix, although he has fallen back down towards the field into the 9th position. So battling happened all over track. Meanwhile, the bubble spot, Adrian Cruz is now up into 17th, which means that James Stegman is now going to be pushed up into the bubble spot in the 18th position. So battling happening all over track. You got the lead group, you got the mid-pack battle, and then the bubble spot, which is crucial here, especially with this X30 Senior group.
Yeah, here's this next pack going through. There was Cameron Weinberg's group. Here comes a battle. Cicero, Bocuse, side by side for 2nd. Dalton Haynes, and Cicero pulls back down the inside on Bocuse, and just like that, Haynes goes by. They're all fighting way behind Ryan Norberg. He's long gone. And this is a young group here. Sophomore drivers Cicero and Haynes, and rookies Cameron Weinberg and Paul Bocuse getting in the mix. Weinberg's going to get put on the outside, though. Here comes Aaron Benoit down to the bottom. He'll follow the line through, and Weinberg's going to lose a spot out of it. Crossover to try and clear on Benoit. Not going to happen. And they're all going to stack up. Here comes Aiden Fox and more. Haynes going to get clear, and they all block the bottom.
Cicero had a look on the inside. I think he was trying to defend more than he was trying to pass, as they're all, oh, contact!
Oh, A.J. Myers goes around.
Oh, wow. A.J. Myers, the shifter king master, all the way around the Florida Winter Series, now trying to make his turn when it comes to X30. He is not going to continue to fall back through the field, as he is now trying to collect his thoughts and see if he can get back going.
Into what looks to be 16th behind Gavin Bailiff.
So he is almost into that bubble spot. I think he's going to get back to it. Meanwhile, switching back over into view right now, you can see the battle that is Haynes running in second, followed by Cicero, Bocuse, and Weinberg, although I think Weinberg may have fallen back a couple spots.
So that'll be behind Bocuse is Aaron Benoit right there. Weinberg now finds himself all the way down there behind Jeremy Fletcher. Oliver Hodgson, smart moves by the comp cart driver, up 10 positions. Again, that's a world champion in Oliver Hodgson. I am international final champion, drives for J3 competition here, moved over here from the United Kingdom last year, began racing quite a bit more over here, and now they're racing again for second. Cicero, Haynes back into third, Bocuse on the outside of Benoit. They're going to go wheel to wheel. That's up for fourth. Here's this next group, again, edge of the top 10. All the while, the bubble spot again, Stegman. Right now, last time by was only a 10th up on Noah Rosser, so we'll have to look back there soon. But we want to try and show you everything up front as well. Aiden Fox by on Aaron Benoit. That'll move Fox into the top 5.
Battling happened all over track. Meanwhile, our leader of Ryan Nornberg has checked out from the field. You can see him at the top of the camera going into turn 1. P2 of Cicero just now getting into turn number 1, and then it's just a madhouse from behind. As we're looking now, there's your leader of Nornberg, followed by the rest of the field. Dalton Haynes running in third now, under attack from Paul Bocuse. Bocuse tried to roll that outside line going into turn number 5. I mean, I give him credit where it's due. He held his position. That's really not the best move to make in that corner, run the outside line in a big corner like that.
Yeah, he just got caught out on the outside lane trying to cross over. And again, that's why the crossover moves are so dangerous here at Orlando Kart Center. They hardly ever pay off. Here they come out at turn number 9 down the backstretch. Seems like everything's kind of gotten tame. I'd like to see if we could try and go back and find where that bubble spot is. Right now, that bubble spot's going to be down there around the 370 of Noah Rosser. So as they come into the infield, there's your leaders. Here they come. Let's wait for them to go on by. Dalton Haynes brings the crew around. Bocuse, Fox, Benoit, Hodgson. There goes the next pack. All the way to A.J. Myers. He's gone by back a couple, I think. He's gone by Bailiff and some. No, Myers still down in 16th. Must have some damage. Adrian Cruz back there. Here's Bocuse again for third. Gets by on Haynes. Haynes going to have to defend. Has to throw it back down the inside a little bit. And gets back on Bocuse. And Bocuse still fighting there to hang on as Aiden Fox pulls up to him.
Bocuse trying to make a look down the inside into turn number 5. Haynes now is defending for all he can for that third position. But there's just a pack of cars from behind. Bocuse, Fox, Benoit, Hodgson running in the top 7. Weinberg not too far behind. Fletcher also up in the mix. As we look now, there's your leader. Nornberg making his way out of the final corners. White flag is in the air. One more lap to go. You can see how much of a gap of a lead he has over Haynes running in second. Down that main straightaway for the final time. White flag is out. Haynes trying to hold on to P number 2. Bocuse trying to make back the positions he lost and get up into P number 2. And then you got Aiden Fox not too far behind. There's your leader, Ryan Nornberg. Rest of the field now making the way out of turn number 3, heading into turn 4.
Yeah, it's out of 5, 6. Here's 7. Norberg through. You can tell how much he's backed it down on the final lap. Haynes around the outside.
Oh.
What a move. Paul Bocuse with a big cheering section here for the Orlando, Florida native. And the rookie gets third, back away from Dalton Haynes and company. Haynes fourth, Benoit fifth. Let's pick up the leader. Here comes Norberg into the final hairpins. He's not even hitting the curves. He's taking it cruise control for the number 1. He will punch his ticket and start on the pole here for the main event later today. Let's go back. Cicero second. Bocuse is going to be third. Haynes fourth. Where's the fight for the bubble spot? We know it was close. Noah Rosser in the Burrell Art. Josh Campbell back there in 19th. Look, can we pay it over? Let's try and get back to the bubble spot. Where is it at? Across the line. It will be Noah Rosser by half a second over Josh Campbell. He hangs on to the final spot to transfer into the main event. So that will do it. Final time through for pre-final A. Ryan Norberg, Nate Cicero, Paul Bocuse, Dalton Haynes, Aaron Benoit, top 5.
How about that for that was even the second group. That was the first group out on track. We still got one more yet to go. And again, anyone who didn't finish in the top 18 gets sent to an LCQ. They're going to combine that with the LCQ for group number 2 that's about to go out. And then 4 carts will transfer from the LCQ all the way out into the feature. Whoever doesn't make it in the top 4, unfortunately, has to go home. That is going to be an exciting race this afternoon. Next up, we're going to have the even group out on track. Alessandro DiTullio is going to be leading the way with that one. So, fantastic run there all the way through with the odds group. Congratulations to our winner of Ryan Norberg. You can see one of the guys pushing the carts up now, making it back to the scale line. A bunch of these guys have to go to work on the carts, figure out what they need to get done before they go out for the LCQ. Again, you have to finish in the top 4. If you do that, you get to go on to the feature. If not, you have to wait it out for tomorrow. So intense racing all the way through. Looks like we have a couple of carts to clean up. And then we will get underway with the even group for the X30 Pro Senior. Again, beautiful backdrop. A little bit of clouds out in the air right now. About 78 degrees outside. Absolutely gorgeous day here in Orlando. Perfect weather. Great day for racing. Now out on track is the even group. Again, front row, Alessandro DiTullio and Jack Jeffers is going to lead them around for the warm-up lap and start on the front row. Top 18 transfer out. Everyone else is going to have to go into the LCQ. So that was about 9 or 10 carts from the last one. It's going to be 10 carts from this one. So we're going to have a 21 cart field racing it out. Top 4 positions transferring this afternoon. That is going to be something you're going to have to tune in for this afternoon. But right now, Alessandro DiTullio, Jack Jeffers is going to start on the front row. There it is now. They are just pacing the field around before they take the green. You can see DiTullio in the parallel cart now making his way down the backstretch, followed by Jack Jeffers in that orange helmet. As they're making their way down to turn 10, they're going to have to slow this 28 pack down and get them bunched up before they take the green this next time by. That's the start-finish line.
Yeah, let's take them around here. Alessandro DiTullio and Jack Jeffers, a sophomore in Alessandro DiTullio and a rookie making the front row. Diego Ramos and Thomas Neveau, row 2. Veteran and former IndyCar driver Zachary Clayman DeMello to the inside of Hayden Jones on row number 3. Then it's Paulie Massimino and Frankie Mossman. Another open wheel ace, Victor Franzoni to the inside of Nolan Bauer in row 5. Justin Ataconis, Ryan Vincent, row 6. Luis Colamodio, Mateus Garcia, Zachary Hollingshead, the top 15. Here we go into the tram lines, looking for the green flag. And we'll get it in, and a great jump for DiTullio. He'll bring a couple with him, trying to get down the inside on Jeffers, who hangs around the outside.
Oh,
Diego Roberts is around in front of the field. And it's going to include Zach Clayman DeMello. 2 of your top 5 starters. Ramos gets going out of the dirt, and now the story becomes, can Diego Ramos catch back up and get back into the main event? There goes Zach Clayman DeMello. He's able to get back around midway through the field. That was crazy. Diego Ramos tried to push his way by Jack Jeffers, and the rookie was not having anything of it. He stayed there on the outside, and Ramos bites the dust, and Ramos is pulling in. Diego Ramos is going to send it to the LCQ. He will go to the tail of the field here. That is a disappointing way to start your afternoon here on Saturday.
That's insane. He has to go all the way back to the LCQ and try to race his way out after starting on the 3rd position. All that hecticness on the start did break up the top 4. DiTullio out in front. Thomas Neveau now up into P2. Paulie Massimino goes into P3. And then P number 4 is going to be Zachary DeMello up into P4. And then Victor Franzoli is going to go into P number 5. So that's your top 5. They're starting to get spaced out. Oh, a little pass on the inside. I believe that may have been in the mid-pack. Can't quite get a number on it. We're going live now. That is with DiTullio. You can see the rest of the field making the way around. Rest of the carts, then they're all bunched up about that 7th or 8th spot. I believe that may be Mossman, Jones, and Hollingshead is involved in that group that is just battling it out in the mid-pack. You can see the top 4 making their way down. Here's P number 5. That is Victor Franzoli. And then Hayden Jones running in P6 gets pushed a little wide. Sorry, that was Jack Jeffers got pushed a little wide. Mossman right there in P number 7. Hayden Jones up in that mix as well. Oh, we got a car off into the grass.
Santiago Fernandez way off the racetrack there. Gets back on in front of a few others. That's good news for the few drivers that also got sent back through the field there. Somehow Zach Clayman-DeMello, I don't know how he ended up back into the 4th position. Jack Jeffers, of course, big-time loser. He loses out, ended up down in 8th. And the big benefactor, Alessandro DiTullio, of course, the leader, but Thomas Neveau and now Paulie Massimino, who's gone by Neveau into 2nd. So Paulie Massimino on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart up to P2.
Moving up 5 spots. He is up into the 2nd spot. You can go see him now. He is making his way, leading that pack, going down the chicane. There's your leader of Alessandro DiTullio. Massimino running in P number 2. Thomas Neveau running in P3, and not too far behind Neveau is Zachary Clayman-DeMello running in the 4th spot. So right now there's a close 3-kart battle for the 2nd spot. These guys seem to be chilling out just a little bit, and then behind that, it gets very intense with Victor, Frankie, Jack, and then also Hayden Jones, a silent assassin, has fallen back 2 spots, but he is currently holding on to the 8th position.
We go back here again, quick bubble spot update. Jacob Gerke right now is the last driver in. Guillermo Quintero about 6/10 back from him. Sam Cates a couple seconds back. So that's near the end of the pack right now that you're seeing just come through the screen there. Ryan Raffa leading the train. He's leading the train that has the bubble spot in it. Here's Hayden Jones on screen. Under fire from Zach Hollingshead. Justin Atikonis, the rookie, right in the middle of Ryan Vincent and Jack Jeffers there. This is just outside your top 6. 7th on back here. Look at what a fight. Jeffers trying to get back going here, and he just can't seem to get any momentum on his side. He's got Luis Colamodio now side by side with him as they all shuffle around. Hollingshead's up 8 spots. Jones, Atikonis, Colamodio, Jeffers 11th across the line. It has just been a rough pre-final here for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver.
Yeah, not the best luck for him. He is definitely battling out in that mid-pack. Like we said before, the silent assassin, as we always say, Hayden Jones is falling back. I believe Anacones is now trying to make his way up through the field as well. As we look now on that TV card of number 356.
Zach Hollingshead
is leading that group right now for the moment, because it looks like there went Jones back around as they're making the way down into turn number 10. There's your lead pack, all spread out currently. Like we said before, DiTullio out in front, Massimino up into 2nd, although it looks like Massimino may be closing back up to your leader of DiTullio.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino was 3/10 quicker than the race leader last time by. This time by 1/10 of a second quicker. So the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart drivers kind of had a mid-level start to his year. Couple top 10s, not really the pace to contend for the win. Looking to start off his U.S. Pro Kart Series campaign a little bit stronger. He's looking good right now. Good set of momentum, good exit there to the first sector. He's 2 cars back from Paralon USA's leading man in Alessandro DiTullio. Thomas Neveau right there, and then here is that group. Jack Jeffers has now been shuffled all the way back to the bubble group. That is with Ryan Raffa, Oscar Panozzo, Tyler Wettengeld, Timothy Carroll, Guillermo Quintero, and Riley Ramroop is now on the outside, or on the inside looking out to Jacob Gerke, who's got shuffled back. So the 4-driver lead group kind of contained up front, and the madhouse, you can see it there on the left side of your screen. That's still going on here at the halfway mark.
6 laps to go as we're watching the top 3. Massimino up into P2. Your leader still Alessandro DiTullio, but it looked like Massimino thought about on the inside of turn number 3. Can't get it done. Over into turn number 4, Thomas Neveau not too far behind. You can see him in that Trinity Kart, Tony Kart, as he is now trailing right behind Massimino. Over into turn number 5, you can see everyone dance with the kart. It looks like the track's starting to slick up a little bit. Maybe that's why they're starting to bunch up a little bit more. Making the way down towards that back hairpin. You can see DiTullio starting to pull out. It almost looks like Thomas Neveau is closing back up to Massimino, coming down to the hairpin. Might have a 2-kart battle for the 2nd spot, and not too far behind them, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be P number 4. That is Zachary Clayman-DeMello up in the 4th spot. 5 laps to go at the line this time by.
So Zachary Clayman-DeMello, P4, right just ahead of Victor Franzoni, who has just missed all the chaos as well. Moved up a couple spots. Franzoni, top 10 there for the Fernando Alonso kart driver, and he's not terribly far back. Same material, same piece as Thomas Nevo's Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, so a couple of KRs inside the top 5 around the OTKs of Paulie Massimino, Zach Clayman DeMello, and then, of course, the Paralympic leader with Alessandro DiTullio. Beyond your top 5, past Franzoni, there's the big gap to Frankie Mossman. He's in no man's land in 6th. Look at this battle here. Tyler Wettengel led in that group for 12th. Ryan Raffa 13th. Oscar Panozzo 14th. Timothy Carroll 15th. Guillermo Quintero 16th. Jacob Gerke 17th. Luis Calamodio 18th. And Riley Ramroop 19th. But they're all within about a 10th of each other. So the bubble spot is going to get really, really tight here really soon. Sam Cate there leading the next pack. 4 to go. And DiTullio's kind of turned it back up. Found a little more pace. Massimino with a bobble last lap. He's faded back. Nevo as well. The gap is up to 6/10 for Alessandro DiTullio. You can see the margin opening back up. So he's looking good as Massimino continues to try and play chase with, again, Nevo, Clayman DeMello, and Franzoni, the top 5.
As they all continue to battle on, like I said before, too, DiTullio seemed to crank it back up to kill mode. I think he's trying to pull away from the battle coming up behind. I think you could foresee something happening between himself, Massimino, and Netvo if they continue to run how they were. Now we see Netvo almost looks like he may be getting to start to close the gap on Paulie Massimino. This time by 3 laps remain. Massimino running in P2, Netvo in that Trinity Kart Republic running in the 3rd spot. Not too far behind is Zachary Clayman DeMello running in P number 4. And Victor Franzoni running in P number 5. We haven't said his name a whole lot. He is kind of watching this 4-car battle out in front, but I don't think he has enough to close back up to that top 4 with about 2 laps to go this next time by.
Yeah, Franzoni that time by was about the same pace. Hasn't changed too much. DiTullio's still your leader over Massimino, and a nice gap that's just continuing to build. Last time by 3/10 up. Massimino and Nevo, I mean, they seem pretty calm where they're at, not really fighting too hard. Again, this is 4th or 6th for them here. We still want to watch the bubble fight. I think that's where we should shift to. So let's see if we can snag it, the bubble fight. Here come the leaders on through. Oh, pass for 2nd. Nice move. Nevo gets by on Massimino. So Thomas Nevo up to 2nd. Massimino back to 3rd.
Massimino now all over the back bumper of Nevo as they're making the way out of turn number 2, heading into turn number 3, one of the big old hairpins. Let's see if Massimino is going to stay content or if he's going to try to pass. I think he may be content with staying in P number 3. I mean, he may want to take off one more row, but right now he is for sure locked in. He's going to be in a good starting spot either way. But right behind Massimino, Zachary Clayman DeMello is in the 4th position. He is within striking distance of Massimino. Meanwhile, as these 3 continue to go back and forth, Alessandro DiTullio is really pulled away from the field, roughly about 1.3 seconds. You can see him now towards the top of your screen going into the hairpin at turn 10. You can see him now about mid-screen. He is pulled away, and then if we stay here, we can see the 3 carts from behind. So that is his lead. And then Victor Franzoni running in P number 5 has got just a little bit of a gap, not close enough to make a move. Now across the line, 1 more lap to go. White flag is out. DiTullio leads. Netvu up to 2nd. Massimino in 3rd. Going down to the bubble spot. Lucas Clayman DeMello.
Luis Calamodio there in 7th. Jacob
17th.
Gerke in 18th. Here's the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Massimino on the defensive. Let's see if we can pull back to the bubble spot, find the 18th positions. There goes your leader on through, headed through the final corner. Where's our bubble spot drivers? Gerke was up in there. He's back to 20th. Now Riley Ramroop into the spot. He's got Sam Cate behind him. It looks like there's probably a big pack. So Luis Calamodio's group is through. There goes more drivers. Here comes your leader, DiTullio. Nevo.
Massimino, I believe.
Massimino 3rd, DeMello 4th. Alessandro DiTullio wins the pre-final here. Convincing fashion for the Paralympic driver. There goes the rest of the field.
See if we can try to find the bubble spot as we're looking at the leaders coming to the pits now. See if we can pan over and find the battle for 18th. Checker flag is out. They're all coming across the line. Wettengel comes across in 12th. Rest of the field now making their way down to the line. Looks like they're fairly spaced out as they come down.
Oh, across the line, Riley Ramroop just holds off Sam Cate by 0.2 of a second, back for 18th. He'll be the last driver to transfer in, and that will do it for the X30 Pro Sr Pre Final. We'll send it to commercial, see if we can talk to a driver or 2. Lunch break is coming up. When we come back, the last chance qualifiers. Before we go to break, though, let's give you a quick look at what the format has been here this weekend. Again, the race format for your X30 Senior, your KA100 Jr, your KA100 Sr, and your Mini Swift classes. Again, we just finished both of their pre-finals, Pre-Final A, Pre-Final B. That was the top 18 drivers, so that's why we were looking to talk about the bubble spot. They make up the first 36 spots of the main event at the bottom. Now, we're going to combine the bottom half of both pre-finals to make a last chance qualifier. Top 4 drivers will transfer 4 LCQs coming up. They're set to go green here in about 5 minutes, actually, it looks like. I think we should be coming pretty soon, so we'll see if we delay it all, but they'll be coming up soon, and they'll be set for 8 laps. 8 laps here for the LCQs.
Proprietary pedal kit, and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at parallelusa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
We, again, witnessed a good battle here, especially in that first pre-final. Dalton Haynes is down with Jenna Tommy. Dalton? Jenna?
Alexander, I'm here with Dalton Haynes, who's been taking on the war this year with a pickup truck and some zip ties. Tell us about that journey so far.
It started out last year at IME Grand Nationals, and it was my first ever national. And we qualified pole after just, I think 2 weeks of practice in X30 Sr. And we came third that weekend, and ever since then we've been in X30 Sr running national. It's just me and my brother. He tunes the kart, and we've been doing really good ever since, top 10 at Super Nats, and now we're here. So I'm seeing what I can do.
Yeah, that's great. We love to see here what has been going on in these last few races. You got tied up into something with Paul. Walk us through that.
Yeah, it was a really close race between the top 10. Paul was really fast. All the Rollisons were really fast. My tires started to fall off at the end, so I started defending a lot more, and the field started getting really backed up. And me and Paul were racing really hard, and when you're at the front like that and it's just you two and then an entire train behind you, you have to be very careful to defend but also attack at the same time. And there was contact a couple of times, but it was mostly clean racing, and it was a good race. I'm just trying to hang on.
Yeah, it was definitely entertaining to watch, and RPG does have a lot of power behind them. What are you hoping for going into the final?
Into the final, I just needed a clean start, and I think we're going to have a really good rest of the race because our power is there. BN Engines has us covered on that. And I think with Rollison's power this weekend, they have a lot of power. And they're all looking really good, but there's a couple other drivers individually that are really quick too, like DeTulio and Massimino. But I think we got it covered for top 5 if I can just have a clean race.
Yeah, well, we hope that for you a lot. Thank you so much, Dalton. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jenna here. And Dalton Haynes, again, as he mentioned, thinks he has enough pace for top 5. Sometimes that's all you need if the battle opens up enough here, Caleb. So we're going to take a break here. My mistake on the time charts. We go green in about 30 minutes with the last chance qualifiers, beginning with KA100 Jr at 120. Until then, here we'll send our commercials and keep the views around Orlando Kart Center looking hopefully nice and pretty for another afternoon of racing. Stick with us. Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series rolls on at 1:20 p.m.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series or Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast.
From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series or Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps the driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and/or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series or Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
welcome back here to, we're about to get going with the LCQs for USPKS round number 1 at Orlando. Drivers are now out on track. I got Jeremy Fletcher up in the booth. We'll get a headset on him, get his opinions about what's to get going. I believe he's going to stay here through the KA senior class. Xander Clements up here looking like a mom getting his kid ready for school on the first day as he's about to go to the booth. All right, they're getting lined up. Jeremy, you obviously made it out of the pre-finals. You're going to be running not in the LCQ but in the future. So tell us, what mentally would you do if you're in these driver's seats right now in the KA?
I mean, you definitely want to finish. It's just a big thing to stay clean the entire race. I mean, the most crucial thing is really the first opening laps, just staying clean and getting through the entire race and getting to the main.
I 100% agree with that. Looking at the front row, we got Gabriel DeCastia next to Zachary Hinchcock, followed by Nathan DePus and Micah Winfrey. And if I butcher these names, you feel free to correct me at any time. I'm notorious for that. Coming down the line, let's see if we can get the green flag here. Lined up 2 by 2 across the line. Looks like no start. They're going to go one more time around. Gives us a little bit more time to talk. So, Mr. Fletcher, you're doing double duty both in the KA and the X30. Which one do you feel more comfortable with out on track?
I mean, we definitely have more pace in KA. I'm struggling a little bit with driving X30, but hopefully we can get through it. I mean, we made the main, so that's a good start, and just hopefully we can progress from there.
Absolutely. And tell us where you're starting at, do you think, approximately?
I have no really idea in X30. I know we're pulling KA, though.
There you go. Made it out of the KA. I know you wanted to call the KA senior, but once we get these juniors going, you'll help me call the shots at this. I believe Mateo is going to be coming up here shortly as well. He's going to be the co-announcer while Xander Clement steps out of the booth for the pre-finals. Again, these are going to be, I believe, 8 laps, if I'm not mistaken, so they're going to go by fairly quickly. So top 4 transfer out. If you're running in that 5th spot, and obviously you're at risk with the pushback violation, and let's say there's 3 or 4 guys in front of you, what would you do? Would you try to outbrake? Would you try to maybe sort the pack a little
I
bit?
definitely would want the safety of being in the position and ready to go. I wouldn't want to take the risk factor of maybe hoping for a penalty. I'd definitely push forward.
Push forward. I think that would be probably like a mutual agreement of everyone. As we see these kiddos making the way around on track right now, let's see if we can get them going this time. Again, top 4 transfer out. Everyone else will have to sit out the rest of the day. You don't want to be that guy, but unfortunately, it's just how the situation goes. We can see, looks like the flagman really not happy with what happened last time by. They're in the tram lines. Green flag is out this time. Gabriel DeCosta and Zachary Hinchcock are going to be the 2 going around into turn number 1. Jeremy, why don't you call him for a little bit?
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Adam Brickley. I mean, he started last year. I know he always has pace in all these races, but and he went for it in second. But I know Adam Brickley always has the pace, and he's always up there, so hopefully he can get up in there and get it done.
Adam Brickley is going to be starting towards the back, cart number 811, starting the 11th spot as we're green down into turn number 5, the big old sweeper, making the way around into the tight chicane. Top 4 already starting to pull away from the field. We might see a straightforward race in the top 4. A little bit of a pack there in between 4 and 5. Oh, we got some carts up and over. Feel free to call out anything you see, Jeremy.
There's Brickley. I know they're probably saddened to see that, but definitely the thing I see with these front 2 or front 3, if they're away, I just keep going and pushing away, see if they can get away and get a gap and safely into the main.
Now, if you're in this top 4 right now, would you be ready? Oh, we got a pass on the inside. I believe that was Hinchcock getting around DeCassia. I can give you a 100% update when they come across the line on our timing updates. Another pass on the inside, top 4 going back and forth. Now, Jeremy, I got to ask you, if you're in that top 4 right now, would you be racing back and forth?
I would not be getting that aggressive. I think they're just really over antsy trying to make it into the final, but I definitely think they need to settle down and keep their gap.
I mean, it's easy for us to say that because we can look out track and see the gap. But if you're that guy in second and you look back, and that is Max Taylor, sorry, who's in second, and you look back and you see both Hinchcock, Jenkins, and then Austin Olds, who's trailing a little bit farther behind, would you think that you have a little bit of a gap, or would you just
I know when I look back, I definitely take a little bit of a bigger look back to make sure I see everything, but I see these guys closing in now, and that's when you got to start making your move.
Up in the booth now, we got Mateo joining us. Mateo, why don't you grab a seat right there and put on that headset. We're just watching this KA Juniors get underway. Down into turn number 1, Gabriel DeCassia out in front, Max Taylor running in P2. Again, a little bit of a shake-up in that top 4 pack. Top 2, though, looking to pull away. Zachary Hinchcock running in the 3rd spot, followed by Walter Jenkins is in the final transfer position. Right behind him, Austin Olds, who already moved up 4 positions. He started up in the top 4 or 5. He fell back towards the start of the field, finished about the 20th, 22nd position. Now he is going to be doing all sorts of work to see if he can close back up. You can see the gap he's got up there.
I mean, Taylor's definitely stretching out right now. He's purple by quite a bit here. I mean, Olds has some pretty good pace. He's catching up. Hopefully he can get to the position. But the biggest thing here is just everybody needs to stay calm if they're in the position and keep pushing if they're not.
Absolutely. Now looking here, third and fourth, that is Walter Jenkins and Sasha Aldrich, who's running in the fourth position. Mateo just joined us up in the booth. Mateo, what are you thinking so far?
Unbelievable. Racing all day long, very, very close at the front of the field. And definitely very interesting to see which drivers are taking their time and which drivers are trying to go for it. Obviously, if you're really close to that transfer spot, you're definitely going to be seeing a lot more guys take risky moves, but we still got 6 laps to go here to see what happens.
Absolutely. It's going to be 5 laps to go this time by. Mateo, I got to ask you one more question. You come from announcing out in the northeast, if I'm not mistaken. Do you guys have a lot of LCQs up there? Is there a lot for you to commentate on up in that area?
We actually usually do not, but speaking of LCQs, number 833, Max Taylor, I've seen him run in the Northeast, so obviously an LCQ is not usual for him this weekend. So being able to come down here and having to move on is really big for him.
Yeah, it's definitely something else you have to learn. I know I'm coming out from the Midwest area. Austin Olds is a big name. Usually don't see him in the LCQ either. Like I said before, he had a good starting spot for the pre-final, but when it came down to it, he just didn't have a good run. We see him running the 5th spot. Looking down now, side-by-side battle going into turn number 10. I believe that is going to be for the 3rd and 4th spot. That is Sasha Aldrich getting around Walter Jenkins, although I don't think those two are far from over as they continue to go nose to tail. It's going to be 5 laps working right now, 4 to go at the line. Like Jeremy was saying before, and Mateo. Max Taylor went purple lap after lap. He continues to go purple. He won a 59.2. He has opened up a 1.8 second lead over Gabriel DaCosta running in P number 2. Jeremy, if you were in his shoes right now, would you set it on cruise control? Or
yeah,
would
I mean, at this point, he has such a big gap. With only 4 laps left, you might as well save the tires as you need because these extra laps are just hurting his tires now. So if he saves, I think he'd have a better shot. But obviously, you don't want to slow down and take the risk of them catching up, and then it's a battle.
Absolutely. It's kind of like a 50-50 game you got to play. It's a balancing act of how far you want to go. As we continue to look on here, beautiful shot of them going through the chicane down into that far hairpin. Now, Jeremy, I got to ask you, what personally for you are some of the best passing points here on track?
I mean, I definitely like the hairpin that you see 3rd and 4th just went through. I mean, definitely the one, just all the places that you can get in there, get it done, and not really lose a lot of time. That's definitely the best places for it.
Now, and over in turn 5, this big sweeper that comes by the front booth, we've seen a couple of guys, I don't know if they tried to intentionally run the outside line or if they oversent on the inside. How quick is that outside line?
I mean, I wouldn't hold the outside really anywhere at this track, especially with how the barrier situation is here. You really don't want to hit a barrier and just total your go-kart for no reason.
Again, it's all part of that balancing act, risk versus reward. As we're looking on now, battle for 3rd continues on. That is between Sasha Dalrich, who is running in P number 3, and
is that 5th and 6th?
Oh, my bad, 5th and 6th. You're right. There it is. Yes, you're right. Austin Olds now, who lost a couple positions. He is now going to get around, if I'm not mistaken. That is going to be Winfrey running in P number 7. I could be wrong on that one. We'll know when the timing sheets come by. You can see 3rd and 4th just went by the top side of the screen. Currently, Max Taylor pulling out a huge lead, 2.5 seconds over the rest of the field. Sasha Dalrich went purple last lap at 58.611. But right now, we're watching the battle for P number 5. Currently, there's a big gap between 4th and 5th. You can see 4th and 5th at the bottom of the screen. Now here's Austin Olds going down the bottom of Sasha Dalrich to get by. He's up into 5th. But you got that large of a gap going. 2 laps to go this time by. Do you see any chance of them possibly making it in?
No, I mean, at this point, Olds or even Sasha, they really just have to hope that there's a penalty and just kind of fight for the 5th position and hope they get a transfer.
Sasha went around the outside. Here's Olds coming back by again, side by side once more, heading into turn number 4. Olds is going to have the advantage over Sasha as they make their way down the sweeper of turn number 5. We'll keep an eye on this. Maybe try to see if we can sweep over and see the top 3 at some point. Sasha Dalrich actually is up into 3rd. Oh, we had an incident happen. Dalrich up into 3rd. Olds is into 4th. Shaw Ulrich is up into 3rd. Olds is running in 4th. Austin Roy currently in 5th. Max Taylor 1st. Gabriel DaCosta running in 2nd. I'm trying to see who got bumped. Oh, it looks like Walter Jenkins may have had a couple of incidents, and he has fallen back through the field. So big shakeup here. Jeremy, what are you seeing so far?
I mean, I think Max is in a good spot. I feel like your top 4 is really set here to make the transfer. I don't think they're really close enough to fight for it. I think Olds is in a good spot here. I think he just needs to put together a decent last lap here and get it done.
Yeah, I don't think he's under too much pressure. Him and Shaw Aldrich have been running in about third and fourth spot. Right behind him, Austin Roy looks to be about a 10th off of Olds as we are looking now going into the hairpin. Trying to see if I can get a cart number on him. Far off into the distance, going through the hairpin, I believe. Actually, you raced with these guys. Who was that?
I have no idea, but I just know that Taylor has been putting on an absolutely phenomenal drive through this whole LCQ, showing that he probably deserved not to be in this LCQ and already in the final.
And that was Max Taylor, who's making the way across the line. Here's Austin Olds on the bubble for the transfer spot, swinging out wide. It looks like he is going to hold off Austin Roy. So our winner is going to go to Max Taylor. Gabriel DeCoste is going to finish in second. Shaw Aldrich comes across in third. Austin Olds, the last transfer spot, finishes in fourth. Austin Roy fifth. Adam Brickley comes across in sixth, so he wasn't able to close back up as much as you were hoping for. Walter Jenkins, last couple spots, finishes in seventh. Zachary Hitchcock, someone else who fell back through the field, finishes in eighth. Micaiah Winfrey, ninth. Nathan DePass is going to come across in 10th, and Ryan Miller rounds out the field in 11th. So provisionally right now, it's Max Taylor, Gabriel DeCoste, Shaw Aldrich, and Austin Olds going to transfer in. As we said before, pushback is a factor here. I didn't see a whole lot of contact on track, but that is a possibility for someone else to transfer in.
Yeah, I know a lot of people go and watch the LCQs for all the chaos, but I mean, I think that was pretty smooth sailing. Like you said, just sad for Brickley. He got in an opening lap incident and pushed him back, but
100% agree with you on that. Next up, we have the KA Senior. I think this one's going to be a little more hectic, like you were talking about. 22 carts are going to take the green. Something else that happened with that is Finnegan Bailiff got a DQ because he came across light, so he is going to be starting on the tail of the LCQ Senior. I believe we're about to go to commercial break here soon, if I'm not mistaken. We'll send it down for a quick minute. When we come back, we will have the KA Senior LCQ. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. USPKS Orlando continues on.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here. Once again, we got Jeremy Fletcher up in the booth. We're about to get going here with the KA Senior. We were talking about before, when you were talking about hecticness in races, KA Jr was a little bit mild. Do you think this one's going to be just a little bit more edgy?
I mean, there's definitely more drivers, so more chance for chaos, so that could be a definite factor. And, I mean, some of these guys might want to push more. I see some faster guys in the back. Like you said, Bailiff just got unlucky with the weight. Walker's fast. Pasquarello should be coming to the field, so just interested to see how they do. I
think Jake French is someone else we're going to have to look out for. He obviously had a lot of bad luck when it came time for the pre-final. He's going to be starting in the 13th position, front row. Light as small as Josh Campbell leads the field down. I believe green flag is out, underway. Down into turn number one, already going through. Oh, there's Finnegan Bailiff up on the curve into turn one. He is able to get around 4, maybe 5 carts. He got one swinging out wide. Rest of the field making their way through. Bailiff already up 5 or 6 positions as they make their way out of turn number 3, heading into turn 4. Oh, a couple carts
there's French backwards.
French yet again.
Unlucky.
Oh, horrible luck for French. But he's out of his cart, so unfortunately his racing is done. We got another one turned around. That's the 984. You say that was Burkhart? Who was that?
Techno.
984 out of this as well. That was Gershon Renandez is out, or Izanda is out. That is so unfortunate. French not happy, kicking the back of his cart, and I don't blame him. That is so unfortunate. 2 in a row for him. But meanwhile, we still got a race going on. We got 4 carts out in front. Looks like a 5th cart is looming from behind. as we're going to get names for you guys when they come across the line now. Down across the line, let's see who we got. Lyda Smalls is going to move back into P number 2. Niket Ponderous is going to go out into P number 1. Josh Campbell into P3. Abby Adams up into the 4th position. Kendall Hedge is in P number 5. So right now on the bubble is going to be Abby Adams, who you were talking about before as a mentor of yours, if I'm not mistaken, or driver coach?
Yeah, she's under the same 10 of us. So just hoping she can get through here and get into the main.
There we go. Top 4 underway. Kendall Hedge running in P number 5, not too far behind. Niket Ponderous running out in front. Lyda Smalls.
Looks like Himes' bumper's off.
Yeah. Wait, who's talking about?
I think it's Kingston's bumper's off, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll have to see when they come by. Hopefully they can continue on underway. He's talking about a pushback, or is it falling off in the back?
Rear bumper.
Rear bumper. That's really not good. We'll look and see if we have any black flags come out. Everyone making the way out of turn number 10. We got 4 karts battling it out. P number 5, Kendall Hedge, Kart Chaser's very own, is right there on the bubble, though. A little bit of toss-up. Here comes Hedge around the outside.
Bailiff's already making his way up. He's pretty close, already almost to that spot.
Bailiff last time was in P number 9. Let's see where he's at now. Bailiff is now up into P6. Pushes Hedge back into the 7th spot. Drew James is now up into P number 5.
Yep, Kingston, I believe he just got the meatball flag.
So that is Kingston, who is running, checking the sheets right now. I believe he was running towards the back of the field. 8th position. See, you're already a professional at this, better than I am. Leaders now making the way into turn number 5. 6 laps to go, currently 5 to go next time by. Campbell in P number 2, Lyda Smalls in P3, Abby Adams on the bubble in P4. Drew James running in the 5th spot, and down into turn number 10. Deep on the brakes, I believe that was Drew James. Oh, James up in the air, and they're 2x2 coming down. There's Hedge not too far behind, watching all this chaos happen. You can hear people applauding upstairs. They're liking their driver being in the transfer spot. Bailiff, I believe, is now up into 4th. So Finnegan Bailiff now back up in the transfer spot after starting in 22nd. Ponderess is going to be up into P number 1 still. Campbell P2, Lyda Smalls P3, Bailiff up into 4th, James P5, Abby Adams falls back to 6th, Cameron Case into 7th. Kingston, who we saw got the meatball flag, is running in 8th currently, and Kendall Hedge 9th. Joseph Botting is rounding out the top 10. But still, anyone's game here in the top 8. They're all pretty close. Top 5, especially nose to tail. Bailiff slowly working his way back up. Actually, I think he's on point. Or no, he is not. That's Ponderous out on point. Bailiff making his way up.
I mean, he definitely is already showing early pace. He's gotten to the front, and hopefully he can catch these leaders with Campbell and Boners out front. So, I mean, they have a good gap at this point. They should just work together and get away. Same thing with Bailiff and Small.
Yeah, there's just a cluster of karts behind him that are all nose to tail. Like we said, now Bailiff now up into 3rd. Smalls falls back into 4th. So those two are in the last 2. Smalls the last one in the transfer spot. And then it gets to Drew James, Abby Adams, Cameron Case, and then Kingston Himes, who we know has a meatball flag, is currently running up in that 5th to 8th spot.
Yeah, and it looks like Kingston went in that lap. I believe he received the black flag.
And we had a kart slow down as well, 970. That was Riley Pegram. Unfortunately was slowed down. Still a huge battle. That is for the 5th and 6th spot. So again, transfer spot is currently locked in. It looks like before we broke away, that was Kendall Hedge who's getting past on the outside coming into the chicane.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like you got your top 4 almost set, but it's just so hard to say early in this race here. But your top 4 are really spread out compared to 5th and back, so they're still just battling really hard.
Currently watching the top 2 right now. That is Niket Ponderess and Josh Campbell running in 1st and 2nd. Finnegan Bailiff and Lyda Smalls 3rd and 4th in that second pack, although it looked like Bailiff starting to close back up to the top 3. Smalls, I don't want to say has fallen off, but he is currently trailing behind Finnegan Bailiff. Drew James right there in the spot if he can take it. Abby Adams as well running in the 6th and 7th spot.
Yeah, I mean, Bailiff's 2/10 off as they're just pushing each other. Campbell and O'Neill's just getting away from him, so they're set, I believe. I don't think they should even battle, just push each other across the line because that one position really won't make it any better for the final. You just kind of want to get in.
That was the pass right there for the transfer spot. Lydia Small, she's battling all the way out here with the driver that just got by her, Drew James, who has worked his way forward. Jeremy, Caleb, you guys said it looked like it was starting to fizzle out. Lydia all of a sudden had a massive drop in pace there over the last few laps. I mean, she was still running decent laps, but compared to the driver behind, she's fallen back again. Impressive for Finnegan to start from the tail, but now with just under 2.5 laps to go, if you're Lydia Small, Jeremy, what do you start doing if you feel like the pace isn't there where do you start going? Naturally, you want to break deeper, but the real part you're trying to do is just carry more roll speed, especially in this class, right?
Yeah, I mean, if your tires are going off, you just kind of want to back it up. I mean, they look like they're just small, looks like they're just falling off, you know, losing pace. So they just kind of want to try to hold on to fifth, I believe, and just hope for a penalty or something to get in.
Yeah, at that point, that might be the way that this thing falls. We've seen a couple LCQs that have gone back. There were multiple drivers that finished 19th or 20th, ended up 16th or 17th after all the penalties. For Nikita Panaris, it's still looking good here with Josh Campbell as you see them head through the sweeper. And then behind them here, big gap back to this group that we're kind of following, led by Finnegan Bailiff, who has driven through the entire field for the LCQ to come forward. And Caleb, the top two, I don't know. They may battle, they may not. They've got enough of a gap they can do it, but Jeremy and I have been around a few Supernats and seen some guys throw away LCQ surefire transfers by battling for inside the transfer spots.
Yeah, I mean, may not be the you go ahead.
I mean, these guys are just working great together. I think that's the best thing you can ever do in an LCQ is find a buddy and just get out there and get gone from everybody else and make yourself safe.
Had very intense fighting so far. I think you're right. I think Niket Ponderes and Campbell running out in front are kind of going to put it on cruise control. Maybe see if there's an easy pass for Campbell to make it up on the inside. You two obviously have a lot more experience in LCQs than I do. I usually run against 10 people out in the Midwest, but these guys currently going back and forth. As we said before, too, Lyda Smalls currently continues to fall back.
Lydia's
I'm not sure.
Getting there. I don't know. She fell back here, Jeremy. It looked like that gap got back down to about a car length and a half. Dug in deep here. She's going to need a perfect final sector. You know this place. You've got two final dive bombs, and one driver behind her just kind of got into the back of her, so that hurt down the back straight away. Your leader's coming out of 10. Maybe.
Side by side going down to the chicane, and it looks like it's going to be Campbell taking up on point. Although I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of hard press for Niket Ponderes as he knows he's going to be in it. Oh, I say that, but they're side by side down the line. Checkered flag is out, and it looks like Campbell is going to take it last second over Ponderes. Bailiff rounds out top three. Juice Small is able to hold on to fourth. Drew James, Lyda Small is not able to close back up to the top four.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lydia Small there inside the top five. She could hope for a penalty. Good battle there at the end, Jeremy. Like you said, you want to find a buddy. Obviously, it takes a lot of guts and respect on both ends of Nikita Panaris and Josh Campbell to battle it out there to go for a move because, you know, again, one pucker, one bad move, and these guys are sitting out the main event battling there for second.
Yeah, I mean, I think Campbell played that almost as perfect as he could. He just sat behind, kept his laps consistent, and they just pulled away and got it done on the last lap.
Well, Jeremy, it's been great having you up in the booth here with myself and Caleb Smock. We're going to send it to commercial. When we come back, we're going to have a different driver step in. Thanks again, Jeremy.
No problem.
All right, Jeremy Fletcher's got double duty coming up here, looking pretty good at both main events. We got another one we're going to bring in here. Caleb Smock and myself will continue to hang in the booth, and we will be right back after this.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
If
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here live from Orlando Kart Center, and we've cycled out one top-level driver for another here in the booth as we get set to go green with the Mini Swift LCQ. Myself, Xander Clements, of course, joined by Oliver Weld. And Oliver, hello. You are happily not in the last chance qualifier. You're looking pretty good for today. Your weekend's been going pretty good, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, not too bad. How would you describe your weekend so far? Walk the viewers through it, start to finish.
I was pretty confident in qualifying. We kind of struggled in the first one a bit, but then in the second one, I ended up 5th, a little bit better than the first. I was pretty confident going into the pre-final, and I started 3rd. And I just made my way up to the front and passed the leader, and we had a bit of a battle at the end, but I ended up getting 1st.
Yeah, a heck of a battle. We had a lot of fun calling it. Caleb and myself, we were about to jump off top of this roof here over here. I mean, you guys were putting on a really good show. Yeah. Well, let's take it to the on-track action here. Caleb, I think we've got you. Can you not hear yourself over on that one?
No, I'll work. Oh, there we go.
You're good now?
Yeah, we'll be good.
Oh, you're the louder one. Hold on, that's why. There's Oliver's here. We switched up the headsets. That's why Oliver was quiet. I was trying to figure out why. Okay, now we're good. You good, Caleb?
Oh, I think so.
All right, now I think we're chilling. All right, let's take us through the starting lineup here. Race Beckman's going to start on the pole position here for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift Last Chance Qualifier alongside Gabby Gadera. Nathan Holy and Tyrone Kemper Jr. will make up row number 2. Brandon Siraki and Juan Jose Paramo, row 3. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. and Ethan Sky Manyenik will make up row number 4. Max Christie and Antoine Lemieux, row 5. Carter Barquise and Alexander Procuna, row 6. Alex has had an up-and-down day for sure. Paulie Hart Jr. and Tyler Padgett, row number 7. Roman McCurdy, Jackson Wolney, row 8. Shane Stern, Giuseppe Gadera, row 9. Jackson Porter, Ashley Pavon, row 10. 20 drivers, Oliver. Any picks you got, you think that any names on here that maybe shouldn't be in the LCQ, or are you kind of mixed bag? You're not really sure who's going to make it out as the top 4?
I think Max Christie will do a pretty good job. I think he'll make it to the final. I think Tyrone Kemper is another one. Jackson Porter, he had a pretty rough one in the pre-final. I think he popped a tire or something, and then he couldn't even start.
Well, we'll see. They're green now here. Look at that already. Yeah. Green flagged at turn number 5. Good start, 3x3 here through the field, but a great start for Race Beckman in the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Caleb out at turn number 5. He's got about a 5-car length gap beginning now.
Yeah, Race Beckman obviously has a huge lead going down into turn number 5. It looks like he is very much in control of that car, and especially this race. 2x2 from behind. Oh, I heard a little bit of contact coming down into turn number 5. Not quite sure what that was. Maybe someone tagged the barriers. But Beckham has got a huge run coming down, and they're side by side going down into turn number 10. I got old man eyes.
It's going to be Tyrone Kemper Jr. making his way down the inside. So that's Tyrone up into second. You said he would do good, Oliver. He's had a heck of a start so far. Speaking of a driver who had a heck of a start here, we're going to complete lap number 1. We'll give you the update on the top. And we've also got one of our KA100 Sr transfers down on the grid here with Matteo Giuliano. We're going to send it on down to Matteo. Give us a gap here to watch. 8 laps, 1 complete, 7 to go. Matteo, you're down there with Finnegan Bailiff. Take it away.
Finnegan. I'm here with Finnegan Bailiff. He was able to get into the LCQ, also got the fastest lap in that race. Had some issues earlier, you got DQ. Tell me about that, and what was it like to start from the back and come all the way back?
Yeah, I was running top 2 in the pre-final, and I got DQ'd for being 0.2 underweight, so I knew I had the speed. 0.2 doesn't really do much. Starting in last, I just knew I had to get a good start, and then I just pushed my way through, passed a bunch of people, and got up there.
Awesome, Finnegan. Back up to you, Caleb.
Thank you for that, Mateos. We're looking on track. There was an incident out. Zare and I both put our eyes up to the screen. About 3 or 4 karts involved. An incident over in turn at number 4. I don't think that was anyone involved in the top 4 at all. But obviously everyone's running really hard here trying to make it to that top 4 positions.
Yeah, let's see here. Oliver, a couple drivers got knocked out. I think Nathan Holy might have been one of them there. Top starter You saw a few of them. You might have recognized them. That sucks. This early in an LCQ to get junked in there. I mean, it looked like it was hard racing. I don't know if you saw anything different.
They all have another chance tomorrow.
Yeah, that is true. They do get another shot at it tomorrow. Well, let's give the update here. You said Max Christie would do good. He's coming up through here. Here's Alexander Procunha. He's on the outside of the bubble looking in. So we're watching him and Christie. It's about to get really tight up front. Race Beckman just lost the lead. He's down to second. Here comes Tyrone Kemper Jr. Tyrone down the inside for P2. He'll take that away. And I believe Juan Jose Paramo leads them. So it's a 5-car group. You know it, Oliver, just as well as everybody else. Only 4 make it out. I mean, how stressful are you as a driver? You're pulling up to this pack in 5th or 6th place right now knowing you've got 5 laps to get it done.
Yeah, you'll be probably a bit stressed going into the last couple of laps if you're like in 6th or 5th, because you're like 2 positions behind the positions to make it in the final. But I would just keep your calm and see what happens at the end of the race.
And it's tough when you're in 3rd or 4th right now and you're seeing all this battling to not look over your shoulder and see more go-karts. I mean, you want to focus forward, right? That's what everyone coaches you, especially, you know, at younger ages. The first focus is focus forward. That's what these two are doing up front. Juan Jose Paramo, Tyrone Kemper Jr. Caleb, out of turn number 9 now, Race Beckman. He's going to have more pressure because Procunha is coming, and Procunha is about to get to Brandon Siraki, son of Jamie Siraki and Team Franklin Motorsports, and Max Christie again right there. 6 drivers. They'd all love to make it to the big show here this afternoon. Only 4 are going to, 4 to go at the line, Caleb.
Yeah, out of that 6-pack, there's only 2 that are not going to make it. Oh, a slide on the inside. I believe that was Max Christie getting around Procunha as they make their way down the front stretch one more time. 4 laps remain, still quite a bit of distance with these karts, especially with these kid classes with the smaller engines. But still, top 4 now starting to pull away. I think that dive bomb move by Christie to get around Procunha kind of broken up the field. I say that, but they continue to battle the front pack. It's going to bunch them up one more time.
Yeah, Max Christie, that was a good move right there, Oliver. You had to go. You said it. You don't want to be. You're going to be stressed with 2 or 3 to go. He's now into 5th. One more spot up for the driver that had a mechanical issue in the pre-final. He is up to 5th, 4 spots higher. Not too far back. What do you think? You think he's going to, he's almost there.
Yeah, he's really close. I think he can do it.
He got really close there coming through turn number 9. Here they go side by side for 3rd. Race Beckman's going to get freight train. And from 3rd and in the show to 5th and out of the show, it happens just like that. Now, if you're a race here, you've got to keep your cool. You know the race is not over. You can get right back in it. As much as everyone's battling, there's still an opportunity to get back. As there goes Christie. He'll get 3rd. That's some insurance. And now Brandon Siraki back on the bubble spot. Caleb?
Yeah, Siraki up on the bubble spot. Here comes, I believe that is Procunha up into P number 6 as they are now working in the group. Beckman, obviously in P number 5, right there, close enough. All he needs is a little bit of battle between the top 2 like we're about to see right here, as it looks like Kemper Jr. is going to get around Juan as they go down into turn number 2. Here comes a crossover move, maybe side by side on the exit.
Oh, man, Oliver, it's getting dicey up there. Juan sent it down the inside. Tyrone was defending, and that's going to stack them up again. And here we go. You're 1st, you're 2nd. You want to just work together and get away, but everybody else wants to battle. That means you got to battle too, right?
Yep.
Well, let's see. Down the backstretch. Here we go. 3 wide. Look at that. Max Christie to the bottom for the lead. That was smart. He backed out of that one.
Yeah.
Still going to get it a 2nd here. Juan Jose Paramo leads. Now he'll lose on the exit.
Oh, back to 4th.
Oh. Back
here
to
comes
3rd.
Christie once more.
And Brandon Siraki trying to cross over him. They'll go side by side down the front stretch. Wheel to wheel. Siraki. I don't think he'll get clear. Christie can stuff it, and it's 2 laps to go, just like that, Caleb. 2 more times around. Juan Jose Paramo, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Brandon Siraki, Max Christie, Race Beckman, Alex Procunha. It's going to get crazier in the final laps. It's already crazy for 3rd, crazy for the lead. Here goes Paramo to the inside. Everyone's slicing and dicing out of turn 6.
I think anyone can make this. I also think anyone can lose this right now because you have 1, 2, 3, 4 coming across right now. 5 and 6 not too far behind. But the top 6 right now are so even, and they've been going back and forth so long that you just have to be at the right place at the right time. There's 2 laps to go, 1 to go next time by. You got to be thinking, where can I position myself so that when a time comes, if there is a Hail Mary move that slows down the momentum, I can be right there to capitalize off of it. As top 4 currently nose to tail, here comes the Kart Republic down on the inside, going the chicane. They're going to back off. Christie running at P3. Now he's going to stop on the inside for P2.
nearly for the lead right there. You've had a few moments, I'm sure, Oliver, where you get in for one pass and you accidentally almost take two and you got a launch on the binders.
Yeah, it gets pretty scary.
Yeah, so walk me through it here. Last lap, Max is up to second. Brandon Siraki right behind Tyrone Kemper Jr. They're all right there. If you're second and you're third, you know they're battling, looking.
Beckman sitting up on the inside. He is now going to try to get his way into the top 4 on the inside line.
He gets into Siraki. That's for the bubble spot right there for fourth.
I don't think he's done yet. Tries to go on the inside. Going to have to back it off. He's going to have to late break coming to the chicane to try to even get a run into turn number 10. Turn 10 is going to be a little bit hectic.
Now, again, talk about hectic. What are you willing to do to get in the main event? Oliver, your mom's right over here. There's been a few race car drivers said they would wreck their mom to win a race. Would you wreck your mom to get in the main event?
No.
No. Oh, what a nice. He's sucking up because she's here. I hear it. I get it. Anyway, here we go. They're 3 wide for third and fourth. They're all the way back. Meanwhile, the bubble spot's gone crazy. Out of the final turn, Max Christie's side by side. They're going to beat and bang, but the 4 will be safe. And Brandon Siraki gets through as they battle behind. And at the end, Race Beckman ends up getting shuffled out down to 8th. Brandon Siraki into 4th, and the final one to go to the main event. Tyrone Kemper Jr. to 3rd. Max Christie 7 spots up to 2nd. Juan Jose Paramo up 5 to win. And like you said, Jackson Wolney, Giuseppe Gadera, they came from dead last. 11 spots up for Jackson, 12 up for Giuseppe. It hurts, but like you said, they got another shot tomorrow.
Yep.
The pace is there for sure here. We obviously appreciate all you tuning in. We appreciate you coming over and joining us in the booth, Oliver. You did great. I want to wish you best of luck here rolling off. I forget, were you pre-final A or B? Are you rolling front row outside or inside?
I haven't checked yet.
You haven't checked?
Be on the outside.
Maybe. I don't know. There's been too many races we forgot. You've only driven in one.
Yeah.
Either way, he starts up front, won his pre-final, rolls out pretty good. We'll send it to commercial break. Might have one more driver join us for the final LCQ for the X30 Pro Seniors. For myself, Xander Clemens, Caleb Smock, and of course Oliver Weldon. Good luck to Oliver. We'll see you guys after the break.
Paralyn USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Paralyn Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalyNUSA.com.
Live from Orlando Kart Center. My name's Xander Clemens here in the booth. Alongside me, Dalton Haynes, our privateer superstar. We talked to you before the lunch break. We're happy you can join us here for the LCQ. Thanks for coming to the booth to join me and Caleb.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, it gets a little lonely up here. Caleb and I kind of get tired of talking to each other after a while. Right, Caleb?
Yeah, we get tired of hearing each other's voices when we go home.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much, you know. But anyway, we've got the X30 Pro Senior LCQ coming your way. It's lined up. Alex Noiz, Riley Ramroop, Noah Rosser, Santiago Fernandez. They start in the first 2 rows. And we are a little bit out of sorts right now, and I think we're going to wave this one off. So that gives us time. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for your X30 Pro Senior, presented by Franklin Motorsports Last Chance Qualifier. 21 drivers make up the grid here. Again, Alex Noiz in the 366, another privateer Tony Kart, much like our good buddy Dalton, rolls off to the inside of the front row. Alongside him, it's the U-Race Tony Kart of Riley Ramroop. Row 2 will be the Motez Sport Brellard and Noah Rosser, and the Alessandro's Racing USA Tony Kart of Santiago Fernandez. Row 3, Braden Johnson and Guillermo Quintero. Row 4, Julia Booz and Halpang Zhang. Row 5, Gabriel Cower and Adam Maxwell. Row 6, One driver I think that could make his way forward after a rough pre-final, Justin White, starts to the inside in 11th alongside Jack Jamura. Tyler McIntyre, that's a guy who was in the top 5 in one of the practice sessions on Friday. He starts 13th here in the LCQ. Mateus Garcia 14th. Dante Yu running inside the top 10 in his pre-final. Also, mechanical failure, rolls off 15th. Nolan Bauer 16th. Jacob Hoover, Sutter Gable, and Diego Ramos, who qualified 5th overall, rolls off 19th in the LCQ. He starts deep in that field right there. The Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. You can see him warming up the tires. He's got a long way to go, 8 laps to do it. Adrian Cruz, Chris Farino. We said it before, Dalton, it looks like a stacked field.
Oh, yeah, especially at the back with Diego Ramos. He's a heavy hitter. He's really good here.
We'll see what we got here. Into the tram lines. Green flag in the air. We're racing to turn number 1. Where does everybody fan out? Lots of big names in the last chance qualifier. Here they come through the chicane. Side by side for turn number 4. They go into turn number 5. Does anyone get chunked here early? They're all going to make it so far. Oh, we got 3 in the wall. 3 drivers out. The 363 is there, along with Tyler McIntyre. McIntyre into the barrier. And the X-Spree of Nolan Bauer is involved as well.
That was one hectic start. Now, Dalton, you've obviously had your fair share of runs. If you're in that mid-pack, would you just pray you made it through, or would you be elbows up trying to weasel your way through?
Yeah, to be honest, there's not really much you can do there. That pile-up looked completely unintentional by both drivers. They didn't really have anywhere to go. Yeah, it's really hectic in the middle of the field, especially in an LCQ like this.
You can see how gnarly it got there coming out of turn number 10, midway through the back of the pack. The top 6 have separated. We're going to go side by side here in just a moment as we get set to send it on down here to our very own Matteo Giuliano. He's caught up with a very happy Max Christie, who had to work his way through the field.
Max Christie gained 7 spots to get position number 2. Max Christie, oh my goodness, you are in the show. Run me through that there. That was some really, really hard racing.
It was hard, but not that hard as the real race because I'm not used to LCQ, and it was hard to go in the LCQ because I've never been in one.
Now, was there an added pressure because you knew that if you didn't finish at least 4th, you would not even be able to be in the main show, but you had unbelievable pace and you had to get through 7 other karts, and there's several guys that are going to be going home tonight. How do you feel?
I felt a little pressure, but not that much.
Well, let it all go now because you're in the show, buddy. Good, congratulations.
Thank you.
Right back up to you, Caleb.
Thank you for that here, Matteo. We're going to take it on back, and it's getting gnarly for the lead as well. Noah Rosser and Alex Noes going back and forth for the top spot. That's going to allow more drivers to get into there. Here's Santiago Fernandez. Rosser, the rookie, drops back into 3rd, and it's going to become a big line. There goes Fernandez to the lead. Rosser to 2nd. They're going to go side by side down the backstretch. Noes hangs on. It's Rosser and battle for the bubble spot. That's Braden Johnson and Riley Ramroop. And is that? Oh!
Diego Ramos.
Big contact. That's Ramos. Ramos is out. Diego Ramos makes contact with Justin White, and they are stuck together on the outside of turn number 10.
He was just getting to the back of that pack.
Oh, man. Ramos going to try and get going. He was trying to signal to Justin like, come on, man, help me get this go-kart. Let's go. Let's get out of here. It's too late. They're done. Meanwhile, Dante Yu for the transfer spot on Riley Ramroop. He's by. Dante Yu into the top 4.
Everyone's battling it out all over the place. So much chaos at once. Top 4 currently out on their own, but it looks like that mid-pack is slowly starting to pick back up.
Yeah, we got him about to maybe the 7th. And Dalton, I mean, your reaction right there tells it all. Man, Diego was just getting there.
Yeah, I was watching Diego Ramos get to the back of that pack, and he sent it a bit too hard on the hairpin and just went right around on top of him.
Well, yeah, so close. So unfortunate for him here. I was mistaken. Diego Ramos making that move on Ramroop was for 5th. He just made a pass on Noah Rosser for the final transfer spot. He's now in. Ahead of him is Guilherme Quintero, Alex Noes, and Santiago Fernandez. First driver on the outside looking in is Noah Rosser, and Dante Yu is in the safe spot. He's about maybe 4 or 5 car lengths ahead of this gaggle right here. Back to Noah Rosser, then Jacob Hoover, then Riley Ramroop, who's battling Hoover and nearly cleans out Noah Rosser right there. I saw you back up from the screen, Dalton. Oh, they're going at it. Hoover, right there. He put it right to Ramroop, and he sent him into the marbles. Sometimes you kind of got to get your elbows up a little bit, though, right?
Oh, yeah, that was very hectic. Those guys are really close to the transfer spot, so they're definitely going to be fighting extremely hard.
Well, Dante Yu is going to put Alex Noiz now on the hot seat. He gets into third. Noiz back to fourth. Santi Fernandez pulling away. Guillermo Quintero into second. Dante Yu, again, that's a driver that should be battling, close to where you were at. That's a national level name, national level podium finisher, X30 Jr national main event winner. He's a guy who should be inside the top 10, top 15. And granted, he mentioned he was a little bit rusty, but he's in the LCQ off a mechanical failure. So you're not surprised, of course, any viewer seeing the 344 move forward as he gets up into second.
Yeah, he was very fast at Supernats as well. He's a very consistent driver. It's unlikely to ever see him in an LCQ. He's always at the front in the top 10.
Well, we're going to switch from him now, and I want to keep an eye on the group back here. Look at this here. Battle for fifth just off screen. I think they changed hands. I think Jacob Hoover just got by Noah Rosser, and indeed he did. So Caleb, Hoover, and Rosser are catching up to Noah's. They're both going to get there. They're working together nicely, but there's only one more ticket to the big dance.
Yeah, they're making their way back up. They're not quite close enough. I say that, but he almost set up on the inside. That was Rosser on the inside of Nauze. What I'm saying before, there are 2 laps to go at the line. It's kind of crunch time right now. If you're in the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot, if you're in 4th, you got to defend 5th and 6th of both Jacob and Noah.
Here he comes, right here. Dalton called it. Got him. Jacob Hoover now into the transfer spot. He'll go on the defensive. Noiz behind him. Alex Noiz started pole position for this LCQ, man. You got to imagine the heartbreak he's got to feel right now. Lap and a half to go. You think you're safe, and you get shuffled back, Dalton, and Jacob Hoover's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he never looked back, and Hoover caught him off guard. That was a really good pass, actually. I saw it coming from a mile away, though. He should have looked back and seen that.
Definitely here. It's one of those things that the more experience you get, Dalton, you start to hear. You even kind of get a sixth sense almost. You can hear through the helmet when the engines get a little louder. You know you got a guy right on your tail. And when it gets louder and louder, that's when you finally take a look back and go, oh, yeah, he's coming.
Rosser just went by Noah's as well.
Yep, so Noah Rosser now going to try and play chase. The bad part is Jacob Hoover is the fastest driver overall. And Dante Yu might get up here and get to the lead. I don't think he's going to dive it. He's a smart guy, knows he doesn't want to throw it away, but you never know.
There he goes.
Oh, inside. Okay, Dante Yu now into the point for the LCQ. Santi Fernandez second. Third, Guillermo Quintero. Jacob Hoover right now in the last transfer spot. Caleb, take it out of turn 9.
Yeah, they need to settle down here just a little bit. Like you said, David, you out in front. Fernandez running in P2, although you starting to pull away as they make their way down into turn number 10. Great shot of the American flag as they make their way out of turn number 10. Coming down for the final time. Looks like top 4 is fairly locked in into the chicane. Unless something major happens, I think this is going to be the 4 that we take to the feature.
This looks like it. Jacob Hoover will focus on him as they come out of the final corner. Here's your final transfer spot. Dante Yu is going to win the LCQ. Fernandez, Quintero, and Jacob Hoover. 13 spots picked up from 17th on the grid. And it may not have been everybody's prediction, but that pace looks pretty good. I mean, he was on pace with Dante. That should put him at least with a run to go forward in the main event. It sucks putting the extra 8 laps on the tires, but at least unlike the Supernats, where you have a new set for the main event, that's another heat cycle, but that's not the heat cycle you got on him, right?
Yeah, 14 spots for Dante Yu. That's a very impressive LCQ. He'll be looking to move forward in the final. Hopefully he can get another top 15 or maybe top 10 in the final, just depending on what happens.
Now, we've seen a lot of different lines around this racetrack. We've seen this track change. We've at least had 2 full days of action on it, yesterday being the first full day on the same time frame. Obviously, we didn't get on track till noon on Thursday. Then it starts rubbering up. Now we're on track here 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., just like we were yesterday. What were some things you noticed, Dalton, on the racetrack, some of these X30 Pro seniors and anyone else, will notice as the day goes on from morning to afternoon?
Yeah, well, you always have some guys who like to stick to the same setup the entire day, but this track rubbers in when it rubs in, and then it'll get really greasy midway through the day, especially the end of the day. And at the very end of the day, it gets fine again. So it just depends on how the weather's looking like for the final. But right now, it looks pretty good. Lap times were pretty slow in that race, but it's going to be a really tough one because you're going to have to be managing your tires the entire final. It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, that's what a number of guys have said as well, is that the tires really aren't lasting all too long here at Orlando Kart Center. I mean, how many sessions do you think? We've got, I think, almost something like a 20-lap main event here.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, it's the tires after about 3 practice sessions are done. Like, it's insane. This track works tires extremely hard, and they fall off really hard. So you're going to be seeing some quote-unquote slow lap times even by your leaders. But, yeah, no lap records here in the final.
Definitely not. Nonetheless here, Dalton at least is looking pretty good for the main event. Worked his way forward in the pre-final. Starts inside the top 10. That main event comes up much later on today because we got 6 main events coming up beforehand. Obviously, thanks Dalton here for coming and chatting with us. We may go talk to some more guys. We're going to let you go, buddy. Thanks again.
Thanks, man.
Caleb Smock and myself here, we're going to keep you guys entertained for the moment because we do have more action coming. We want to talk to you guys just a little bit here. Caleb, I'll move over to you and let you hop around headsets. As we get set, we're going to wrap up this stream here, guys. The last chance qualifiers, the pre-finals tomorrow, they're going to be free to watch as well. But if you want to watch the main events, make sure you're logged in on a laptop or tablet, not really going to work on an iPhone, and go to youtube.com/kartchaser, hit the join button, become a KC Premium member. We're going to go to our KC Premium member stream to watch the main events. And Caleb, is there any reason they should not tune in?
Absolutely not. I mean, you heard it from Dalton Haynes. Tires are going to be a big factor this afternoon. When tires wear off, it's all about down to drive, and you're about to see some really close racing. I think the KA Senior LCQ is just a preview of what's yet to come here this afternoon.
We've seen crazy wrecks, we've seen a few flips, we've seen some awesome battles, and we've got all kinds of great racing coming your way. Again, with the LCQs done, the pre-finals done, every class except for X30 Master, 6 out of the 7, full grids of 40. So a full grid for the full main event. 7 main events coming your way here. Stick with us, folks. Thanks again, as always, for tuning in. We'll come back on the KC Members Premium stream.